Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of the Port Stephens Pro US 1000. It's been an exciting day. Joined in the box with Jess Starling and beautiful conditions down there, Jess. It looks like we're in for a bumper day.
Yeah, we had a great day of action yesterday, and it's looking really clean and fun out there this morning. So, yeah, 2 days, really great contestable conditions. Look at these waves, Dewey.
It looks real fun. And let's talk about yesterday, those really intense round of 64 men's heats. There's some really strong standout performances. We saw Jarvis Earl lighten it up, and we also saw the likes of Geordie Lawler getting on through as well. What really raised the eyebrows for you yesterday in the men's?
I think that Dylan Moffat was a real standout for me, as well as Cooper Davies. Both of them seemed to just look really composed, really comfortable out there, and really strong in the small conditions as well, which I felt like kind of set them aside from the rest of the field.
And we spoke yesterday about the importance of this event because of the fact that the actual schedule had been cut down by a couple of events in 2024. So this 1,000 event, if you get a win here, it's 1,000 points. So a lot of these guys who are sitting on the bubble know the importance of a good result here.
1,000 points is such a difference in the scheme of things, and yeah, it's basically qualifying or not qualifying. So I feel like that's why we've seen a lot of the guys who are on the top end of the rankings still put their name in this event because, yeah, they know how important 1,000 points is.
Okay, let's talk about the women's division. We saw some really solid performances yesterday from the likes of Philippa Anderson, Zali Kelly, to name a few. What really sort of took an eye? Because I felt like a couple of the younger girls who have come through the junior ranks have really raised their level yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think we can go past Sierra Kerr. She looked amazing yesterday. She was really strong, really progressive as well. And for backhand surfing, which we haven't seen too much of Sierra on her backhand in competition, I feel like we always see her go to a strong point, which is definitely her forehand, but her backhand was looking sharp yesterday. So I'm excited to see her again in the quarterfinals.
One person who really sort of stood out for me yesterday in the women's was Gabby Spade.
Yeah, she was incredible. And she's got really great Hail Mary moments. Like, she can just kind of make something out of nothing and get a score from literally no waves in front of her. So yeah, Gabby definitely was impressive yesterday. I also really loved Oceana Rogers. She took first spot off Philippa Anderson in that final heat of the day yesterday, and she was looking really mature and composed, not only in her surfing but her competitive nature as well.
Okay, today's going to be about 31 degrees. It's going to be a hot day. As an athlete, how would you go about your business on a day like today, knowing that if you make the final in the women's, you're going to have to surf 3 times, and in the men's, we spoke about this, 4 heats you're going to have to surf, and even though they're only 20-minute heats leading into the final or into the semi where it's 25 minutes, that's a lot of drain mentally and physically.
Yeah, it's a lot of surfing, and I feel like, we're all so used to basically surfing, hours a day of a free surf, but comp surfing's so much different. You're putting 110% into such a short amount of time. So when you do that 3 or 4 times in a day, you'll be exhausted by the end of it. So if I was these guys, I'd be making sure that I am stocked up with water, with foods that'll give me energy, as well as when I'm not competing, getting out of that sun and enjoying some time in the shade.
I think that's the key, isn't it? Really being able to switch off between heats, even though you've got to identify what's going on in the lineup and keep an eye on what everyone else is doing. I think mentally and physically you need to switch off, hydrate, definitely, eat something that's going to give you energy, so when you do actually turn the burners on to 100%, that you're really fired up and ready to go. But yeah, today for the men's, this is round of 32, so they are literally going to have to surf 4 times. And the semi-final is a 25-minute heat. The final is a 30-minute heat. So mentally, it is going to be a really, really tough day. And it's going to be, the person who comes out on top is really going to deserve it on a day like this because they've got to surf multiple times.
Yeah, these guys definitely have a full day ahead of them. Here we go, Geordie Lawler down the beach, sitting by himself down there, so creating some space between him and his competitors. That was a really nice opening exchange from all of our competitors. There's no easy heats. in this side of the draw and in any side of the draw, Dim. But yeah, I feel like today it's definitely going to be an absolute battle of the fittest and who can keep up consistency through the rounds.
Yeah, I definitely had a look at the draw last night, and there's some absolute doozies in this round of 32 where we've had a couple of little upsets. So what happens is you normally see everyone sort of start to compress in the heat draw as it goes through. But yeah, it's going to be a great day, and I'm definitely looking for someone of the ilk of Geordie Lawler to shine. And what I love about these conditions, I reckon it sort of suits his surfing because he's got such a strong base with his power game, but he's also got that really solid flair and that really strong air game as well.
Yeah, he's definitely got a massive variety of turns in his repertoire. This is a really nice first wave that I believe that's Tim Bain. But yeah, Geordie, he seems to do well in conditions like this consistently. He got a win at Manly in conditions that were pretty similar to this.
Does that sort of look a little bit like Northie?
A little bit, yeah. Actually, I saw footage of Narrabeen today. It's absolutely pumping.
Is it?
Yep. I was like,
Northeast?
I was just like, oh my gosh. I was dreaming of it.
You was like, you're like, you want to go back home? I want to go home. Take me back to Kansas. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, when I see the forecast and it's nor'east swells, nor'east winds, I'm like, might go home for the weekend.
It's only a short 8-hour drive.
Yeah, short 8-hour drive or a 1-hour flight. It's all right.
There we go. It looks like Geordie having a look at this wave up and right in on the forehand. Nice, really nice vert turn that just comes unstuck. I'm sure that he's been really watching the lineup this morning. He's got such a good game, but he's also mentally very strong as well. So he'd know exactly where he wants to sit. And in this heat, you've got some really strong young guys who are coming through. That Cash Brown, one of these young kids that you sort of identify that has been really ultra impressive in the last couple of years, coming through those junior ranks of the cadets and stuff like that. So it's going to be good to see.
Here we go. This is our surfer in blue. Strong looking first turn. Gets it back up there for a second. Wow, and this wave is hitting the bank perfectly. Carves it back to the pocket for another one. And yeah, basically just keeps rattling off on this wave. So yeah, you can tell by that body language. We spoke about it yesterday, Dimmy. He likes the feeling of that one.
Timmy Bain, he's been on fire. He had a really solid result up at Burleigh, and again looking ultra strong with that CI. I think it is under his feet. It looks like it.
Yeah. There was a bit of
a theme.
Yeah, black boards did well yesterday.
Check out the speed and flow he gets out of this. He just gets so much pop out of this board. He's good release. The timing was right there, nice and vertical. The judges love to see surfers staying really tight to the power source as well.
And, we saw yesterday some guys just keep milking their waves and not get much more grunt out of it, but that wasn't the case for that one for Tim. He just kept progressing down the line, and I feel like even the turns he got down towards the end of the wave will definitely add to the score rather than kind of not really have much substance. So that was a really well-surfed wave from Tim Bain, and it gave him the score to put him in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw early doors. We saw Geordie lock in a 5.50, and I love that closeout turn, a lot of flair and just control in the way he goes about it on his forehand. The goofy foot looking good. But yeah, Timmy Bain, and I felt like yesterday there was a real sort of theme going with the CIs. What do they call Black Beauties or something?
I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with the CI models, but I love that finishing turn from Geordie there. Kicks the fins out and comes around. I love the stand tall at the end too. So,
well, that's a punctuation mark, isn't it, for the judges to go, you know what, here we are, because they are brutal if you do not ride out of a wave.
Yeah, we saw yesterday there were so many back and forths with whether they rode out or didn't. But I'm not sure if you saw, I was looking through the draw last night. The last wave of one of the girls opening round, Sophie Fletcher, actually got an interference and went from first to fourth at the end of the heat, and Willow Hardy ended up getting through.
Wow.
Yeah.
I actually was on that heat and I spoke about it and went, that's interesting, because we were debating who had priority at the time.
On the screen it said Sophie Fletcher did, but I think maybe she must have paddled for a wave before it, or something might have happened. But yeah, she went from first to fourth, so really unfortunate there. But she was a really solid competitor out there for the ladies yesterday. Wow, really strong surfing there. I believe that was Matt
Matty
Boyle.
Boyle.
Yeah.
So some good heats this morning. We've got some strong. This heat number 5 sort of really took my interest as well. The Ty Richo heat, Dylan Moffat, Dane Henry, and Kobe Clements.
Oh my gosh.
That is an absolute doozy, that one.
2 Gold Coast, 2 Northern Beaches.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, what happens in that scenario? You sort of stay. You sort of feel like you got to stay with the crew from your region, and you sort of go together as one. I reckon it's just a free for all.
I reckon I'll support my hometown friends. If I was in the lead and
here we go.
Someone from the Northern Beaches was in third, I'd absolutely block second. So that
Sure, it's looking good. Good control and just can't ride out of it. So back in the day, most of the Northern Beaches guys would be yelling at each other, fall off. I know former World Tour surfer Dan Neve and Matt Bemrose, who was on the QS as well, they used to love that call. Look at this little air. Bang. Nice. So Geordie looking strong, already locked in a solid score and getting to work to just make sure that he solidifies exactly what he's trying to achieve out there. And on finals day, he probably knows that you want to keep a little bit of that gas in the tank as well. He's already had a 5.5. He's locked in a 6.67. Timmy Bain looks very strong indeed with that 5.43 and a 4.33. And Matty Ball, Cash Brown need to get a bit of a rig along. It looks like Cash needs a 7.26 and Matty needs a 6.49. But I felt like yesterday conditions were so good for a comp because there was really, I felt like there was only probably 1 or 2 heats in the women's that there was a couple of little lulls in the heat where it wasn't like consistently rolling through the bank. But for the best part of the day, I felt like the Northeast really produced really fun conditions and everyone had ample opportunity.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like yesterday was a really great day of competitive surfing, especially for a QS and for the competitors as well. All you want is equal chance, all you want is good waves so that you can display your surfing, what you worked on in the off season. And yeah, Port Stephens, Berrubi Beach, it's just been putting on a show the last few days. And I feel like today there's less wind than there was yesterday too. So yeah, if I was a competitor,
still, isn't it?
I would just be so excited to surf a heat if I was competing out there today.
That's such a beautiful backdrop there. Have a look at that. And a bit later on, if you keep an eye on that backdrop, you'll see these camels, like
the locals.
The local camels just coming over the top of the sand dunes there. So such a beautiful, picturesque location that we're at here. So if you're around, of course, Destination New South Wales is a big part of the sponsorship team of the event here. And yeah, we really encourage everyone to get down and sample some of the best coastline in the world for sure.
It was a good paddle to get into that one. Here we go. Geordie Lawler down the beach on a bank to himself. Wow, really good looking wave there for Geordie. Does a lot of time training with Matty Cattle, super coach from Narrabeen. So I'm sure Matty will be tuning in, watching Geordie, and pretty happy with that wave because I would call that maybe the best wave of the heat.
I would definitely say that is a great wave. And talking about good waves, Cash Brown just unloading, yeah. Definitely, Matty Cattle's got a solid stable of surfers these days who he's really sort of identified, and you can see the level of surfing all of them are taking. Their improvement levels are there, and to have someone sort of who's so calm and so calculated in his transition, like his translation of what he's trying to get out of these athletes, he's a great coach. And you see Geordie just so fluent, so smooth, technically flawless in his attack and his approach. And it's why this guy's been around for so long, where a lot of people think he can still make it onto the elite ranks because, age is never a barrier. He's not that old. How old is George now?
28, maybe?
28. Yeah. Oh, that's young. Kelly's 52.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I feel like Matty's got a really great way of pulling out his athlete's strengths and excelling it from there, especially when it comes to comps as well. He always knew that I was the type of competitor that needed to catch a lot of waves because as soon as I sat, I was in my head and So I feel like, yeah, he's just an excellent coach just for technical surfing, but competitive surfing as well. And Geordie's a perfect protege of, Matty Cattle's training.
I think he's the complete opposite to me. I'm just absolutely out of my mind. Oh,
just go out there and belt it.
Nah, but yeah, great coach. And I want to ask you, like, from a competitive standpoint, you've seen right now these three servers have basically allowed Geordie on his own. Like, I don't know if I was a surfer in a heat, knowing the class of Geordie Lawler, I don't know if I would actually allow him to have space and time.
No way.
Because you're basically giving him a bank to go, okay, you attack that bank. If you fall off, you're not going to get through. But the guy is just 100% committed to every turn. So it's very rare that you'll see a mistake come. And as I say, though, I'd like to send a big shout out to the family of Geordie, of course, Dave.
Yes.
His dad, what a legend. I've known Dave a long, long time since Geordie was a young kid. He's a bloody good bloke, and he'd be out there watching the boy go hard. But yeah, I don't know if I would actually allow him that much space.
No way. Not when you have a competitor as good as Geordie Lawler. He's got a 7.27 and a 6.67 in his lineup, and he's got a bank to himself. That is way too dangerous to have a surfer like Geordie Lawler on a bank by himself, and he's pretty much putting on a clinic right now. So, yeah, maybe a bit of a mistake from the other three competitors, and they're all sitting pretty close together on that main peak we saw yesterday. But Geordie just identifying that there can be big scores down the beach, and he's looking like he's going to pick another wave down here. He's just got first priority just all by himself down the beach right now.
Now, maybe because it's a little bit more inside, but I feel like yesterday there were some really good wedges out wide, and that's where I think he's getting the bulk of the score. Yeah, he's not as deep on the peak towards the northern corner, but I feel like there's ample opportunity, and Cash Brown is starting to get into his work. His previous wave was a 4.7, waiting for that one to lock in, and he only needs a 5.07 to advance into that second position and get himself up in the game. You can see the separation between first and second. Geordie's definitely found the bulk of the scoring out there, and it looks like Timmy Bain now needs an 8.51. So slowly but surely building house. We've seen Geordie lock in a 5.5 at the start of the heat, which was a great confidence boost, but then he went to that next level, 6.67, locked in a 7.27 just then, and really sort of showing the class. But yeah, I've been watching the heat thinking, wow, if I was out there, I'd probably want to sit right next to him, because normally, he'd be so in tune with what's going out there, so he'd know exactly where he wants to sit on the bank.
Yeah, if I was Cash Brown or Matt Boyle, I mean, they're both surfing really strong at the moment, but they're both in a position where they need scores. If I was either one of them, I would definitely go and be sitting down on that bank where Geordie Lawler is right now, because I need more space to be able to find one of those better waves, and Geordie has the two highest scores of the heats down on that other bank. So I feel like if they just stop and went, okay, well, he's got the two highest scores of the heat and he doesn't have any pressure on him down there, what am I doing up here if I'm chasing a score? So I hopefully would love to see Cash Brown or Matt Boyle make their way down. Maybe Cash is slowly starting to head down there now, but Cash, yeah, he's looking pretty impressive for a junior, I'd say.
Oh, he rips. But I think the problem for these surfers now is they should have made that decision a bit earlier, because with 5 to go, you're sort of then leaving, if Tim went down there and Cash stays up, you're giving Timmy some space.
Yeah.
They're probably now thinking to themselves, look, we've had our plan, we're going to have to stick to the plan and just see what transpires. So in their eyes, I feel like they're like surfing a 3-man heat instead of a 4-man heat, because Geordie's so far out in front.
Yeah, he's just run away with it.
He's sort of run away with it. So you sort of, in this scenario, I feel like you're surfing against the other 2 surfers instead of the other 3 surfers, and trying to get yourself, because if you look at the scores, there's only like a 1.5 separating 4th to 2nd. So it's about your next opportunity. And with 4 minutes to go, it's a big call then to go down to stick with Geordie, because he's going to hold priority over you anyway.
Yeah, that's all learning, I mean, for whoever gets through this heat, but I feel like I agree with you. There is a bit of maybe a mistake there, but we are going to recap this heat. And just look at excellent surfing Geordie's been putting on. This is At 667, two really strong forehand turns. He's just trying to channel Narrabeen out there.
Lovely. Felt good. And there we go. I'm pretty sure it was Timmy Bain on CI surfboard, looking very sharp indeed. I feel like their problem with the northern peak is it's not as wedgy as where Geordie is. Look at how much depth in these waves. He's attacking and he's getting really good spring out of each and every turn. So I feel like that has been the bulk of the difference in the scoring. Look, the background looks sparky, but he's not getting these waves that really line up and allow. Look at that peak where Geordie is down on the southern side of the bank. So with 3 minutes to go, great heat. It is a 13.94 two-way combination for the man from Northie. And it's 3 minutes to go. He'd probably come out and feel pretty chuffed about the morning proceedings at this stage.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if any surfers in the next heat take the Geordie Lawler approach and make their way down, because it clearly seems like the steeper and better bank currently. Here we go. Tim Bain using up priority. 2.5 minutes to go. Good looking bowl in front of him. Strong first turn. Gets it back up there for a second and gets the completion. He needed an 8.51. It's not an 8.51, Dimmy, but it might just better that 4.33.
I feel like that first turn was so compressed and so nicely placed in the lip. If you look at how nice and coiled he is, very strong, and he got really good pop out of that first turn. So I think you're correct there. I reckon it might definitely get rid of one of those scores and make it a little bit tougher for Cash and that ball. Spin to win.
Yeah, getting a bit funky with it. Matty Boyle, he's needing a 5.69. I think that score's going to change. I do really think that Tim Bain's going to better that 4.33. 7.5. So
wow.
The judges deeming it the best wave of the heat so far. Here's the replay of Matt Boyle's last wave. So races down the line, spin to win. It's not going to be the score he needs, I don't think.
Yeah. That 7.5 had a lot to do with that first turn.
Yeah.
The placement of that first turn, just how centered he was, how strong he was through that turn. And here we go. Good looking left. Geordie releases the tail. Nice slide control. Again, vertically into the lip. He's just going, if you can do that, I'm going to try to do a little bit better than that. But that was a lovely transfer of weight on the forehand. And here we go, the backhand surfing.
Wow.
Wow.
What do you think? Is that a situation change? I think Geordie betters his lineup.
I reckon it's going to stay. I'm not a judge, but I reckon it might stay the same. I think, actually, after looking at that 7.5, I reckon Timmy Bain might better that second score. I don't know if he'll better the 7.5, but look at the strength of that first manoeuvre for the surfer in red. Just attacking depth, had it all, didn't lose much momentum as that wave sort of filled it out. And here we go, the backhand. So the different techniques, different styles. You see how low he gets nice and spring-loaded, and that second turn was on the money.
Yeah, the bulk of the points for the score that will come through for Tim Bain will definitely be off the back of that second turn. The first turn was great, but that second turn had so much power and meat behind it. But I just love the way that Geordie was so perfectly timed in the pocket and strong on his feet. So 6.73 for the last of Geordie and a 5.93 for the last of Tim Bain. So
good judging.
Great judging. And that's all she wrote for the opening heat of the morning. So congratulations. These are before the buzzer, actually. So Tim Bain won't better his, unlikely, will better his lineup on this one. But
bit of a victory lap, I think. I feel like the two surfers, Tim Bain, really good form, absolutely unbelievable. And we're going to throw off to a break and be back very shortly for heat number 2 of the men's round of 32, where the excitement levels are growing.
Lay back and just forget the pressure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. open spaces, open arms, a place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. This is round of 32, heat number 2. I'm Jessie Starling, taking it through with my good friend Timmy. That first heat was just so fun to commentate. Geordie Lawler and Timmy Bain putting on an absolute clinic.
Yep, definitely. Those two found the bulk of the scoring out there in heat number 1, and what's going to happen in heat number 2. We've got a solid lineup. The French surfer yesterday, just Baguette, was absolutely on fire like a good baguette.
Yeah, he's up against Novocastrian, Mike Clayton Brown. So I think that Mikey would surf this wave pretty frequently, and here he is right on cue. That second turn right in the pocket, and just milking this wave to the inside. So nice opening wave there for MCB. Darcy Crump did a really great heat yesterday, 4.33 for that first of white. Jake Spicer.
I haven't seen him around much, but he looked very good yesterday. As we see Mikey just looking strong indeed. He's got such a solid foundation in his technique when it comes to surfing both forehand and backhand. And like you said, he's probably surfed this place a million times over his surfing journey. But yeah, looking stronger. 4.33, a nice way to sort of get rid of the cobwebs, find his rhythm, find his flow. But yeah, I felt yesterday the French surfer was ultra impressive, and interestingly enough, like, he's the only one in the door I think left that really isn't looking for points. He's just looking for experience, and I feel like that can actually, release the handbrake as well.
Oh, so much so. I feel like as soon as you take that pressure off yourself that, these points don't matter, this is just me getting reps under my belt, the world is your oyster, and you can get so creative with your competitive surfing and your competitive approach, and probably feel a little bit more free to make mistakes. But Justin, he's such a well-rounded competitor. He's been doing this for so long. Really dominant in the European ranks, and I think it's quite cool that he is competing over here because it's good that he gets to see how hard our region is, and I feel like it'll challenge him as a competitor as well.
Definitely. I mean, we are a little bit biased, but our region is so ultra strong when it comes to the QS level. Not take away the challenges stuff, but the QS level is ultra strong, and it has been for generation to generation. So he probably just wants to test himself against some of our best surfers, and probably some guys that he would know, but also a lot of crew that he probably doesn't know. As we see Mikey up and right in and out. But yeah, Darcy Crump also in this lead, as we see
Justin
looking like a little, must be like a little anklet or fucking out. I wonder where it's from. What an absolute marvel that region is. I think I've been there about 5 or 6 times in the south of France at the Bay Ritz Hossica area, and it's got some amazing beaches over there. If you can get over there for sure.
I know, I haven't been there yet. I'm hoping to go
Never
over
been
there.
to France?
No, not yet. This year, hopefully. So, Kobe Clements is basically like my little brother, and his mum is from Biarritz. So, hopefully, get over there with them this year. We've been family friends my whole life, so fingers crossed.
My favourite place in the world to go.
Really?
Yeah, it is literally like, I feel like it's Manly, but everyone speaks French. The only difference is no one goes to dinner in France.
Dinner's really late, right?
Till like 11 o'clock at night.
I don't know if I can handle that. I've already eaten this morning.
Yeah.
It's 7:40.
7:30 at night, you go trying to get ready for that. You go to a restaurant, there's no one there. But it's just, the lifestyle in France is just so unique.
It's so different to here, right?
They have a siesta, they have a sleep in the middle of the day, but the waves are just so good. Like, even Bay Ritz, it pumps.
Yeah, I really want to get there. I've heard that you can do day trips to Spain as well. It's not too far from the Spanish border.
It's like an hour to San Sebastian.
Get me there.
You'd love it. The tapas and good waves down there too. So like it's just the region itself, and then a little bit further up you got Hossiger and Capitan and stuff. So like it's just a marvelous place to go. It's a holiday for a family. And but French surfer right now enjoying our. This is the prime time for Australia, the summer period, and he's just enjoying what our coastline has to offer.
I love Australia in autumn as well. I reckon some of the best waves come through autumn. And the water starts to get a little bit cooler, but the swells are a bit bigger, maybe a bit more push behind the swells. But it's still just as consistent with those summer winds. So I know it's just coming around the corner. I'm getting all excited.
I feel like the crowd sort of backs off that.
Yeah, I think so. Everyone gets back into their like regular routines. So you're not surfing. Well, I mean, unless you're surfing snapper, you're not surfing with like a million people. So yeah, almost there. But yes, Australian summer. I think there's nothing else like it.
All right. So right now in this heat, we have Mikey Clayton Brown out in the lead with a 4.33, and his backup is just a 0.33. Darcy Crump opened up with a 3.17, and it is the French surfer just keeping his eye on the lineup. So a couple of throwaways for both blue and red, and these 20-minute heats pretty rapid fire. You can see the dolphins, the sea life out there, just beautiful. And you actually tapped on it a little bit earlier about just how good, and how clean. Look at the dolphins just having an absolute ball out there, but how clean the conditions are. I think we're going to do a post heat with Geordie Lawler from Northie, and good morning, George. What a great way to start the
Dimmy.
day, mate. How are you, legend?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, that's bloody fun out there, eh? Beautiful morning, and stoked to be here.
Were you surprised that when you went down on that far peak that no one actually followed you? Because I felt like the bulk of the scoring opportunities were down there because it was really wedgy down there.
Yeah. When I got out there, I actually had a free surf and sort of was umming and ahhing about it. But when I got out there, it was pretty defined, and I was actually lining up with the flag, and so that worked really well. And the first couple of waves just felt good, and it felt like there was a bit more sand there, and it just like had a better angle, I think, to do some alright surfing. So.
And Geordie, I mean, this is a QS 1000, and your goal is to get back on the Challenger, and that's where we want to see you because we feel like your surfing belongs there. How important would it be if you got 1,000 points with a win today?
Oh yeah, it always helps for sure. I sort of go into every comp chasing the win, and kind of worry about the points later, but just focusing on doing my job, and but the 1,000 points would definitely help, and it'd be good to get a win. So yeah.
Mate, the boards are looking good. How's the body going at this time of the year? You're looking nice and fit and healthy and fired up, ready to go?
Yeah. I'm on some nice Timmy Pattersons at the moment, so there's a bit of a change up there, and things feel really fresh, and my body feels amazing too. I don't know, you sort of grow older and understand your body a bit better, and I feel really good, and like I said, I'm just stoked to be here, and equipment's working, and yeah.
Well, mate, go get some hydration in you, take a break, and fantastic job this morning. We're absolutely frothing for you, mate. All the best in the quarters, and
good to chat to you.
See you, mate.
All right, see yous.
Well, he is fired up.
He's
focused too.
Just so focused. He's such a humble human. Oh yeah, it was fun down the beach. I would have been like, I got a bank to myself. How good's that?
What was good about that interview was that he said, I went really far down and found my own little peak as we see surfer in red lighting this thing up. He said, I just stayed right on the edge of the flag. he knows the rules.
He knows
the rules. If he was like a metre the other side, the judges could have gone, nah.
Yeah, out of the area.
Out of the area. But George's like, no, I'll just line myself up with the flag, make sure that when I take off, I'm right in the spot. But I mean, he's been around a long time. When it comes to like knowing how to define your performance levels, I I consider him one of the best. Watching that performance at Manly a couple of years
Oh my
ago,
gosh,
when
goosebumps.
you had such a strong competitive field, like that was one of the wildest comps.
Who did he beat in the final? Was it Alejo Moniz?
Yes, I think he did. Or was it Jesse Mendes? Mate, oh,
It was
it
a
might have been.
Brazilian, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
But I mean, during the course of that event, like they were tough heats right from round one, and to be honest, he really looked at ease. The tougher the component and the tougher the competitor, the more he just took his surfing to another level. That's when I thought to myself, wow, this guy's special.
Yeah, he kind of went on a roll from there on. He won in Taiwan. He got a semis in Bolito. In waves that are all pretty similar to this. Here we go. Darcy Crump fell on a good-looking wave on his last one, trying to get something else down the line. A 4-3 in his lineup, so it has him in first place. Just done, but Cret got a good-looking last wave. It has a 4-2-3 now. And Jacob Spicer,
He got a good one as well.
got a
He
good one, but he
absolutely ripped
just fell on his last turn.
Yeah, that will definitely pull back the scoring potential, but yeah, and Mikey got one as well. And here we go, Das.
Yeah,
Only
nice.
one turn. I feel like that really sort of it took off that wave on that left, but here we go. It looks like Mikey up and riding. But the wave of red really sort of, I could see it out the corner of my eye, and he did get some work done. So it'll be interesting to see how that score sort of filters through the system, because you did say he did make an error.
Yeah, he did. And I feel like Darcy fell on his last two waves, and there was not that last one, but the wave before, it was on its way to be a big score, but he just buried his nose at the start. But it was looking like a really nice wave that hit the bank. So maybe a bit of an opportunity gone missing there for Darcy. But similar to Geordie, he's been in this for a long time. He knows what he has to do. He knows the game he has to play. So I feel like it's really close right now between all four competitors. So with 7 minutes to go, if I was Darcy, I'd probably be feeling a little bit uneasy and just wanting to get a proper score on the board and maybe sit and wait to use until I have first priority and then use that.
Well, these round of 32 heats, you're looking for scores in that good to excellent range to progress. As we said, the surfing red again. We haven't seen much of this guy, but he's got such an impressive backhand. He just really solid on his feet, just whipping through these turns. Probably lacking just that little bit of variety.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I feel like although that was an excellent wave, and I think it'll be the 4-4 that he needs, it probably lacked the variety and maybe the aggression behind the turns. I feel like if he had a drop to the bottom and really drawn out his turns and done 2 or 3 less, he probably would have seen that score go a bit higher if he just drew his bottom turns out a little bit more, ripped through the turns, kind of like Justin is doing right now. He's doing less, but he's getting more aggressive with it.
The judges love that little sort of the change up in angles and different kind of variety in the turn. So yeah, you can do the same turn, but you can hold a little bit longer. You can release. You can visually, you want it to be visually a little bit different each and every turn. Because that's where the bulk of the scoring. As part of the criteria, the power, speed, flow, major manoeuvres, variety of repertoire. And as a coach, you're always forever telling your athletes, you need to have those subtle little change-ups, as we see Darcy up and riding. As you said, this guy's been around so long from a very strong Bungan Board Riders Club. I'm sure that Luke Elder and all the crew up there are watching. But, yeah, experience too. And I think in these scenarios where it's a very tight heat for someone like Darcy, I feel like that experience, he can tap into that experience.
Yeah,
how fun are these waves?
I know, it looks so fun. I love that first slashing turn, and he gets back up there straight in the pocket. Makes a little bit of a fumble here, though. I feel like he tried to get a bit of release out on that roundhouse, but probably could have just finished the wave to get rid of that 317 to make Jacob and Justin's life a little bit harder. Yeah, that last score of Jacob, a 387. So I think the judge is wanting maybe a little bit more aggression in his turns and variety, like we were saying. But still, I feel like he's such a great surfer, and if he can drop 2 or 3 turns and push a little bit harder on the other 2 or 3, he'll be on his way to a really good score.
Yeah, definitely. The rotation was great, but it was just that lack of variety that I felt like watching it live that sort of pulled back that score a little bit. Darcy Crump's locked in a 4-3 and a 3-3-3 333. Mike Lane Brown slowly but surely building house out there with a 5.50 and a 5.1. So that's giving him that sort of a little bit of separation because he has the highest 2 scores in the heat. But right now, this is a very, very intense and tight heat. It's going to come down to the last 4 minutes, and I think priority is going to be such a key succeeding out in the lineup today. You're going to have to be very, very, smart with your priority because, again, I feel like there's plenty of waves on offer. It's just the ones that the ones you identify as the lefts that you want to take. But more than that, and you said it before about making sure you do not make an error.
Yeah, you've got to capitalise on the opportunities you have, especially in these 4-man heats too, because if you don't, someone else will. And just done.
Just getting a little bit funky.
Yeah, I loved it. Needing a 3.41. What are your thoughts, Dimmy?
I'd give that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I reckon it might come in at maybe a 4 or 5 or something. I don't know. Like, it wasn't clinical, but what it was functional.
Yeah. Yeah, he's it didn't feel forced too, He does need a 3.4, but he kind of just got up there and did it. Like, it didn't feel forced or anything like that, and maybe it looked a little easy for him. I wish I could do something like that, but there we go.
What's the score?
Yeah, 3.83. So now Darcy Crump left chasing a 3.67 with 3rd priority. So I'm sure Justin is probably going to make his presence felt known to Darcy. And Jacob Spicer needing a 4.2.
Yep, very tight heat. And this is heat number 2 of the round of 32 at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000 event for our Australasian region, Oceania. And we've spoken about it at length in the last hour. So where in the last couple of years, there's been so many events on the calendar. The 1000s have been sort of like a throwaway event. But today, with the bulk of 1,000 points on offer for the winner, I feel, and going and studying last night the bubble at the moment. There's so many guys around that bubble trying to get on the Challenger. I feel like a win here, when we look at it after Newcastle, is going to be absolutely key to getting someone into that back end of that top 10.
Yeah, Newcastle's definitely the game changer.
Was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think it was a used about Cooper.
Yes.
Yesterday. Wow. And then you had the other scenario where his good mate George Pitter sort of came from the clouds to get a massive result to get in.
And
I didn't even know about
Joel Vaughan had to win to get on the Challenger, and he won.
Wow.
Talk about pressure.
But Vaughan, seriously.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's a machine.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
All the Vaughans, actually.
Yeah.
The only one who sort of hasn't melted is his dad. Just on the beach, just, oh no. But yeah, no, I mean, Joel is exceptional. Like, he's, what about, him and his brother, they're free surfing clips.
I know.
Especially Huey.
I read a quote in a Stab article about Joel, and it was. I thought it summed him up really well. It was, he's a free surfer stuck in a competitive surfer's body. And I just was like, that.
Good analogy.
That is exactly it, because he loves competitive surfing so much, but he'd make such a good free surfer as well. So.
Guys have done that in their careers. I mean, the clear example of that was Craig Ando.
Yeah.
Like, when I was running a lot of comps, and Philippa was really young, Craig was the one really identified as the guy from Upper New East. We see Mikey just going absolutely ham on that way. But yeah, Craig was sort of the one that we thought was going to play up in comps. And he got to a stage, I think it was like 14 to 15, he went, you know what, he bothered. And he took a different path, and it was successful. As we see the French surfer just get in nice and loose, and here we go, this really nice, solid foundation from Darcy Crump. He's just got these turns on tap. And he needs to finish off strong, nice drift of the tail, and do you know what? If the French surfer didn't improve, then I reckon Darcy gets the score.
I wonder how much Justin improves, because I feel like that is still within range for Darcy. We're going to have a look at some replays, because there's a lot to dissect right now, Darcy. You can see.
Yeah. What happened?
Do you think this wave has to be the best wave of the heat? This first turn, so strong. Gets up there in a really hard section as well. So Mike looking really comfortable out there. Then Justin heaps of spring off his back foot. His board's looking really nice. I know he's riding the DHDs.
That's got it better.
That's got it better for sure, but I'd say this is Darcy's best wave.
The only problem with this wave is, again, the size of the wave and the variety of the turn. I mean, it was clinical, and Darcy really sort of put an exclamation mark at the end of that wave. But it'll be interesting to see what the judges, because now I've seen the replays, I feel like that first turn of the French surf, it displaced so much water.
It did, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a hard one because Mikey definitely wins. Justin definitely betters. I think Darcy betters too, but whether it's enough to get him back up into second.
So there it is, a 4.70 for the French surfer. So it's going to come down to, is that last wave of Darcy a 4.64? Let's think back to,
It's not. He got a 4.3.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you think back to the 4.7 then.
It's not.
Just based on that
yeah.
first turn from the French surfer, yeah, he didn't get the job. But there he is, Mikey Clayton Brown, looking nice and casual as he does. Just been way out of camera there, just loving life in the morning down at Ruby. But yeah, what a beautiful morning on finals day of the Port Stephens Pro. WSL QS event. Big shout out to all the crew from Surf New South Wales who has done a wonderful job putting this event on. All the staff down on the beach just doing a great job, and we're still waiting for the official result of the top French surf might got through.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we'll have to come back and check that out. But another heat done, won, and we're going to throw off to a break.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into the final day down here at Ruby Beach on the fantastic coastline, just up from Newcastle. What a beautiful region. It's a glorious day in the young, in the box beach for the final day, and it's been a blast so far, and we're looking forward to what should be an absolute doozy.
What pristine conditions we have here today. Harry Martin looking at this one nice and early in the heat on the back end. I'm guessing it's high tide this morning here, Dibby.
Yep. And the bank's really standing up, and that's such a positive, because I feel like the mid-tide, the banks down here are going to be absolutely on fire. We saw Geordie Lawler a little bit earlier just like camp himself down towards the southern side of the bank and get himself some big numbers. But yeah, this is a real fiery kind of heat with a bunch of youngsters who aren't huge names, but guys who are starting to make their way, as we see a nice combination of turns there.
Macklin Flynn from
Flynn.
WA. So
Where's
Harry
he from?
Flynn. He's from WA, Macklin Flynn.
Yeah.
Then we got Kalan Orchard from down your way.
Halen Orchard.
Halen.
Yeah, he's from down on the northern beaches, and he had a big win yesterday over his club mate, actually, Stacks of Reaver. So interesting to see what transpires there. Just thinking about conditions, are they going to suit and who they're going to suit? Harry Phillips definitely been a guy that over the course of time that I've seen him compete, very, very strong, very calculated in the way he goes about his business. This wave just offering 2 turns, And yeah, another really solid round of 32 heat. We saw that last day, Mikey Clayton Brown and the French surfer, I'm pretty sure, got through. Darcy Crump sort of threw everything at it in the last wave, but I don't know if he got the score, so we'll have to see what happens. But definitely love the flow of Macklin Flynn there on that first turn.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like Darcy needed a 4.54, so
He just fell short, so he'd be disappointed with that, but gave it a good crank. So we've got a post-seat interview down on the beach with Mikey Clayton Brown and Nova Castrin looked in stellar form. Mikey, good morning, mate. What's it like out there?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty weak though. Like the free surf, I was sitting up to the north more, and I saw Geordie get those 2 good waves, so I thought I'd just dart down the beach and hopefully snag a couple down there.
Talking about conditions compared to yesterday, so it's a little bit weaker, but really clean, and I reckon it might actually get fun as that tide drops.
Yeah, it's a lot cleaner, so it's a lot easier to surf. Like you can take your epoxy out and not have to worry about the little bump and wobble like we did have to yesterday. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's got better shape sort of on those lefts. It's running a lot more, and it's, if you can get a good one, you can definitely tag it a couple times.
Mate, how you feeling 2024? You're looking really strong. Have you had a really good sort of off-season, ready to roll for the QS? And what's the main aim for you in 2024?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, feeling strong. I kind of haven't made or surfed as well as I wanted to in comps at the moment, so kind of just trying to hold back less and just let my surfing do more talking and, yeah, just go for it instead of trying to hold back and get 4s and 5s.
Okay, so talk about equipment out there today. Pretty key out there today. You're going to use the epoxy all day or just sort of look at it each and every time you hit the water?
Yeah, I think epoxy all day. I'll definitely keep looking at it to see if I change up some fins and whatnot, but yeah, definitely sticking to the epoxy.
And talking about in between heats, if you actually get to the final, you've got to surf 4 times today. What is your strategy to just keep yourself nice and relaxed and sort of keep out of the sun? Because it's pretty hot down there.
Yeah, well, I live here, so I can just go home and chill at home for a bit and come back.
That's all the time. And what is it like actually having an event like near home, very much like you know, you get to sleep in your own bed. That sort of changes the mindset as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes it a lot nicer. I can wake up, make myself a coffee and cruise down to the beach. You know, I don't have to kind of rush and stay at the beach all day. I can just go home and back here. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Well, mate, you're into the quarters. We wish you all the best. You're looking good this morning, and fire up, get ready to go, mate, and give it a big crack today, Mikey. All the best.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, what a good surfer that is. He's so strong, but what I love is he's pretty much nonchalant. Like he's very, very like easy, you know, when it comes to like trying to just calculate exactly to go through it. Nothing's really ever forced with him. And even him saying, oh, I'd like to sort of get rid of a couple of 5s, he's probably thinking, I've got a 5.1 and a 5.0. Give me a 6 or a 7. He can absolutely light it up. I've seen him get 9s and 10s. He's that good.
I just love how that word's coming back, nonchalance. I've only ever heard that Raglan Surf Report say it. And have you ever watched Sterling Spencer's podcast as well?
Yep.
So good.
Here we go. Nice looking left. Look at the power, the speed, the flow, the control. Harry Phillips lighting this thing up. Love it. Heat number 3. We're only just getting started and we're getting excited.
Yeah, so coming up next, we've got a pretty good heat as well. Ches Boss in the red, who actually is a phenomenal soccer player. I was telling Jesse yesterday. So this is his first year on the QS. Ollie Risenbeek in the blue, Xavier Bryce in the white, and Jarvis Earl in the green.
Oh my God, that is an absolute spanker. That's such a good heat.
Well, not even in the quarters yet, and there's already all these stacked heats still showing up out of round 1.
Yeah, we saw Zabe yesterday look very, very strong indeed. Waiting for scores to lock in for the last of blue and the last of white. We saw Kalen Orchard just tagging away, unfortunately coming unstuck on his last turn. He had a big win yesterday, so he'd be feeling nice and confident, but that first wave at 3.83, nice little starter, but he's probably going to be a little bit disappointed that he didn't finish that wave off because the first 2 turns were strong. As we see a replay of the surfer in white. A little bit caught up, and I feel like that second turn was the money turn, but we probably lost a little bit of momentum when it came to scoring potential, purely based on that first manoeuvre. And you see Kaylin nice and compressed, nice under lip turn, comes around, but unfortunately can't ride out that last manoeuvre.
That was a better looking wave too.
Yeah, that was a
bigger?
little bit further down towards where Geordie was, and where Michael Leighton Brown said that's what he was sort of identifying as. We see Surfing Blue up and riding once more. Yeah, so some big heats. Of course, not only a points run off, but some good cash. Cash is always
Cash is king.
Actually, no, it isn't. Think about it. Someone said that the other day. Cash is king. Well, it's not.
Not anymore, but
Not anymore.
slowly coming back in.
Plastic is king, isn't it?
Yeah.
Someone said we're going to go cashless in the next 5 years. I'm like, that is horrific. I don't think that can ever happen.
Nah. When we were in the States, it's all paper, so like we were always coming to the beach and stuff. You're like, don't get it wet, don't get it wet, and then like always putting it in the glove box. Like,
I think different countries have different scenarios when it comes to their monetary kind of situations. But yeah, I'd never like to see that. Cash is always going to be the way to do it.
One of the funny stories I won't forget, we're about 5 minutes from the airport and we had like no fuel in the car. So we had all these little 1 cent coins lying around, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I went up to the server and I was like, I'm so sorry. And then just like put all the coins on the counter, and she was just like
hating you.
It was only like $4 or something like that, but just got us that little bit further to the airport to return the car back. And
I like it. So we are down to 10 minutes to go, just halfway through. Of course, these round of 32 and quarterfinals for the men's 20-minute heats, same with the quarterfinal of the women's. Then we're going to make that subtle adjustment. We'll go up to 25 minutes for the semis, and then 30 minutes for both men's and women's finals. That will give the surfers just a little bit more space and time to identify 2 really good waves. And by that stage, to be honest, you've got to look at the actual fatigue factor as well, because from the men's side, they're going to have to surf 4 times, the women 3 times, so they are going to start to fatigue, and that's definitely going to, affect the performances unless you do everything right during the day. I think a lot of the success today is going to come down to how these surfers give themselves the best opportunity where it comes to hydration, nutrition, and just being aware of how hot it is and keep yourself out of the sun. Here we go.
Sure. I can't believe what a glorious day it is down there, though. Here's Harry Martin up and riding. So, utilising second priority, quick first turn there. And a nice combination there. So this is a surfer from Palm Beach, Queensland.
Yeah, and he's got a little bonus section on the inside. Look at this thing. So he got a little easy ride on, but nice little bonus section as well. So nice start for Queenslander from Palmy.
Yep.
Yep. Little spot X.
I've actually done a couple lifeguarding shifts with him on the
there.
Tweed side.
On the Tweed side, there you go, lifeguards. It is actually a thing that a lot of these young guys, Saxon Reba, and is a lifeguard as well. So a lot of these guys sort of transfer into their work life what their actual play life is as well, or their professional life, you know what I mean? Being a pro surfer, staying on the beach.
Well, a lot of the ALS is like mostly surfers. Like you got Darcy Crum, Van Whiteman, Arch Whiteman.
Wow.
We were on the QS last year. Nixie Ryan, another one that was doing lifeguarding as well.
I haven't seen them in the draw. They have a year off.
I think Ben's actually doing the jet ski at this event.
Oh, really?
I read on the WhatsApp, but I'm not sure what Arch is doing, but I saw him right before I went to Hawaii. But maybe we'll see him at Central Coast.
Hopefully 2 really good young surfers from the northern beaches, from Avalon Beach. And, been around quite a while as well. And the dad is actually a lifeguard as well. So 7 minutes to go. It is a 5 and a 3, so very tight between first, second, third, and fourth. Surfing Red holding that 4.17, so he only needs a 2.5 to go from fourth to second into that transfer position. Kaylin Orchard with first priority. The surfer in blue has a 3.83 and a 1.83. Only needs a 2.85. He can do that in his sleep.
Yeah, there we
He
go.
definitely has the ability to, to put those scores into the excellent range. So this is a really good heat. But there's going to be that, I think, that next couple of minutes with priority, and what the athletes do with priority is going to be key to success in the heat.
I cannot believe the conditions today. Like, it's so smooth. This
Yeah.
little left running through here, but
Mike Clayton Brown did talk about that, but he did say it's
slow. Yeah,
it's weaker than it was yesterday, so that there's less energy in the ocean, but definitely when it comes to, just beautiful sort of canvas to attack, like, you can't get better than this. Look how smooth it is out there. It's just absolutely picturesque.
well, the conditions will always change throughout the day. Like we saw yesterday, there was a couple of times where competitors were sitting further to the inside towards the end of the day, and then through the middle of the day, they were sitting at the back, and there were a couple punchier ones coming through. So, yeah, hopefully the conditions will just keep getting better throughout the day, especially for the finals as well.
I definitely feel like yesterday at the Arvo, the women had some really punchy, good waves, So I didn't feel like we, normally in summer you get that sort of onshore in the Arvo where it sort of gets a little bit funky and you lose momentum. And the morning traditionally is really, really clean and like no wind. But I felt like yesterday the wind just did not play a part at all.
Here we go, the replay of Harry Martin here. It's a nice first snap there, and just manages to stick with it and making his way. Just fizzles out there, doesn't it, Dimmy?
Yeah, I reckon the left's the other way to go. I feel like there's less energy on the rights. We did see a number of rights yesterday, but I felt like they were a little bit further down towards the southern side, the Sydney side of this pretty big playing field. I feel like the lefts, and a couple of post interviews actually indicated it, and here we go. Looks like the surfer in blue, very low centre of gravity, gets nice and sharply into the pocket, keeping himself nice and tight, and this is a better looking wave. As I said, this kid's got plenty of game.
Great angle.
Yeah,
Great filming angle.
He can put it together, and it's just about the consistency of those turns and what the judges really want to get out of those turns. So he only needs a 4.12. What are you thinking? You think it's going to be right on the money? I think it's going to be on the money.
Yeah, I'm calling like 5.5, 5.55. I'm not a judge, but
I'll go 4.5. But yeah, I feel like there was a lot of strength in those turns and the control and just the angle he was placing that board, and he was really tight to the power source. So we'll see what the judges think. There's just under 4 minutes to go. Harry Phillips out in the lead with a 5 and a 3. So not a lot separating first, second, third, and fourth. And here we go. It looks like Harry up again, releasing the tail, and there it is at
4.7.
By a bit. Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be in that range, and that's put Kaylin into the lead. I think would have gone 5.5 if the wave was a little bit bigger, but I felt like the power and the flow of those turns definitely offered up a lot of opportunity, and Kaylin just did not make any errors there at all. So that was a nice ride for the surfer in blue. So blue goes to first, Harry Phillips down to second. The surfer in red, last wave was 3.77, so wasn't enough to get himself into second, but at this stage, it is going to be a very tight battle because there's literally only a 1.5 or 2 points separating first to fourth.
And 3 minutes remaining.
I love that.
So it's really on, you got to be on the best wave out there. So I think Kaylin's doing the right thing, but, he's in third priority now, so he's gone down the beach a bit further. So there's even some on the southern bank down there too.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably been watching the last couple of heats where he's identified exactly who has been getting scores further down the peak, and it suits his style. He's got this really low centre of gravity where he sort of chip shots into turns, and I feel like the bulk of that scoring was just placement of his turns, nice and smooth through transition, and he's probably now, with only 2 minutes to go, thinking to himself, if I sit wide, I might jag one of those kind of waves that Geordie had.
Yeah.
And I could get myself into a very, very strong position. Because even though he's in first right now, 8.53 two-wave combination, he's definitely not safe at this stage. He knows he's probably going to get one more opportunity, and he knows he's going to have to make every post a winner. But a very, very calculated, strong performance from the surfer in blue. All these guys are still in the mix. 1.5 minutes to go, and priority is key at this stage. So Harry Phillips has priority in the white, and the surfer really needed a number, and only needed a small number of 3.84 is red. So it's going to be interesting. The mad minute.
Here we go. Harry Phillips up and riding. Gets a lot of speed on this one for a finish. And we see Harry Martin up there as well. Just look, that one's. It'd be good to see the replay of that one.
Wow, that was nice.
But I was just looking at everyone's pretty much got a 4 or 5, and everyone's backup's pretty much a 3. So there's pretty much like nothing in it.
That's
pretty much someone just needs to get one, even just one turn, or one turn would do it pretty much.
Now that air, that was sort of didn't project over the top of the lip, and it came out into the flat. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges sort of pull that one apart. And is that going to be a 3.93? I don't know. It's hard to sort of identify exactly what they're looking for. But I know that, if you've got some really solid pop off the lip, you're definitely going to generate a lot of more points, as we see the surfer in green up and riding. That is Harry Martin. So see what the judges think. There was 2 A's in there.
20 seconds.
20 seconds to go. I used to say the mad next minute, but it's not anymore. But so at this stage, we'll see what the judges think of that final exchange. It's going to be critical to see who gets through. And at this stage, it looks like the heat is run and won, but we're waiting on scores to be locked into the system. And then we'll give you an update. But unofficially, don't know if those waves were enough, those last 2. Will they make any kind of difference? We're going to throw up to a break. Harry Martin's definitely got a couple of scores to go in. We'll be back very shortly on the finals day again here at Delivery Beach. Sports Series Pro. First 1,000. Excited.
Welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. That is a beautiful pullback shot of Ruby Beach. Oh my goodness, it just looks so fun out there today. I'm Jesse Starling, joined in the booth by Lil B Young, and yeah, waves just look so contestable out there.
Yeah, we're in beautiful Port Stephens, so make sure give them a follow on Instagram at Port Stephens. And make sure you head down there for the weekend, because we'll have the Pro Juniors running on the weekend too. But this is a pretty solid heat out in the water at the moment. We've got WSL in the green. We've got Xavier Bryce out there. And we got Ollie Risenbeek and Ches Boss out there as well.
Ooh,
so
stacked heat.
they're not even in the quarters yet.
No.
We've had pretty stacked heats in round 1, and still early stages of the heat. It was looking pretty slow last heat. It was pretty much everyone had a good score, like a 4 or 5, and pretty much everyone only needed a 3.
Wow.
So it was a matter of if anyone just got one turn.
Who got through that last one?
So Harry's score wasn't enough. It was 3.3. So it was Kaylin and Harry that got through that last one, Harry Phillips. And, Macklin Flynn and Harry Martin in 4th.
Yeah, super close heat between those 4. That was always going to be a pretty stacked heat, I thought. But, yeah, here we go. Another heat. Xavier Bryce having a look at that one. Opting out. So, Ollie Risenbeck, actually just from down the road from Newcastle. He, I'm sure, came up here and got a bit of practice out here before the event started, and he was looking really strong yesterday, I thought, and yeah, really on point in his competitive approach as well.
What's it called again? Novocastrian.
Novocastrian.
Oh, Novocastrian.
Close. Yeah, it's I remember when I heard it the first time, I was like, "What?" And Dad was like,
It
"Yeah."
just, every time I hear it, it just sounds like equestrian, like
Yeah,
something
I
to
know.
horses.
All right, maybe a wave
This is a solid
coming through.
wave here.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl looking like he might be in position. Whether or not Red is it from his inside, he won't. So here we go. Ches Boz down the line, trying to tuck in for something. Runs off too fast. Jarvis is going to finish off his opening ride. I assume he would have got some damage done out the back. But yeah, just milking it to the inside for 2023.
See, I was watching these ones in the last heat, and it looked like a good set was coming through, but it would just fizzle out on that bank there.
Yeah, they're definitely on the southern bank, so maybe
So we could see what the replay looks like if that wave actually stood up, or if if it's still Lily's gutter, maybe on the tide.
Yeah.
So, but
maybe the bank might be starting to shift back up to that northern side. The tide is dropping out, so potentially that left that we saw pretty much the entire competition on yesterday might start to come into play for these competitors, but right now they're all still sitting on that southern bank. Here we go. Here's the replay of Jarvis. Oh, nice first turn there for Jarvis, and I love he just kind of made the most of this inside bowl. So if it's a slow heat, like you said with that last one, this is a keeper score for Jarvis.
he's just got so much progression in his surfing. Like,
Yeah, he's incredibly well-rounded. This is Ollie Reisenbeck on his first one, so really strong surfing from Ollie. This is the best and strongest I've seen him look. I know he's currently doing the 75 hard, so he looks mentally attuned, physically attuned, and his competitive approach just looks like he's got so much confidence. 2023 World Junior Champ Jarvis Earl down the line, nice first turn. Gets a bit fat through here and then can't pull the finish, so he needs to try and find a backup, but a 4.17 for his opening wave.
there we go. Like, look, not a bad score to start off with. Like, still early stages of the heat, 16.5 to go. I'm just going to read out who's coming up next, because I'm sure it's another cracking heat, and it is Dylan Moffat, Ty Richardson, Dane Henry, and Kobe Clements.
Oh, wow, that's such a solid heat.
I'm hoping it's an air heat. Everyone just tries airs in the heat.
Yeah, it'll be so amazing. I feel like all those guys have such a massive repertoire. I actually got this wrong. This is Xavier Bryce on this wave. So Xav is looking really strong, really sharp. So that was two pretty good waves back to back for our surfer in white. 3.73 for that first one, and he's going to back it up nicely again. So now Ollie Reisenbeck is still waiting to get his first wave. Ches Boz will probably lock in a small score for his first one.
How great is the day out here today?
No, it's beautiful. We've got great surfing from both Jarvis and Ollie right now. This is a good looking wave, and finishes it off with just
Speed, power, flow.
Yeah, perfect Jarvis way that we thought he'd finish that wave off.
And 3 times 2, speed, power, flow.
Yeah, perfect.
So we'll wait for that score to come through, but here is the replay, and in hands, love his drive off the bottom is just so, it's just effortless.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable in his own skin. And I feel like the more we see him compete, the better he gets. He's definitely a momentum surfer. I feel like as soon as he starts to feel consistent, we just see him go from strength to strength, and he's looking pretty consistent this morning. So maybe kind of danger signs for other competitors right now if Jarvis is looking this on point this early on in this heat. We'll wait and see what that last one of blue came in at as well, but looked like it was a pretty good wave at the start.
Yeah, so Jimmy and I, maybe you were talking about yesterday, we weren't sure if Jarvis had a wild card into the Challenger next year. So he's actually surfing to get back onto the Challenger Series. So Alistair and maybe Mikey and stuff as well have already got that solidification that they do get to because they got within a certain amount of numbers?
So, George requalified for the Challenger Series. Jarvis didn't, but he got a wild card onto the Challenger Series last year because he won the World Junior title.
Awesome.
So Joel, Alistair has to requalify. Dill Moffat has to requalify. Geordie Lawler does.
Joel Vaughan?
Yeah, Joel. Yeah.
Yep.
Mikey Madonna has to requalify. The only person who was in the top 10 was George Peter. I can tell you exactly.
There we go. Last year, Jarvis is 7.67. So that's what the judges are looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Speed, power, flow. 3 turns.
So
Here he goes
George,
again.
Reef, Morgan, and Jackson were in the 10 outside the top 10. So they had already solidified their spot on this year's Challenger Series. Hence why we see the likes of Jarvis, Joel, Alistair, all those other big names competing through all of these regional events to try and get themselves back on that stage.
Personally, I think Reef is the most underestimated, QS surfer for sure. His back end and air game is just incredible.
Yeah, he's a great
And he's
surfer.
always smiling.
Yeah.
Always smiling. He's just such a good human being. There he goes. Jarvis Earl on the replay. And here we go. Priority situation. Ches Boss using priority on that one. So, personally, I probably wouldn't have gone that one.
Yeah, I
Just
feel like throughout the morning we've seen those ones. Some of them hold up, some of them not. So just 2 priority areas there from Ches. But Jarvis Earl, 7.67 and a 5.33 on those last 2. So really impressive competitive surfing there from Jarvis. And Ollie opened up with a 5.5, so it was a good-looking right-hander that he was paddling into, and he definitely capitalised. So now only needing a 2.2, and yeah, I just think this is the best I've ever seen Ollie in competition. And we're going to cut down to an interview with last heat's heat winner, Kaylin. Congratulations. How was it out there?
Oh, it's pretty small and grindy, and then I fell on a good one. And then at the end I thought I was going to get knocked because 2 people caught wave right at the end, but they didn't get the score, so I got through.
Yeah, it seems like
pretty
a really
happy.
slow. Yeah, it seemed like a really slow heat, and the scores were really close between all 4 of you. Did you feel the nerves kind of building up throughout that heat, or were you feeling pretty confident that you were just going to make it through?
Oh, no, it was pretty scary, but I was sitting down the other bank, and before our heat, I was watching other people get good ones down there, like 7s and stuff, and then as soon as we got down there, me and Macklin were sitting there, and there was no waves, and I was like, oh, should I paddle down to where Harry was? But then stuck it out and ended up getting a few. Lucky to make it through.
And we haven't seen you compete in too many QSs, but we've seen your name pop up pretty frequently this year. Is the QS something you're focusing on, or is this kind of you're just throwing your name in the ring and still focusing on the juniors right now?
Oh, well, I'm going to do lots of the juniors and the QSs, but yeah, I haven't really had a result in a QS yet, so hopefully this can be the one I can do all right in. I've had 2 heat wins, so hopefully keep it going.
Yeah, amazing. Well, you're into the quarterfinals, so that's a pretty good result so far. So good luck for the rest of the competition, and yeah, hopefully you can make it all the way.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, Kaylin from the Northern Beaches. He's such a lovely guy. I've got to know him a little bit recently. He actually dates one of my best friend's little sisters, so keeping an eye on him.
Close to watch. There you go. So Jarvis actually replaced his 4.7 in that last exchange. So a 5.33 and a 7.67. So a pretty solid heat score of 13.0 total. Ollie Bryson-Beek sneaked up into second, looking for a 7.51 to take first position. Xavier Bryce looking for a 4.77, and Chesaire Boss looking for a 5.73. So just under 10 minutes remaining, so plenty of time to go. And yeah, no, I'm so excited to see what the girls' quarter heats are like today.
Yeah, I reckon we'll see plenty of good surfing from both the men and the women out there. But I feel like this is an all junior heat, so maybe a bit of an idea of what's to come this weekend. If you're in the Port Stephens region, definitely get down there and watch the Pro Junior happening over Saturday and Sunday. Some of Australia's best junior surfers will be competing for a Pro Junior title to try and qualify for the WSL World Juniors. That'll be held the start of next year. But Yeah, I just feel like the talent pool for Australian junior surfing is just incredible right now.
You're kidding. Do you want to hear who's in the first heat for the girls?
Go for it.
Nixie Ryan, Charlie Haitley, Isabella Campbell, and Willow Hardy.
Yes, stacked heat. Really
Stacked heat.
stacked
Another
heat.
good one is Zali Kelly, Jasmine Sampson, Philippa Anderson, Sierra Kerr.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And this one's awesome as well. The quarterfinal heat, Lucy Brown, Taylor Green, Oceana Rogers, Sage Goldsbury.
Yeah, that's incredible. Lucy and Taylor have kind of been dark horses, I felt like, in the last few QSs, but they're making their names a lot more present in those deeper rounds of the QSs now. But then you've got surfers like Sage, who has taken a year off and then come back with vengeance. So that's going to be a really exciting heat to watch.
Absolutely. And even Lucy Brown, like as you said, like the dark horse. You know, first year like fully on the QS after finishing year 12 last year, and pretty sure she scored a 7 yesterday.
Yeah, her
Just got a
backhand-
link up and just rode it all the way to the inside. Here's Jarvis again. Nice first turn there. He's just finding these inside link ups. Wow.
Oh, you
Just
I don't
absolutely
know.
effortless. I can't get my brain around how like you would be able to do that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I want Jarvis's air game.
I don't know how he pulls them off so effortlessly, but he does, and yeah, it just shows why he is a world junior champion. But yeah, I bet he pulled off that wave smiling. He's just the happiest guy. Him and Reef actually really similar humans.
Yeah.
Similar surfers as
They can
well.
almost be brothers.
Yeah, they've got similar competitive approach, similar surfing, and I just feel like they're both great people as well. So yeah, I love watching Jarvis and Reef surf, but yeah, I love how he just got really progressive with it. His feet landed quite far up the board and close together, but somehow managed to pull it off. And then here we go, Xavier Bryce getting it done as well. So
whose hair do you reckon was better?
I think I like Xavier's.
Xavier's was more like stylish, and I think Jarvis's was more like tail high, like polished.
Yeah,
But there
that's
was
a really hard one. I don't think there was too much difference between them. A 6'2" for Jarvis. We'll wait and see what Xavier's comes in at, but
it'd be good if we could split them and like slow them down. Like I know at the HPC, like if you ever did a coaching session like back in the day, they'd slow it down next to each other, like compare you to you know, like Sally Fitz or something, and you're trying to like do the same turn as her, and then they're critiquing where you went wrong. But
I think
maybe
Xavier's got
was higher.
Yeah, Xavier's got higher. Jarvis definitely projected out more, and it was more critical, the landing.
Yeah.
His first turn was probably added more points than what those last two turns did for Xavier's, but yeah, it is 5.63.
5.63, okay.
The judge is saying it's in the same ballpark, but just giving Jarvis the edge, which I personally think was probably because Jarvis got a critical first turn in before the air, and maybe the landing, how he landed, was a bit more difficult, but still, nonetheless, two really impressive waves from both green and white.
There we go. So that's made the situation a little bit harder for Ollie and Ches. So Ollie looking for a 4.11 and Ches looking for a 6.60. So if Ches can get a runner like what everyone's kind of sitting on the southern bank, I think that's could be pretty doable. You know, he just needs 2 good scores. So there we go. Needing a 6.17 now. Here's Xavier Bryce currently in second position. Nice first turn there. In the second. Got a lot of spice and flair in his turns, hey?
Yeah, he's just moved over to LSD. So looking really strong on
And
those
Ruka
boards.
as well.
Yeah, he's
Only
made
noticed that yesterday.
a full change. So he was on the Merricks, on CIs and Billabong, and he's moved across to LSD and Ruka. So he's had a full sponsorship change, but it seems to be suiting him really well. This first turn is beautiful, cracks it so nice in the pocket, gets aggressive with the second, and yeah, realizes the damage is done by the time he gets to that third. So really nice approach. Here we
Dang.
go, Ollie.
Oh no.
Just couldn't bring it back around there, but doesn't need a big score. So I'd love to see if he got something done out the back, because he seems like he's quite far down. 4 minutes 20 to go. He's still got time.
Yeah, there we go. So we'll get the replay of that one. So Ollie's just cracking it off the top there, and then this is surfing blue. Yeah, just Unfortunately, he comes unstuck on that one. It almost didn't give him enough water to come back down with the wave. But the first turn was pretty good, though. I think it'll improve his situation a little bit, but I don't think we'll put him into second. So just under 4 minutes remaining. Yeah, most of the surfers are down on that southern bank. I almost thought I saw a little ripple, but on the bit further south, but just kind of mind surfing at the moment. There's too many blue bottles at Snapper yesterday, so I didn't get to go surf.
Oh no! I'm looking at the future heats. Obviously, we talked about that next one being an absolute incredible matchup, and then we've got Heat 6, Macca Hazard, Bodie Williams, Cooper Davies, and Jimmy Hill. I, though, am quite interested by Heat 8, Shane Cadden, Coda Killon, Winter Vincent, and Kais King. Stacked heat, that finishing one of this round of 32. And by the end of this heat, we'll have our first 2 men's quarterfinals locked and ready. So heaps of incredible heats coming up, and yeah, there's that next heat starting to paddle out. You can see Dylan and Dane.
What I would love to see one day, just a 2-man heat, Dane and Kobe, just air for air. Like, because they've both done that flip air now, and it would be good to see, just like we watched Jarvis and Xavier. It'd be good to see, like, whose is better.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you saw. Did you see that air clip of Dane the other day?
Like corrupt flip that he did.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was insane. I loved his point to the camera at the end. I just thought that was so amazing. And he got a really big straight air as well. There was kind of 2 airs.
There was one I saw him do in Hawaii, and it was like they had those Kina winds, so it's like a kind of like onshore wind, and just like boost so high, and you hear the cameraman just go like, "What just happened?" Like he just rode out of that like it was nothing, like just another like effortless surfer.
Yeah,
it makes everything just incredibly easy.
I definitely think that season he's just spent in Hawaii has leveled up his surfing game a lot, because he was already a really great surfer, but I think being around those top guys and being in heavier waves, I feel like he's kind of come back a better version of himself.
100%. And, I saw a comment, maybe it was, and someone said he's like a young Nick Fanning.
Yeah, totally.
And I can almost kind of see it, like even, especially in his like surfing potential as well.
It's looking like Blue Ollie needs a 484. He's paddling right up to that northern bank that we saw competition on yesterday, so left of our screen. And he's trying to break away from the pack. Really smart, competitive approach, I'd say, giving himself some more space so if a set comes through, he doesn't have anyone else to battle with. But wow, Xavier Bryce, I think he might have just made Ollie's life a little bit harder with 50 seconds on the clock.
So there we go, like a smart, like I probably would have done it at the 5-minute mark just to separate yourself. But here we go, WSL up and riding right now. Oh, we're just easy launching again. But here's Ollie here, so 30 seconds to go. Only needs a 484.
I feel like that might get a little bit bigger off the back of Xavier's last wave. I think
there we go, 6.7 now.
So now, Ollie's life with 16 seconds on the clock is getting a little bit tricky. If a wave comes, no doubt in my mind that he can definitely get that score. He's kicking, he's seen something, there's 6 seconds on the clock.
Then you get the pressure.
It's not looking like today is going to be Ollie's day, unfortunately. So it is WSL, our 2023 World Junior Champ, and Xavier Bryce looking really strong on his backhand, getting through this heat, and Ollie and Ches
wave didn't come through.
Yeah, just missing out. So we are going to take a short break. Look at this wave. Right after the hooter. And super amazing surfing from Ollie.
Heartbreaking.
You actually could have pulled the score. We are going to go to a short break. We'll be right back for the next heat. It's an absolute cracker, so make sure you tune back in to see what's going on in this one.
back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
And welcome back. I'm Lillian B. Young here with Jessie Starling. We are in beautiful Port Stephens for the weekend. One of the most beautiful natural beauties in Australia. And there's plenty to keep the whole family entertained. To see what you can get up to, visit portstephens.org.au to have a great weekend at Port Stephens. So last heat we saw WSL and Xavier Bryce get through. We saw Ollie just getting that insane one after the heat.
I know, just shortly after, but this, I think we both called it one of the more exciting heats of this round. Maybe not exciting is not the right word. One of the more stacked heats of this round. Dylan Moffat.
How was that last turn?
Dane Henry, he's just been a social media lord recently, just dropping incredible clips. Dylan, uncharacteristic, just falls on that last turn there, but
That was unexpected, yeah.
That blackboard has been looking really good under his feet the last few heats and events that we've seen him compete at. Kobe Clements and Ty Richardson, so this is a really hard heat.
There you go, replay of Dylan Moffat. Just floated that section there, and yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Dylan fall off a turn before.
I feel like his board almost got stuck at the top of the wave and Dylan came down but the board didn't. But he was looking, that was a hard wave to surf and he was looking pretty sharp on it even though he fell. Here we go, Ty Richo up and riding, get some open face here. Whoa! What a drift down the face, that was really cool.
Yeah, it's like he went up for the turn, but then he was already coming down, but then his fins just decided to release as well. So
yeah, Ty was looking really strong yesterday, and I feel like he had a big score, but then couldn't find a backup ride until that last 90 seconds of the heat, and then he just got an amazing right-hander and kind of just didn't hold back. It's not like he safety surfed it to get the score. He just said, no, I'm getting it, and went from third to first. So awesome. Yeah, looking really composed in this competitive nature this season.
So first to Dane Henry, a 3.17. First to Dylan Moffat, a 2.8. First to Ty Richardson, a 1.07. And just a throwaway for Kobe Clements, a 1.0. So still anyone's game at the moment. Speaking of funny haircuts yesterday with Coda Cologne, I feel like Kobe Clements has had his fair share of leopard print.
Yeah, so every year Kobe goes to Hawaii, the Vulcan guy, shave his head and paint a pattern on it. I actually painted a pattern on his head once. And I don't think I did a very good job, but I'd love to give it another go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure maybe his mum did this pattern. So hey, Steve, Sophie and Tees, if you're watching, which I'm sure they are. But yeah, Kobe's always got a different pattern on his head, and I know when he was up here, everyone was calling him Cole and Dennis. So
Cole and Dennis.
So Cole Hausman, he's always got different, and then Dennis Rodman. I don't know if you're familiar with the winning Chicago Bulls team. Dennis Rodman had heaps of different haircuts, hair patterns, kind of like what Kobe and Coda have been doing.
It's a bit of a statement, especially with those. I think you should probably go leopard print again. I'm not sure if you saw Ragnar Surf Report posting about the cheetah print board shorts that Jack Robinson wore in the final.
Kobe's got those board shorts too, actually, but no, I didn't see that. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was just pretty much saying the best board shorts in the world. So I just love watching their podcast. It's so funny.
I really like the leopard print board shorts. It's not very often you see guys in leopard print.
Nah, well, same as pink boards and stuff too. I remember when even Julian Wilson coming out with the pink board shorts, phase as well for breast cancer.
Yeah, and last year we saw Jacko Baker with the pink boards at Bells. Dill Moffat linking together a few tidy backhand turns. out the back now, Kobe Clements. This is a good-looking bowl in front of him. Strong first turn. Gets up there for a second. Oh, no, but can't come back down. Similar thing to Dylan. The board didn't come down, but Kobe did. So, yeah, these guys pushing so hard. But maybe just trying to work out a few little hiccups this morning. But a 3-point ride for that last to Kobe. Dylan, I'd say, will lock in his best score. Yep, 2.93. So nothing substantial just yet. And we're almost at the halfway mark.
There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw that photo of Jackson Baker, Alistair, Mikey McDonough, and they all just rocked up to J-Bay and they're all wearing the exact same purple Rip Curl hoodie.
Yeah, that hoodie between the Rip Curl athletes was viral, basically.
Like, everyone was wearing it that day. That was just like major coincidence.
And the Rip Curl girls had that jumper as well, even though it was a men's jumper. I've seen a lot of the American Rip Curl guys, like Crosby, wear that jumper as well. It was kind of like on trend amongst the Rip Curl athletes, but yeah, I did see that, and I just thought it was hilarious that they all rocked up. It's a cool jumper. I'd wear it. I love the
100%. There we go. So Kobe Clements, having a look at this one. Yes, so I'm not even sure if it's just the waves might be getting a bit weaker, that when they're putting the board up, there's just not enough water to come back down with it, or their fins are getting caught on the other side.
I think maybe on that tide this morning, especially when we saw Geordie Lawler out there, the waves looked super punchy, so you could put the board up there and work to pull it down, but the wave would help you push it back down. When now, because maybe, like you said, there might not be as much power in that wave, they're not driving out of their turns as hard, because they're probably used to the wave pushing them back down from this morning. So little things that these guys, I'm sure, will tweak as the heat goes on to make sure that they are landing those turns. But this is the nature of the sport. You've always got to be on your toes. You've always got to be adapting to the conditions and making sure that basically you're just getting the job done. But at least, I mean, for these guys, no one has really figured that out yet. So no one's run away. I think the first person who can figure that out will get a really good, substantial score, almost at the halfway mark of this heat.
So we got another good heat.
But we'll come back to that because we're going to cross down to Jarvis Earl, who took out that last heat. Jarvis, 2 wins, 2 heats. You got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to get through that one. I was pretty unsure watching the conditions before because I was kind of 2 peaks to sit, and I'm glad I stuck with the further south one because I got a couple fun ones.
Yeah, it looked like you broke away from your competitors a little bit and maybe you had a bit more space to yourself. Was this a part of your game plan? Did you watch Geordie Lawler do that this morning and think, hey, I might create some space for myself too?
Yeah, I tried to sneak off down the end a bit under priority, and that's where I got a couple of my better scores. So yeah, I watched Geordie's heat and he was kind of surfing alone down the beach, and I still had the other competitors there, but I tried to sneak a bit wider.
And that board, it got you a win yesterday in your heat. It's looking really magic. Are you hoping just to stay on that one all the way through competition?
Yeah, I think the conditions are pretty similar today, so hopefully I can surf a few more heats on it and get a good result down here.
It's going to be pretty hot down there today. You're going to get out of the sun before your next heat?
Yeah, I think I've got a couple hours, so try to find some shade and chill for a bit before I'm in the sun all day. I think it's meant to be 35 degrees.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a warm one, but we're excited to see you back in another heat. So good luck for your quarterfinal and enjoy some downtime.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there you go, the Smiling Assassin. Coming up next, we got Macca Hazard in the red, Odie Williams in the blue, Cooper Davies in the white, and Jim Hill in the green. And then after that, another great heat, Harlan Harrison, Zeb Stokes, Manning Gregory, and Brock Cooper.
Just keeps getting more and more exciting.
Better and better. The next thing you're just wow. Wouldn't want to be in that heat,
There's no such thing as a easy heat in this round. These guys are just going to town. I thought yesterday Cooper Davies was definitely a stand-up for me, but I also thought that Jimmy Hill was too. He's a really impressive young surfer. He honestly looks 25, but he's 18. He's so built for his age, which means he's able to, I guess, push so much harder on, especially in these smaller conditions. His turns were so much bigger.
Yeah, I'm never gonna forget the time like when I was like surfing for Buell and went down to Urban Surf and like we're having dinner at the RSL club and he's Dylan off here, nice quick turn and another so a smaller looking wave here and that good little like backup wave to better his 293 or so 417 that last one was 8 minutes 45 to go. But yeah, we went to the RSL club and he's just going to the bar to get a glass of water and they're like, oh, what drink you having, mate? And he goes, oh, I'm 13. And it was like literally looking like like 17 18 at the time.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, he's every now and then you get one of those younger guys who just look so much older than they are, which I think is really cool while you're still a junior because you can look so much stronger than some of your competitors. We go Dane Henry, nice first turn there, puts it up there for a second, wants to get damage. That third turn looked better. Almost had a mishap there, but put it back around. So Dane looking for a 3.51. I would say that it's a 3.51. Dylan now on the set behind it. Yeah, again, another slow heat, I feel like, for these guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close between first and fourth. I think Kobe's going to have to definitely get a wriggle on, and even Ty's been pretty quiet in this heat as well.
Ty's been super quiet. He's been holding first priority for a really long time now. Only has a 1 in his lineup, but I feel like he knows what kind of wave that he's looking for. He needs a 5.6. I feel like that's going to get a little bit higher when those last two scores of Dane and Dylan come in. But just have to see. Dane looking for a 3.51. I definitely think that's the score. Kobe, though, making a move down the beach to try and get on this left-hander here. Wants to get a substantial score on the board, so streaking down, gets up there for a first turn. And again for a second, so 2 vertical snaps there for Kobe.
And Ty out the back as well, utilising priority. This looks like a good one. Floats that first section, and again, so again 2 similar waves there from Kobe and Ty. So it's just going to be on. In fact, to be honest, I think Kobe's more critical.
I do too. I think
Ty's was a bigger wave and a bit faster, I think. I definitely think Kobe's turns were better.
I think both of their waves were bigger than Dane and Dylan's as well, so that might factor into giving them a few more points on their scores. Here we go. This is the replay of Dylan's last one. So 2-3, really nice backhand snaps there for Dill. I feel like he's just trying to build momentum, and then Dane got himself on one like this. Still, again, not one of those bigger set waves we saw, but he got some damage done. I love that third turn there. He actually got a fourth turn in too. So Dane, that wave actually took him to the lead as a 4.5. Another replay of Dylan. So just looking really springy off his back foot. He's just great technique. Here we go. Kobe Clements then streaks down the line here, vertical for that first turn, and again for that second. So bigger wave to Dane and Dylan's, but then this was the biggest wave of the exchange. Floats that first section. Yeah, so I agree with you. I think Kobe's was more critical, but Ty's was a bigger wave. So yeah, we'll see 5.23 for Kobe Clements and a 4.4 for Ty. So
there we go. So Kobe in the lead, Dylan in second. There's a paddle here, white and blue taking off. Ty on the backhand, white taking that one to the air. Dane Henry does as Dane Henry will. We'll wait and see that replay of Ty Richardson. 5 minutes remaining currently.
Yeah, that was exciting stuff there from Dane. I felt like he almost looked like he just had a point to prove on that wave. He was like, you know what? Haven't got over a 4.5. You want over a 4.5? I'll give you over a 4.5. Like, that was a really nice, tidy, put together wave there from Dane. So it's so close between all 4 competitors right now. So here's the replay of Dane's. Yeah, I love it.
Quick, just tidy. So here we go, Ty Richardson's wave as well. Nice first snap there. He just comes unstuck. So there you go, next heat, paddling out.
Bodie Williams there.
Bodie Williams. formerly from Victoria, now Lennox Head.
Yes. Really strong goopy footer. Here we go, Kobe and Dane's with the peak on this one. Kobe, nice first turn, but can't get around it for a second. So those lefts looking really quick on that southern
It's
peak.
looking pretty of a solid,
Yeah.
dumpy section on that inside there.
I still think that it's the steepest wave on offer out there right now, but it is getting pretty quick. But if they can find one of those shoulders that hits the bank perfectly, they'll be laughing. Dane Henry goes again. So, this guy just has those airs on an absolute
That was
lock.
tail high, that one. Like, incredible. He's only like 16.
I think he could be 18 this year. Time flies when you're having fun.
He might have his P's actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got his P's last year, so he'd be 18 this year.
way.
Yeah.
Wow. I just can't believe it. I think someone's way younger and they're like, oh no, they're actually like already out of school now. You're like, what?
Like, no, they're 14. And they're like, no, they just turned 19. You go, oh.
It's like when I tell people at home, like they're like all, because obviously I went to the Gold Coast for 2 years to go to school and I come back and I'm like, yeah, I can't believe I'm saying 20 this year. They're like, what? I haven't seen you since you were like 15, you know? Like, I was like, yeah, I know, it's so weird. So like, adulting sucks.
Adulting. Wow, Dane Henry, 2 massive scores, 7.67 and a 6.5. So basically in 2 minutes turned around a 14.17 combination. So really beautiful surfing there from Dane. Kobe Clements is holding on to second, a 5.23 and a 3.67, and 8.94 will see him into first. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. The guy that Kobe needs to watch out for, Dylan Moffat, needs a 4.74, has first priority and has experience on his side. So, yeah, nervous times right now for Green, Kobe Clements, and then Ty Richardson, second priority, needs a 4.51. So, Kobe in second, but with fourth priority, maybe a little bit helpless right now because the next 2 sets that come through, Dylan and Ty have right of way.
Under 2 minutes to go. And we've got Jimmy paddling out in top speed. Ty Richardson, another great aerialist as well. Aerialist, yeah. That's every time, you know, when you say stuff and you're like, wait, is that actually a word? And then,
or if you say something too many times over and it doesn't sound like a word anymore.
Yeah.
Here we go, Dylan Moffat using first priority, needs a 4.74. Nice first turn. Better looking second one there. Gets it up for a third, needs to finish strong to really get extra points on the board, gets it up vertical. It's close. A smaller
Super
wave,
close.
beautiful surfing.
So that's what I mean. Everyone's had a chance of lead and it just keeps shuffling.
I love
That
this
was a great
second turn
first
here.
turn.
Yeah. Gets a third and then, knew he had to finish and finish strong. Gets a vertical snap. I think it's the score, personally. I've been wrong, but I've also been right. So we'll wait and see where that one comes out. 45 seconds to go. If I was Kobe, I'd probably try and drop that 3.67 in this next 40 seconds. Set
sure.
approaching the lineup too.
Yeah, Kobe's making the paddle. Here we go. Ty's going right down the beach. Kobe taking the chance at the left. 2 quick turns there. Ooh, 25 seconds. Ty was unable to finish that last turn, so it'll be good to see what Ty's replay was of that one. So now Dane with priority out the back. Dylan with second priority. Dylan's scrapped up into second with a 4.17. We'll wait and see what Kobe's last score was.
I think Dylan's last wave was the 5.07 actually.
7, okay.
And then Kobe now needs a 4.01 on this score, and I definitely think it's a 4.01. Maybe a little late to the party on that second turn, but still vertical in a critical section. Ty Richo got a wave down the beach too, so I feel like Dylan Moffat could be in a bit of danger right now. A name that we didn't see bowing out of the draw this early on. We'll have to wait and see if the judges deem either Kobe or Ty's enough to move up into second. And there it is. Yeah, Kobe, a 5-point ride, gets him back up into second. Dilmoff knocks down to third.
Heartbreaking. Again,
Score.
that's pretty much a buzzer beater there, you know?
Ty Richo was looking for a 5.83. and he doesn't get it. So Dane and Kobe moving on through. We've got another massive heat coming up next. We are going to go to a short break, so we'll be right back with more action.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. We just had a massive upset in the last heat, Dylan off, bowing out of the draw, but straight before action. The fifth back heat on Macca Hazard, on Bodie Williams, Cooper Davies, and Jimmy Hill. Dimmy, welcome back to the booth.
Yeah, excited to be here. Unbelievably beautiful morning on the coastline, and we've seen some big heats and big upsets as well. That was definitely one that, I'm very supportive of Dylan Moffat, and pretty shocked to see him go out, but that's all right. That's the state of play when it comes to professional surfing. It does happen. And right now we've got another absolute doozy on our hands. You can see the beautiful pod of dolphins out there just enjoying the water, the clear crystal water, and these round of 32 heats are interesting, intriguing would be the word I'd use to identify exactly what I've seen this morning. But there's been some really standout performances, and right now, talking about standout, I felt like this guy yesterday sort of raised his level. Jimmy Hill, he was really good yesterday, and as was, like you stated a little bit earlier, Cooper Davies was just next level as well. So all these four surfers, Macca Hazard and Bodie Williams, in good form, in good fettle, and it's just going to be more who can execute.
Yeah, Jimmy Hill, I was just saying to Lil, he's one of those surfers who you don't think is a junior anymore, but he's actually freshly 18, he's 25, and he surfs so strong, he surfs so much older than what his actual age is. So I think this is a really fairly matched heat. Bodie, again, he's a really strong power surfer in Cooper. I mean, the performance he put on yesterday was pretty impeccable. And then there's Macca Hazard, who's actually a junior from North Narrabeen. He's got a really good air game, a really nice rail game, and honestly, this heat is complete experience for Macca, and I feel like if he can back himself and his surfing and get a bit more progressive in this heat, he can definitely take it to these older guys.
Yeah, stoked to see it. Another Northie, Gromit. I've actually never heard of him, and that's unusual for someone who's been around for so long, but he was so impressive yesterday, and like Dill touched on it, that he had a heat with him, and he was just encouraging him. But it's good to see this next generation get their crack as we see Cooper up and right in. Powerful, low centre of gravity, coming around the corner, jamming away, nice little repertoire, and a nice, clinical start. Nothing too spectacular, but definitely a nice way to, fire up the brimstone out there for that first lot of waves. So just find his feet, get in that smooth transition on those turns for sure. and definitely one of the standouts from yesterday.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, we touched on it yesterday too. Cooper's just an all-round good person. He's hard not to just love and enjoy his company. He's
You've travelled a bit with him.
Yeah, I did a month away with him last year at Keely Andrew. We went to the Maldives and Sri Lanka.
Wow.
Yeah.
How's Kelly Andrew just still ripping? She's absolutely a phenomenal surfer.
She is incredible. She was actually on a Murray Burton Pipe Dreams quad twin pin flyer looking board. Like, I've never seen a board like it. And
Wow.
she was absolutely ripping on it. Cooper got one as well.
What a career she had.
Keely, and she's so good still. Like, she could still go on tour and do some damage.
She's studying these days, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
she's studying.
she's very intelligent, but yeah, she's I used to call her like the smiling assassin because she was always smiling, but just so fiercely competitive as well. But yeah, that would have been a sick trip.
Oh, it was the best time. Sometimes you get over people if you spend too much time with them, but it wasn't the case on that trip. We just enjoyed each other's company so much, and we had the best time and found ourselves in some rogue places in the world, but we just had the best time last year. And yeah, hopefully I can travel with both of them again this year.
There you go, and Bodie Williams up and right in on his first wave of this heat. And we're already like nearly 7 minutes in. These heats just fly as we see the surfing wide again. You just see what I think I love about his surfing is how quick and sparky it looks, Cooper.
Cooper, he's a strong guy, but you think people of his structure might struggle in these smaller waves like this, but he's absolutely flying out there. But speaking of people who were flying out there, Dane Henry, 2 minutes, you turned around a 14.17 combination just by going to the air. Are you kidding me, Dane? Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It was a kind of slow heat through that middle bit, and everyone was kind of falling at the start, myself included, and I was like, just saw a couple of closeout rights. So I was like, well, I may as well just do some airs. So yeah, it ended up working really well.
Yeah, talk to me about that kind of transition and decision-making process in that heat, because everyone was opting to go left but couldn't quite time that first turn. It felt like maybe the board was getting stuck and not coming back down. So at what point in the heat did you go, all right, I need to change my plan, maybe I'll take to the air, and it paid off for you, but talk to me through your process with that.
Yeah, well, I kind of got like a couple lefts at the start. My first one was a bit boggy, like a bit slow. It didn't really give me a first section, and then my second one ended up getting like a kind of fast one, but kind of getting caught behind it. Doing that, like Dill's first one was a sick one, but he just got caught behind it. It put him off a little bit, off time a little bit. And yeah, it was kind of right at the end. I was under priority, and I was like, well, I've kind of made myself a good little base and I'm feeling comfortable. So I saw like a couple of rights and I was like, well, I've been landing heaps of airs, so I might as well just keep on going for them. And yeah, it ended up paying off, which is sick. I love doing airs and comps.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because the last week or so you've posted two of maybe the best airs we've seen on social media, and the whole world went crazy for those massive airs you were doing. Was it kind of for you a point to prove that I can do those airs in competition too?
Yeah, 100%. Like those two airs that I did the other week were pretty like momentum gaining, and I've been feeling really good with them. Like I landed another flip the other day just before the comp, and yeah, definitely keen to land a flip in the comp, and I've definitely gained a lot of momentum and just a lot of more confidence just to send whatever in a heat, and yeah, it kind of paid off in that heat, and keen to do them in the ones coming up.
Yeah, well, you're coming up potentially against Kobe Clements, who's pretty consistent at landing those flips too, so it'd be really cool if you guys could have a bit of a battle in that. But best of luck to you for the rest of the competition, and yeah, hopefully we get to chat to you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks heaps.
Hey, Henry, if you haven't seen the airs on social media, go and type up his Instagram account right now and do yourself a favour.
He does rip from up this way as well, so he's definitely one of these younger generation that I'm pretty sure he trains out of the Surfing Australia facility as well. He's part of the Identify Patient program up there, but yeah, like the guy just has him on tap, and to be able to do that when he was under pressure in a heat, it's pretty impressive, because he basically had to change up his game and went, okay, I'm not sticking any turns. Let's go to the things that have been working. And he spoke about just landing those flips and the confidence he's taken away from that as well. So that's great insight from a young developing surfer who's coming through the program through Surfing Australia. As we see, it's like Hazard having a look at this wave, splitting the peak. Here we go.
Oh, a bit of a slip there from Bodie Williams. So a little bit of frustration there. Would love to see what Macca got done on the other side. Jimmy Hill out in the lead with a 4 and a 3-4. Cooper Davies a 3-5 and a 2-3. So nothing really locked in yet, Jimmy, and we're past the halfway mark.
Yeah, a bit scrappy this heat. I feel like Jimmy's definitely got the best of the exchanges with that 4 and a 3.4. Cooper Davies just the class of that guy. You know, he's gonna be able to jag some scores, and I love patience with his first turn, but just comes unstuck. So maybe just like we were speaking to Mikey Clayton Brown earlier about, it's a little bit weaker today. So maybe with that sort of weaker kind of energy in the ocean, you've got to be really careful about where you put your turns to make sure they are very tight in the power source.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of times in that last heat. Wow, Bodie Williams taken to the air. But yeah, we saw a bunch of times in that last heat where all 4 competitors were going for the backhand Rio. The board was getting stuck. The competitor was coming down, but the board wasn't. So just showing that the lack of meat in that wave. So maybe they're used to having the wave push them back down after yesterday's power. So today, competitors just need to drive through that top end of their turn a little bit more. But
This guy's definitely been watching that last heat.
Yeah.
You saw the frustration at the completion of that wave prior, but that time he got to work. And look at Cooper just digging in, just throwing buckets of spray to the world, and a nice combination of turns for Cooper Davies. So it'll be interesting because Jimmy Hill is in the lead, but I reckon it could be a bit of a change up here. That 5.17 last of Bodie for that air, so definitely the best wave of the heat. But will the judges really reward the power, the speed, the flow of the surfer in white, Cooper Davies? Look good.
I think so. I personally think that was the best wave of the heat, last one of Cooper. And he did surfing like that yesterday and got in the 7s. So we'll see if the judges are rewarding that surfing the same again today. But I definitely think it's the 391 to get him into second. Here we go, Macca Hazard. 2-turn combination, really quick put together surfing. Can definitely tell he loves the alley lefts at home. And at Jimmy Hill, see what I mean? So powerful but so young.
Yeah, he's a man-child, as they say. But he's got so much push, and he puts so much, back foot into each and every turn. And as you said, he might be young, but he's definitely got a more mature approach when it comes to, competing. And the amount of water he pushes is just impressive to watch.
Yeah, the first I had heard of Jimmy Hill was actually at the Australian Junior Surfing titles last year, and I had my pick was Jimmy Hill to win, but got clipped in the final. But this wave, he's just looking so in form and chose one of those waves that allowed him to get a really strong finishing turn down the line, and just completes it.
Yeah, very nice execution, I'd say, and that's going to definitely better, I believe, that 3.40. And waiting on some scores to lock in. 6 minutes to go. This is the 6th heat of the round of 32 at the WSL Camplify Port Stephens Pro for 2024. This is our QS 1000 event, and a massive shout out to all our partners, along with Destination New South Wales. Without the government and their input into these events, it's definitely harder to put events on these days without the government and just them supporting, especially regional events. As we see these scores lock in, a 6-point ride last Jimmy Hill and a 5.77. So exactly like you identified, Cooper Davies shoots up in the second, Jimmy Hill to first, and that pushes Bodie Williams and Macca Hazard to third and fourth respectively. Bodie only needs a 4.11. He has first priority, and the young Grom from Northie, he needs a 6, and he can do that because we saw him yesterday really looking very sharp indeed.
Yeah, and this is one of Macca's first ever QS events too. He's so young still, 15, 16. definitely has plenty more years, and I think as he gets older and he gets stronger, we'll see his name in QSs more consistently. But I love how he's just getting the experience in this level of competition too, coming up against guys like Bodie, like Cooper, like Jimmy. So I feel like this will really push him and make him drive even harder in that Pro Junior this weekend.
Here we go, surfer in blue, flying down the line, goes for the air, and wow, that was sick. And here we go, Macca Hazard goes to the pod. It is a puntathon.
That would have been really cool if Macca had pulled that off. This is what I'm talking about. He's got really good. Wow, Jimmy Hill. This is an excellent wave. Great wave selection. He's picked another one that's allowed him to finish off strongly down the line. So Jimmy Hill, that is, in my opinion, the best wave of the heat.
That could be the best wave of the event, or definitely the day. From the angle we saw, that second manoeuvre was so big. We just saw it from a little bit behind the peak, but wow, he just absolutely exploded. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that Bodie Williams there, because that was so good as well.
Cooper Davies now just teeing off down the line, taking a leaf out of Jimmy Hill's book. So trying to find a wave. But see, Cooper's wave doesn't have that meaty end section that we've seen Jimmy have on his last two. But still, I think that'll better his 3.5 that he has in his lineup. But Bodie Williams' last score, depending on where the judges go with it, might still have Cooper in third.
Well, if you look at that air, just at how much projection you got out of that pop out of this, I feel like this is better than the last one. A lot better than the last one. And from Macca, had such a good angle into the air, but and really quick, but just couldn't land the actual completion. And then you had this thing. First turn, under the lip, watch his second turn. Bang! That is a monster backhand whip. And the variety at the end of that, with that little bit of drift, bit of slide, I'm calling that has to be up in the excellent range.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be excellent. And then Cooper behind Jimmy, just getting some really strong backhand Rios as well. So the biggest wave Cooper's been on all heat too. So this is really hard. This is why I like to commentate and not judge. I would not know where to go. Last wave of Bodie, a 6.6. So we still have scores for Cooper and Jimmy. So the requirements right now are relevant because I think that both Cooper and Jimmy have waves going into their top two.
Yeah, we definitely thought about that 6.6 as better than the 517. And like I said, I felt like that wave Jimmy Hill was going to go into an excellent range. And it certainly did. An 8.5 last Jimmy Hill. He's absolutely blowing up out here right now.
And now leaving Cooper needing a 601 on that last wave. What do you reckon, Dee?
I liked it, but did it have as much as his 577? They're going to go back to that 5.7 to try to identify, was it better? I felt like the turns were so radical and so sweetly timed, but was there enough of that sort of visual that's going to turn the heat? It's going to be interesting. A 6.01, it's not an easy get. That's starting to get into the good to the mid to good range, and it's going to have to be something good to get a score like that off the judges with 1 minute 25. Yeah, I feel like the point of difference is the 8.5.
It's a 5.2, so Cooper, judges just saying it's almost there but not quite. I reckon it's because he didn't get that final exclamation mark that we saw Jimmy get on his wave. So Cooper now, second priority, 1 minute on the clock, needs a 6.01. Macca Hazard looking for an 8.5. Clock is ticking. Bodie Williams potentially with a major upset because I thought Cooper was going to go a long way into the draw.
If Cooper actually loses in this heat, it's going to be back-to-back sort of, favourites going down because Dylan Moffat, such a strong competitor. Cooper Davies coming off a massive result. Those two, when you look at the draw, when I look at the draw the other day, I was like, wow, them two are going to be very hard to beat. So it's just the nature of professional surfing, and the fact, what I love about it, when you go up against someone who's so strong, you know that you're going to have to raise the bar, raise the level, and Jimmy Hill has definitely done that. And Bodie Williams, what's impressed me is very much like Dane Henry. He's gone, okay, the turns aren't doing it, I'm going to go to the air, and that's a strong point of his actual structure as a surfer.
Yeah, he's identified that I need to do more to get through this heat, and yeah, he executed. They're not easy turns to execute, so yeah, there we go. Jimmy Hill, Bodie Williams getting through that heat. Cooper Davies and Maka Hazard bowing out. So yeah, 2 back-to-back big names out of the draw. Maka Hazard will come back for vengeance in the Pro Junior this weekend. We'll roll straight into another heat right after the short break.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into the finals day of the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event. It's been exciting this morning. Round of 32 action in the men's, and there's been some big upsets. We just saw Cooper Davies actually bow out of the event, along with the heat before John Mop. Two of the favourites gone, and it's the young guns raising the level as they head towards the finals. So this afternoon, it's going to be a big day. These surfers are going to have to surf 4 times to get on through, and B. Young is in the box with me right now. It's been exciting. The waves are on point up, some fun little wedges, and we've seen those sort of little change-ups, some going to the rail, some going to the air, and here we go, surfing blue up and right in.
Nice first turn there. I was just at that puppy on the field. So,
how cute.
Just waiting to see who that was.
Was it Vorney?
That's what I was thinking too, but I don't think that was no. Zeb Stokes.
Oh, Zeb Stokes. This guy's been impressive in the last 12 months or so, and really elevating that performance level as he gets older and older. He's just starting to find that sort of sweet spot in his competitive juices, and he's already got a 5.5 and a 3.5. Oh, the Iceman's out there as well in the red. Love watching Owen Harrison do his thing, and he's going to be up against it, because I did actually chat to you guys yesterday about how impressed in the last, say, 2 years I have been of Marlon's ability to identify, just the best waves in heats. Like, as a junior, I was watching one full season. I kept a close eye on him, and I felt like we'd get through heats with just 2 waves, and both those waves would be in the excellent range. And at some stages, those waves would come real late in the piece. So it's not like he was in a panic mode to get scores. He just had his game plan, and he'd switch on when he needed to. And he's going to have to today, because this is like a look into the next generation, the next, lot of professional surfers coming through our ranks. And that's the beauty of the QS system, where, you've got some big names really trying to sort of nail their spots on the Challenger, but you also got those young guys who are just trying to get miles in the legs, trying to find that sort of sweet spot when it comes to competing at a QS level.
Yeah, so I've actually seen him surf like 5-minute heats a couple of times, where he hasn't gotten a wave yet, and it's like the last 3 minutes, and he's only gotten one, and
not good for the support. Imagine the support crew on the beach just pulling their hair out, and he's just out there going, no, all good.
No nails left.
No nails left. But, different people have different strategies. I mean, I spoke to you about it yesterday, about how you felt and how your anxiety levels were when you were competing, and how did you go about it? Were you the kind of individual who liked to get off to a quick start, or did you have that sort of mechanism to slow yourself down and basically just really focus on what's in front of you?
Yeah. Well, I always crumble under pressure. That's just but I feel like in my Central Coast heat last year, where I just kind of dropped everything and was like, you know what? It's
Free
20
up.
minutes. Just got to go out and surf. Just got to go out, get 2 waves, do your best. Whatever happens, happens.
I think as a coach, my best advice to anyone I coach is just to sort of get rid of the noises between the ears and just really sort of focus in on what's in front of you, because that's the only thing you can control, and not to get too far ahead and just not to overthink it. Just free it up and let your surfing do the talking, as we see the surfer in white and in Gregory get in to work. But yeah, it's very hard because it's very simple to say that because you're standing on the beach, but competitors out there, and definitely the oxygen levels changed, your whole sort of anxiety, and there's so much energy going through your body, you have to slow it down.
That's what I mean. Even when I used to think that you just need to get 2 waves and stuff like that. And when it gets to that 5-minute mark, I just start going, need to get away, paddling back.
Yeah. I think over the course of time that I've been around in surfing, some guys have really worked on that strategy of just being nice and calm, and other guys will only bet their premium when they're actually in a frantic mode. Remember, there's a Brazilian surfer back in the early 2000s, Nico Paterads. He was crazy in the water, and that's how he worked. That's how he got the best out of himself, just being so frantic. Then I felt you had someone like Julian Wilson, and Jules was completely different. Inside he might have had that sort of feeling of, going crazy, but from the outside looking in, he was also always so calculated in his approach. Even as a kid, when he came through the Pro Juniors and that, he just absolutely blew my mind, but how calm he was, very much like Marlon Harrison and another guy called Mitch Colborne. I feel like Mitchie was exactly the same when he came through, as we see the surfer in white. How good is his style?
Yeah. And, you know what? He's gotten one good wave and another one. I haven't seen Marlon start his campaign yet, but I don't think it's far off. So, exactly like how you said. But, yeah, I usually just look at it you just got to have fun with it. We're surfing for a job, And we're just going to cut to an interview. Hello, Jimmy Hill. How was it out there?
How you going? Oh, it was so fun. I got a couple of nuggets.
Yeah? And so, what equipment are you riding out there today? How was the feeling on the waves, and do you think you'll ride it in your next heat?
Yeah, it felt really good. I'm on the Sparrow shapes at the moment, so they're working out good for me.
Now, Jimmy, talk me through that 8.5. I saw you when you took off on that thing. That was a grower. That second turn would have felt so sweet indeed. From our angle, it was definitely probably the best turn I've seen in the event. How did that feel under your feet?
Oh, it felt really good. I got it under priority as well, so I was like, oh, wow. Then gone 3 or 4 turns on, I was like, wow. I was pretty stoked on it.
So talk me through about what you're thinking about in 2024. You're still a junior. Are you still a junior these days, and are you doing both, or what's your thought process competitively in 2024?
Yeah, still doing the under 18s. I'm only 16 still, so still got 1 more year of the under 18s. I'll still do the Pro Juniors, a few of the QSs, so hopefully get a few good results.
So it's all about sort of timing the jersey, keeping the momentum going, and talk about today. What would it mean to win a 1,000? Pretty incredible, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd mean everything. At my home break as well, so it'd be good.
All right, mate, you're looking absolutely sharp indeed, ripping. Highest score of the day so far. We hope you build momentum, make that final and get that winner's check. But all the best moving forward today.
Yeah, thank you.
Mate, what a performance. And how casual is he? And he's still 16. You kidding?
I'm pretty sure Jesse just said he was 18 before. That's what I mean when I went 16. I was like, just got so much progression for a 16-year-old.
He's a man mountain.
Yeah, I was just saying before, when I went on a trip with him a couple of years ago, he went up to the bar and the bartender was like, yeah, what do you want to drink? And he was like, oh, I'm only 13, only water. He was asking what beer he wanted.
Here we go, Marlon up and right in, tagging away. So that might be his first wave, and we spoke at length about it, the fact that he has that ability to just be nice and patient, wait for the wave that he wants, and never seems too rushed into making that decision. So some good scores in here. Zeb Stokes at 5.50. He's got one, and here we go. Surfer in red. This is the replay. Nice patient start. Just lining up that section and a nice whip into the pocket to finish off. So nothing too spectacular, but definitely something he can build on as he progresses through into the back up this heat. So we've got some good scores in there. We've got a 5.5, and this is very similar to a couple of the early heats where everyone had that sort of mid-range 5, and it's sort of coming down to the backups. But with 10 minutes on the clock, there's so much time, and you can see there is definitely energy in the ocean allowing these guys to really explode. We saw an 8.5 in that last heat, which was just an amazing ride. So I feel like it was a little bit sleepy at the start of the day, but very much like yesterday, I feel like the waves actually got better after lunch.
As the day goes on, it'll definitely pick up. You know, we got Zeb Stokes' sister Charlie coming up later on today, and it makes me wonder, is Taj Stokes going to be at the Central Coast, bro?
Yeah, I reckon yes.
Because Gia wasn't in this event either, Gia Lorenston, so I'm thinking maybe they're all headed down to the Central Coast.
Well, there you go.
You know, everyone prepares differently. Like, most of the people out here today will be like just getting enough heats under their belt to prepare for it, and then other people are like just going to save money to the Central Coast.
When you think about qualification for both men's and women's in the regional series going into the Challenger, that some of these guys are just chasing numbers, you know what I mean? And we've spoke about it today and yesterday about the importance of a win here. A win is 1,000 points. And if you go back in the last couple of years and look at the transfer from the QS into the Challenger and have a look at, say, from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th on the men's, notice their last result, and it's always around 900 to 1,000. So the importance this year, because the regional series has been reduced by a number of events, so that 1,000 points is going to be really critical for someone to get themselves into the Challenger.
100%. You know what, I do miss the Cabarita event a little bit, especially Boomerang too. We always used to camp down there last year. I was getting memories up the other day where we were, you know, eating out of the car, like looking up Mexican and stuff like that.
You know, all the surfers, if you sort of put a poll out to the top 100 surfers on the QS from our region, I guarantee 90% of them would have said Boomerang, that event was their favourite event because it always tapped into smoking waves. It was always on point. It's a shame.
You got cylinders, like, is it cylinders around the corner or is it, I don't know what the beach is around the corner, but there's got the headland there and it's a really good left off that.
Nice wedge.
Oh, someone has to remind me what it is, but just had a memory blank. But 7 minutes to go.
It's not Blueies.
Stokes. Oh, it actually might be. They did hold the comp there one year.
I remember that.
But like in the corner, they hold it in the like at the other end of the beach. No, around the corner.
All I know is it pumps there. It absolutely pumps. It would have been good to see that as like a 5,000.
Well, it would have been good this year. I remember last year it was quite wild and woolly, like for our heats. I was just saying to Jessie yesterday, every time I'd Sarah Borman my heat, and she just managed to like find this absolute jet out there, and she got a 10. I'm like, I only had 2 heats with Sarah Borman in my life, and both heats she's gotten a 10.
Wow.
So like, I was like, she's got a perfect score every heat.
That is a good stat.
Yeah, incredible. So you want to be known as that surfer to get a 10 every time you get a heat.
All right. Imagine that. Well, at least you can go away and go, yeah, I got beat by someone who got a 10.
He always gets a 10, yeah. Well, we got Brock Cooper in second at the moment with a 5.4 and a 3.93. Matt Gregory for a 3.86 behind, looking for a backup.
This is a better looking wave.
Sam Stokes. I think that'll better his 3.83, I reckon.
Oh, from first indications, definitely. And here we go. It looks like Marlon up and riding, flying down the line, jams that first turn. You saw him get a little bit caught behind that section where he engaged the rail, but I felt like the Surfer in Blue is definitely going to offload that score. And look at these waves. It is so perfect and picturesque. allowing everyone the opportunity, and this guy, nice and smooth. Wow, he's got such a nice technique on the backhand. That wave just sort of ran away, but I don't know if it's going to better a 3.4, but I feel like the heat leader right now is going to offload that 3.83 and extend. So 5 minutes to go, and it's Brock Cooper out there with first priority. The good thing about the banks out here in the last 2 days is that the paddle out has been so easy.
Of course.
Like, seriously, and that in itself, as a competitive surfer, that does do different things to your strategy because it can suck your energy.
That was another thing about the Canberra event last year. I'm not sure if you were there, but I remember they held it at Kingy, and our heat paddled out, and we were like, "Oh, is the heat started yet?" Because we couldn't hear much, and then we actually had to do a heat restart, so we took 3 minutes to paddle out there, and it was 5 minutes left, and no one had gotten a wave yet. And so they had to restart
because of the drag.
Yeah, we'd all drifted down to the bowls club by that point, anyways.
Not a bad place to get out.
Paddling up, but I just remember that year was super, that swell on the It makes you wonder how many people would be out here today. If there was no conflict, there would be probably 30 people out, maybe 40.
I'd love it. So last wave of the surfer in blue was at 5.93. That was enough to extend his lead. And right now the surfer in white trying to get a 3.83. Great depth out of that bottom hand turn. The only thing from a negative point was that was a smaller wave, but really well timed, well surfed. So I reckon he might offload that 3.4 and he might just get up into that 4-point range to get himself in the second. So right now it is blue first, surfer in white holding second at the moment, but we'll see what happens. And it is up to the surfer in green to get a score, and just still looking to try to work out exactly what part of the bank Marlon Harrison wants to sit on. And to be honest, if you looked at the draw, he would definitely be favoured to have a good crack at this heat, but all these surfers are just on point. So there's no easy heat, especially in the round of 32, and there's so much on the line for these surfers. As we see 3 minutes to go, priorities with blue, second priorities with red, and that just means those two surfers have right away on any way they choose to do so. That is a positive for the heat leader, and it is up to Marlon Harrison to get that 4.85, and also what Cooper needs at 3.95, so it's not a lot needed from the surfer in green. Surfer in white, last wave, I'm pretty sure sort of got himself in the second with that wave, and love the style of this young bloke. He's been coming through the ranks, just, collecting that sort of intel you need to do as a junior surfer, and he actually looks really, really comfortable at the moment. And just thinking about being comfortable in that environment, I think that's such an important part of developing your skills, as we see Marlon up and right in.
There we go, nice first turn there. I'm sure he's in the CI2 Pro again today. So, this is a great combination of turns here all the way to the inside. So I think
that was an interesting scenario because Surfer in Blue actually had priority on that wave, and that last wave of Brock Cooper was enough to turn the tide. So Surfer in Green goes in the second with that 5.83 and a 5.4, and Marlon's going to need a pretty big score now. He probably didn't know what score he needed before he took off on that wave, but execution perfect. But was that wave the best wave of the heat by a point? I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, you know what, in saying with being comfortable before, make sure check out PRD Real Estate. They are recognised as Port Stephens' leading real estate team. The office specialises in residential and commercial sales, property management and leasing. Sell, buy and rent smarter with your local property specialist, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens. Contact today at 04984 2000.
Yes, well done to everyone who supports this event. 40 seconds to go. And go and see the crew.
There we go. So last of Marlon, a 6.43. Still need to 4.8 to go in a second. So Seb Stokes out in front, Brock Cooper in second, and Gregory only getting 5.77. So it's all
So
happening.
it was the best heat of the best wave of the heat so far, but look out wide. I can see Marlon's just trying to get himself away, and you can actually see the boys really sort of hunting him down. He's the hunted right now because they know if you give him any space, any time, he is going to go for broke, and this wave is not going to break, and that is disastrous. But what a heat. Seb Stokes out there leading the charge. Brock Cooper, the two young guns getting the job done. Another exciting heat. We're going to throw off to a commercial break, pay some bills. We'll be back shortly, and I hope you enjoy final day here at Port Stephens.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
And welcome back. I'm Lillian Bear Young here with Dimmy here for the Port Stephens QS 1000 final day presented by Camplify. So did you know Port Stephens land that surrounds the coastline is perfect for a day trip or short stay? The towns and villages are steeped in history and offer a diverse range of experiences. So take the road less travelled and discover one of many hidden treasures, and go watch the Pro Junior this weekend.
100%. You might actually go up there for a holiday and never come back, especially if you're from Sydney. What a rat race that is. But yeah, no, it's such a, when you think about it, it's only like 2.5 hours or 2 hours away from the centre of Sydney, and it's such a beautiful coastline, and you feel like you're just back to nature.
Yeah.
If you come up to here, you see the camels in the background.
That's
it's
what
just
I was going to say. I think if I lived in Port Stephens, I don't think I'd buy a car or a bike. I'd just ride my camel everywhere.
Or would you have an e-bike? Because they're the flavour of the month these days in Sydney. Everyone's got an e-bike. Everyone from a 12-year-old to a 60-year-old. But right now it is heat number 8 of round of 32 here at the WSL Port Stephens Pro. And the Camplify event has been absolutely on point when it comes to our waves and the performance levels. Definitely, you've seen it today. I feel like there's a definite kind of energy in finals day where surfers are sort of really focused in a little bit more because they know what's on the line. The champion will be crowned this afternoon. Of course, these heats are 20 minutes. The quarterfinals are 20s. Then we roll into 25-minute semis and then 30-minute finals for the men and women. And this is another doozy. Look at the names in this heat.
Coda Killon, Caius King, Winter Vincent, and Shane Cadden. So Shane Cadden already off to a quick start, 3.67. Winter Vincent with a 0.43. And heard quite a bit of Winter Vincent a bit lately. Kind of went off radar for a bit, and then
had a couple of injuries.
Yeah, and then
he did his knee.
Doing that O'Neill episode where
100%.
What's the series called again?
Mate, I don't know, but I know that what you're talking about. He's a big part of that O'Neill team, and like I said, he's come off. Pretty sure he did his knee, and he had a couple of back-to-back injuries where maybe a back as well. But like I did see him down at Curly on one of the first days he'd surfed in like months and months when he came back, and he did a turn, and I went, oh my God, how didn't he snap in half? It was like 4 foot, and he just went absolutely ham on this thing. And it's good to see him like fit and healthy. he's growing and developing into that body, but he's going to have to be on his game with young Cadden out there. And, of course, Maruba's own Coda Kilhorn, who has been around a long time. He's very experienced, and the sharp and dynamic Caius King. This is an absolute brilliant way to finish off the round at 32.
There we go, Caius King. Nice little float there and kicking out of that one. And we've got White Winter Vincent on the back end as well. Black surfboard once again. I think that's just where I'm going to go for this year.
Mate, it seems to be working.
Then I'm going to start entering in QS events.
Just in the black surfboard. I feel like they've been on point. Definitely been under the feet of people who have been absolutely excelling out there. But yeah, Winter, very strong, very smooth, dynamic. He's got a lot of variety into the way he surfs. I'm sure that all the Queenie board riders boys will be down there online watching him, supporting him, along with the O'Neill team. And his good mate, Ethan Dodson, he should be working, but he'd probably be watching him right now.
You know what? His surfing looks a lot like Reef Hazel. It's his backhand surfing. It's so...
The way he calls and springs, yeah.
Just textbook.
Yep. And Cadden, that is a famous name. I don't know, it's probably before your time, actually, way before your time. There was a Stuart Cadden who was absolutely one of the best surfers of his generation that came through our region as well. So maybe there's a bit of family intel there, so you never know. Of course, your uncle was a really good surfer back in the day. Big man from Ab. So, yeah, it does pass down from generation to generation. That last wave of Winter was a 5.50, first red of 3.67, Caius King, 1.33, and Coda Kilhorn waiting to get his campaign off to a start. But such is the nature of the waves and the amount of waves being ridden in these heats. I don't think you'd be too stressed. Even if you didn't get a wave in the first 10 minutes, guys have been getting scores, 2 or 3 waves in 3 minutes basically to get their campaigns off to a start. Here we go, Coda up. Big, tall, powerful young bloke from Maruba.
He just got back from the head as well.
What's going on with everyone's injuries? I think a lot has to do with the fact that how dynamic moves are these days. I feel like when you're watching the Groms free surfing and the stuff they do, you just shake your head and go, how does their body react to that? I mean, that's the key to a good compression rate when it comes to being a surfer, because you need that compression to really sort of take the punishment that surfing provides, because there's so many different elements in 2024 as we see surfing red up and riding.
Nice quick turn under the lid there. Floater finish.
Rocker.
Shane Cadden. First to Winter Vincent, a 5.5. Wait for those scores come through. First Caius King of 133. But I was actually just working on the ice cream shop, and one of the girls came in and she was like, "Oh, you must surf," and then said that she helped Coda walk up the beach when he did I think it was his knee, the discus maybe, or ACL. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
they're hard injuries, aren't they? All right, we're going to throw down an interview with Zeb Stokes, who would be pretty stoked by now because he absolutely put on a clinic out there. How was it, buddy? Good. Looks like it's pretty fun.
Yeah, no, it is pretty fun. It's wind's like swung offshore now, so it's nice and groomed, but it is pretty grovelly. Like it's sort of running into a bit of deep water, but a couple of fun lefts. I got a couple little backhand snaps in, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, the boys did actually say earlier in their posties that, it was a little bit weaker than it was yesterday, so you had to really make sure that you're really in the pocket to generate those big scores. Talk us through how you're feeling today and what are you actually riding out there?
Yeah, no, I was actually on a driver 3, lost surfboards from Surfboard Empire there, and I actually ran down the beach with my black sheep, like right before the heat, and I got Dad.
All right, so we are back. We've lost our connection there, which is unfortunate. But I will tell you what I liked. Whatever board he took out there,
seemed to work.
It was the right decision because he absolutely blew up. So right now we are into the final 11 minutes of this round of 32, Heat 8. Who's going to get through? Who's going to be the last two into the quarterfinals? We're going to be rolling into the women's quarterfinals. We're excited because yesterday I felt like there was some real standout performances in the women's quarterfinals up for grabs. And here we go. It looks like Winter, bang. For a big dude, how low does he get? Kicks on out. Love it.
There you go. So 10.5. I mean, we've actually got a pretty stacked women's heat coming up first.
Talk us through who's in that first quarter because there was some big performances yesterday.
I'll read it out again. Nixie Ryan, Charlie Haitley, Isabella Campbell, and Willow Hardy.
Talk about Willow Hardy. I didn't even realise yesterday afternoon that Sophie Fletcher actually got an interference in that heat. Willow was gone. And then something happened.
Off on that heat.
Yeah, something happened right at the end of that heat. I remember looking at Jess thinking, who had priority then? And then we didn't think about it then this morning. She was talking me through it, going, that's exactly what happened. I went, wow, that is such a brutal way to lose.
Well, same thing.
With Cooper.
Well, even Seb Stokes and Maddie Joggers, I think, might have been on break, but it was just a
that's right. That happened with Maddie as well.
Yeah, and Maddie got the highest wave score of the heat, so...
He'd be fuming. Because he was in good form too, coming off his result up at Burleigh too. So here we go, Caius King up and right in. He's had a very slow start to this heat, but he's now finding a little insider that he can sort of build house on. So it's not going to be, a huge score, but it's going to be something he can build from with 9 minutes to go. Winter Vincent's last wave was a 4.27. Caius King just locked in at 3.53. So the bulk of the scoring of that wave was due to the turns, but realistically, if that wave had been a bit bigger, he probably would have got into the 5-point range. But I think it was a smart move because he just needed something to build on. Coda looking sweet and only getting one turn in there as well. So I think from Caius's point of view, very mature approach because he was like, okay, there's 10 minutes to go. I'm just going to get something on the board so I can build house.
Absolutely. And, in what we were saying before, interference-wise and such, you got to surf smart. If you don't know if you've got priority or not, you want to, just make sure you stay right away from...
Isn't it funny they were talking about, the rules and how it applies at ends of heats? And I had no idea about that rule that actually burnt Cooper Davies last year at Newcastle. So, as a competitor, you just got to be so switched on and be very, very careful about placing yourself in the right parts on the bank and not getting yourself in any trouble, when it comes to being a competitive beast. Because sometimes, you can have a huge score and something like Maddie Job, who really dominated that heat yesterday, came unstuck because of that interference. But 8 minutes ago, or just under, and it is Winter Vincent from the Northern Beaches leading the charge. In second, Coda Gilhorn coming back from an injury. It's so good to see Coda back on the QE trail. I think he's got all the smarts to make a really solid competitive surfer. He's been around a long time, and it's good to see him back, a 4.83 to 2.07. But right now, this is such a tight battle. It's anyone's. That's what we love.
So 7 minutes remaining. Here is the replay for Coda Gilhorn's wave. Racing down the line here. Takes it to the air. Just unable to stick that one. I was saying to Jesse before, it would be so cool to see Dane Henry and Kobe Clemens. But just a one-on-one, just air for air. Whose airs are better?
Wow. And then throw Caius in there as well.
Yeah.
Talking about
there's
Caius
a lot of good aerialists. There we go. He's done it.
Yeah, I tapped into that one. But yeah, his air game is just next level as well. But we've seen it today with Dane Henry, Bodie Williams. I feel like, there is a point in a heat strategy where they go, you know what, I'm not really getting what I want out of turns, and let's go to that next part of the criteria, which is innovation and progression. So this is the second last of Surfer in green, and we spoke about that, just trying to find exactly what he wanted, and then he's going, you know what, I'll find a little right, get some speed, and I'm going to go for a punt.
There's so much spark in surfing. he was always out at Rockies when we were over there in Hawaii, because obviously we were surfing and competing in the Vans Invitational. So but when it was too crowded at the park, he was like, I want to go surf pipe in the morning when I could just go surf Rockies after.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's such a great place to surf. But yeah, he's had some really good results in Hawaii too. I feel like, his ability to adjust his technique when it comes to big wave surfing too is just ultra impressive. So we're down to 5.5 minutes to go. It is Winter Vincent out in the lead, but this is definitely tightened up right now. Kaius King's last wave was enough to put him into second position, a 4.77. His second wave is a 4.27, so he needs a 5.01 to go into first. Kota Killorn, right on the money right now, as is the Surfer in Red. They both don't need a lot. Surfer in Red needs a 5.37, and Kota needs a 4.21. So it's up to Red and Blue to really identify their next opportunities. For the Surfer in Red, good thing about that, he has first priority.
Wow. So much spark going on. And even some of the girls, throwing airs down and stuff. Like Miller Brown's one. I'm not sure if you saw that air she did last year at the Skull Candy in a heat. It was like perfect 10. Just a little indie grab one, but
it's coming
Sierra
in fashion,
Kerr as well,
isn't it? Sierra Kerr, please. She's an air machine. As we see Kota up, good looking rail engagement. Just a little bit caught on the second turn, but if you can nail that third and fourth maneuver, is that going to be a 4.21? I think it's going to come in a little bit short based on that little bit of a slipper. But I love the rail, the engagement of that rail on that first maneuver. But it's only a 4.21, and judges will really have a good look at that.
You know what? I'd give points for the exit. It was like a belly flop, lobster dive.
Pretty stylish.
Yeah.
I certainly don't come a cropper in those kind of fashions. But yeah, let's break this down. Really nice, clean wrap that first turn. And just there you could see sort of the centre of balance was lost a little bit, but he got through the turn, and then that third turn, a little foam climb. But will it be enough to turn the heat? It needs a 4.21. See what the judges think. The good thing for the judges and Ben Dunn, who's the head judge, they have the opportunity to go back to replays and really sort of break down the technical side of our sport. And that's why they get it right so many times, and that's why they're the best of the best. And I love the fact that we've got former World Tour surfers who are now professional judges. I love it.
Just under 3 minutes remaining, as we can see Nixie Ryan paddling out for the next heat. Winter Vincent up on the back end, Coco on the back end as well. Nice couple of turns. And just giving enough water to come back down with it.
That first turn was so good, though. Would love to have seen what Winter did on the left, but that split peak situation. And look at that, Kota fell just short from that previous. Look at that, 9.04 to 9.03. Such is the tight nature of these heats.
Okay, here's the replay. Winter Vincent, nice quick turn there. Oh, he's just so stylish. I was going to say, who's one of the QS surfers you most think's doing so well on the QS, surfing wise? Favorite surfer on the QS?
QS, I'd say, I'd say Reggie at the moment because he's going that good. But he actually, someone like Reggie, I feel like from a personal standpoint on the Challenger, George Pitter, because he comes from our beach and I've had a lot to do with him since he was a kid. And just the nature of how much he's improved over for me in the last 2 years, he's just gone to a new level. So I feel like he's definitely one. But someone like Zeb Stokes has really impressed me. There's so many of these young guys who they just have those really solid moments, and that moving forward they're going to be strong. Winter's another one because of my association, knowing him for a long time. I just love the fact he's fit as we see Kota up and riding. Good looking wave. This is a better wave, and that was a smart third turn because he cut it short to get it under the lip, and I think that he's going to get that score. But yeah,
that was solid.
Winter's someone that I'm definitely, from a personal standpoint, keeping an eye on and encourage, him to keep with it, because I just think he's got a point of difference. He's got something special about him. But yeah, there's a number of surfers who I love watching, and I love the development more than anything, because there's so much that goes into being a professional surfer and getting through those different levels, that QS into Challenger into World Championship Tour. So yeah, there's so much to like about Australian surfing at this stage, both men's and women's too.
Absolutely. So that last go to Klon came in 4.93, so he's gone into second. Kai's seen the 4.99. Here he goes, Kai's King on the back end. Dances back. 10 seconds to go. So he's going to have to do something pretty impressive on this one. Bowling up on the inside. Smart competitors, these young men here.
Yeah, that was impressive, but I feel like the wave let him down.
Yeah.
In the amount of kind of spark he could get out of his turns, but he's milking it for everything. And let's just see his body language as he comes in. He's trying to sell it, but I feel like he was looking at the right, because I felt like he wanted to go for an air, but it'll be interesting to see how the judges break that one down, because it wasn't the biggest wave. The execution was great, and we're going to tell you after the break. Float or commercial. We'll be back very shortly for another exciting heat. We're at Camplify. Let's see this go.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
And welcome back to the Camplify US Pro 1000 here at Port Stephens. I'm here with Jesse Starling. I'm William B. Young. And what a beautiful ladies. Oh yeah, it's amazing down there today. Waves super fun. I think it's a high of 35 down there today, so not complain about being cold. And yeah, we've got the ladies in the water. Number one, which is a pretty stacked one. We had a look at a little bit earlier. Nixie Ryan, Charlie Haitley, Izzy Campbell, and Willow Hardy. Talk about a hard heat. There's one on paper right there. Absolutely. It'd be interesting to say, who have you got your money on?
I think Nixie. She's looking really in form. I think she's got maybe a bit of an edge when it comes to power over the other three girls. She seems to be a lot stronger. She is a bit older, so maybe a little bit more competitive edge on her side. But we'll just have to wait and see how the next 18 minutes go. We've had plenty of upsets today, so absolutely. Cooper Davey, Dylan Moffat as well, you know. How'd
even
that last?
Marlon Harrison,
Yeah.
too.
How'd the last heat play out?
Last heat was, there we go. I do need to say the results for that last heat. So bear with me. That last heat, so Price just fell short of 4.77. He needed a 4.99 to go to second section. So it was Winterson, Dakota Blonde progressing through to the next round. But even though it was just crucial, the wave, just like, got the wave, but just didn't give him enough turning potential.
Yep, didn't have enough backing behind it. Unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And yeah, at the end of the day, I guess it is the Ocean's decision when it comes to stuff like that. All right, Charlie Haitley pulling the trigger to start this heat off. Good looking left-hander. A bit of a down calf to start up her wave. Belts that second section.
You know, so I've got my money on her too, because she's like the dark horse in most of the events. You know, first year on the QS, she showed up at a couple at around, I think she did Nias and Cruy, is that right? And like incredible goofy footer.
Yeah, really strong goofy footer, and she's really leveled up in the last few years. I feel like she spent a lot of time training out of the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre, and it's really done wonders for her. Nixie just up and out there, so that right, just running off a little bit too fast. She's opting to sit further south than her competitors, which I think is a good call, just to create a bit of space between her, Izzy, and Willow. Here's this replay of Charlie. So a bit of a down cover there, just figuring out the pace of this wave, and then belts that end section. So that's going to be a really good opening score for Charlie.
I'm thinking probably in the 4 range. So we got one throwaway for to run a 0.5. But what I'm going to say, Pro Juniors on this weekend, so why don't you plan your next surf trip, stay closer and surf longer with Camplify, Australia's #1 band sharing platform. Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest band sharing community, chasing swells have never been so easy. Hire a camper van, cruise the coast, searching for the next set in style. Whether it's a lay day or a spray day, Camplify has you covered for a beachside base. Thousands of unique camper vans available to hire. It's guaranteed to make door patrol that much sweeter. So, Camplify van out this weekend and watch the Pro Juniors. We've got plenty of good surfers. Charlie Haley, Izzy Campbell, Charlie Stokes, all coming up for the women. And for the Macca Hazard, Macklin Flynn, Dane Henry, all coming up for the boys. So, they're not down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of action still to come. Obviously today we are finishing off the QS, and then a lot of these guys will stick around and compete again for those ever wanted Pro Junior points. And I just have to touch on, those Dolphins have been there all morning.
I think they're in the next heat.
They're having the best time. Just so much sea life down there. And just, it's such a cool area to be, because you can look out there, see so many pods of dolphins, and then on the beach, just go for a camel ride. It's whatever tickles your fancy.
So talk me through what happened yesterday. Diggy was just telling me there was an interference with Willow and Sophie Fletcher, because I think I was on break in that heat.
Yeah, actually wasn't too sure, because we were watching a wave of one of the other competitors right before, and it said that Sophie had priority. I'll get back to that in a second. Nixie Ryan, good-looking left-hander, stretched out in front of her. Oh, strong second turn there. So that's a good-looking opening.
That's the combo
second wave. Sorry for Nixie. 5.83 to start Charlie Haley's campaign. But yeah, from what we knew, Sophie had priority over Willow. That's what it said on our screen. So she took the wave off Willow and dropped in on her, because we thought she had priority, but yeah, something happened at the start of the wave that we didn't see, and unfortunately went from first to fourth in the last minute of the heat.
Maybe a paddle, but it was funny when you do like a little paddle, but it doesn't count.
Yeah, and you haven't looked in to see if priorities changed.
Yeah. So, well, no, it's the other way around. You paddle and you kick it counts. You just
3 paddles, 3 committed paddles counts.
Ah, okay, so that's cool. That's good for me. When I compete next time, then, so I know. But yeah, because we were even talking about with the Maddie job situation as well.
Oh, heartbreaking.
You know, like all these things, you just got to surf smart, really. And you know, like if you can't hear on the beach, if you don't know, you just need to like steer clear away from that situation in case there is something, you know, they're going to pull you up for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so touch and go when it comes to paddling interferences. Yeah, there's so many.
Look how many there are.
There'd be 100 out there. Oh my goodness, they're putting on a show as well as surfers, because here's a good looking line coming through. Willow paddling for this one on the inside of Izzy. Nice first snap for Willow, and then up again for a second. So tidy surfing there from Willow. Really like it. 7.5 for Nixie Ryan.
Wow. And you know, Willow wasn't far off making the Challenger last year, so it'd be good to see if she makes her debut this year.
Yeah. It'd be great to see someone with Willow's caliber on the Challenger Series. She also charges too, so when it gets big, you know that she's not going to pull back. She's not scared coming from that WA region. Here's the replay of Willow's. I love how patient she was for this first turn. Cracks it up in the pocket, and then again for a second one. So Willow looking really confident and comfortable out there.
Here we go, 12 minutes remaining. Izzy Campbell staying quite quiet this heat. No holding priority. So last of Willa Hardy is 6.33. Looking for a 1.68 to go to first position. Charlie looking for a 0.51 to progress through to semi-finals. So we've got another exciting heat coming up next.
Yeah, all 4 of the women's quarterfinals are actually really hard.
So we got Jane Magnian from France, Bonnie Hills in the blue, Gabby Spake in the white, and Charlie Stokes in the green. So Gabby and Bonnie are actually like good friends. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that heat.
Bit of a friendly rivalry in that one.
I always get nervous when I have mates with my friends. Like Rosie and I are really good mates, and like I feel like every time we enter a QS event together, we're always in the same heat. And we're just like, why is this happening to us?
Yeah, I travel a lot with Charlie Hurst, and no, without fail, we seem to pull each other in the opening round. Like, without fail, Charlie Hurst and I will compete against each other. So,
I just don't get it. It's like when they must have a little hat and they're like, kick it out, they're like, oh, they're friends. That's you know? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's so important to leave it in the water as well, which, I mean, all the girls in the QS, we're all friends. No one doesn't get along with anyone. So I feel like, yeah, we can all have a really competitive heat with one another and then go in and
just leave it in the water.
Yeah, still be mates again, go and get dinner together. And yeah, it's a really special environment that we have with the QS, actually. It's really cool to be a part of.
So 10 minutes, 20 to go. Looks like the ocean's just gone on hold. But the dolphins definitely haven't. So, wow, look at all of that dolphin activity. Beautiful shot of the beach. So it'll be exciting to see what the conditions are like for Pro Junior tomorrow.
Yeah, have you looked at the forecast?
I don't have Surfline.
Oh my gosh, this is right. We spoke about this yesterday.
I just drive, go check the beach, like, and then just go surfing.
Yeah.
Or I just
don't check, just go.
Yeah, well, yesterday everyone was like, yeah, stuff was really good, but so many blue bottles. So here we go. Izzy Campbell utilising priority on this one. Just the one quick tap there.
So tomorrow we'll see the swell double in size, but the wind will swing around from the south, which is not what you want for this beach. So I wouldn't be surprised if it even moves to the beautiful 1 mile, which is just around the corner. And Sunday, conditions are a little bit smaller. Winds are still south though, so potentially another 1 mile day. So potentially held at a completely different location all weekend, but that is not for us to decide. But no matter where it is, for sure, the juniors will put on an excellent show. We're currently commentating from the beautiful far north coast of New South Wales in the Casuarina region, and not to rub it in or anything, but we'll have great waves all weekend. Only at Snapper though, keep it on. Yeah, just a Snapper.
And Port Stephens.
Yeah.
So make sure you head on down to Port Stephens this weekend and check out all the action that's going on. Heat draws haven't been released in Pro Junior yet. Just trying to have a sneak peek, but haven't been released yet. But looks like a couple lines coming through here.
Izzy Campbell ended up getting an opening ride of 3.5, so not as substantial as her competitors, but she's such a powerhouse and she's a really driven competitor too. So I feel like once she gets going, she will just...
Wow, Charlie Haley on a bomb here. Sorry to cut you off, Jessie,
that's okay.
Wow, that was a good first turn there. And you know what? Charlie Haley's been coaching with Ellie Brooks, and I really see the style like being like, you know, the back-handed to the next generation of surfers. So it'll be good to see even if Ellie Brooks makes it for the Central Coast Pro.
Yeah, Ellie Brooks is one of those competitors and surfers that blows my mind that she never made the tour, because I think outside of the women who are already on the tour, like your Soph McCullochs, Isabella Nichols, Steph Gilmore, Molly, I think Ellie Brooks is in that next crop of Australian surfers who is one of the best surfers from Australia not on tour for the females. So I'd love to see her keep giving it a crack and hopefully get there one day, because her backhand is incredible. Like, I cannot fault it.
Even another good one that's coming up, Ray Campbell.
Yeah.
Incredible backhand. Like, I think they're all in the same circle. Raya, Charlie, and Ellie. They all just have, like, such similar styles of surfing,
Yeah.
but pretty cool backhands, you know?
Yeah, that far North Coast, Queensland, Gold Coast.
Even
spent
Charlotte
so
Murray as
long.
well, another one. Great surfer.
Yeah, they've just spent so long on those points just refining their backhand. Alyssa Locke was an absolute powerhouse when she was competing.
I haven't seen her name on maybe since Cabarita last year.
Yeah, she's taking some time off competing. She's kind of killing it at the moment in the world that she's taken to, and yeah, she'd been doing it for such a long time, you know, since she was 4 or 5 or something. So she's taking a bit of time off. Everyone needs a bit of a reset button, but she's that talented that she could come back at any age and still make finals. And
look at Paige Arab.
Yeah.
And Bronte Macaulay, another one. Like,
well, that's it. There's some names who are lacking in this draw because we have so many competitors in our Oceania region who are competing in Puerto Rico currently. Paige Harab, Safi Vetti's over there. You know, these are both women that we'll usually see pretty deep in the draw of these events. And, yeah, they're not here. They're representing their country to, well, Safi's already qualified for the Olympics to try and get another spot for New Zealand. So maybe a bit of a door left open for the ladies left in the draw with 2 powerhouses out.
Absolutely. So 5 minutes, 40 on the clock. Charlie Haley currently out in front with a 5.57 and a 5.83. Nixie Ryan looking for a 3.9 to take first position. Willow Hardy looking for a 4.88. Izzy Campbell needing a 7.7. So quite a slow heat for Izzy here. But it just got the ocean's just gone absolutely on hold.
Izzy's got that competitive fire in her, though, that I feel like when she's backed into a corner, it's usually when we see her produce some of her best surfing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Izzy found her way out of this situation, needing a big score and minimizing the requirement that she has, because she's just doesn't give up.
Yeah.
She's like a bulldog. She does not give up.
And, you know, here she goes here on a nice looking wave here. Quick first turn here. Just a little check turn. And so just coming up, off that last section. Almost drove a bit too hard off the bottom.
Yeah, it was
and
one
came
of
off the back. But so that'll unfortunately put her in 4th priority now at 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's kind of did what we'd been touching on the last few heats in the men's round. Some of the surfers were pushing hard and hoping the wave pushed them back down, but they probably needed to drive out of their turns more. So I feel like a similar thing there for Izzy. You know, she's so used to that wave cooperating with her. So maybe she put it up there expecting the help to get back down, but probably needed to drive through that a little bit more. That's okay. 4 minutes to go. There's so many waves coming through. She's definitely going to get another opportunity. But yeah, like I said,
she might be on this wide one here on the southern.
She doesn't give up very easily, Izzy Campbell.
And you know what I was going to say? Nixie's another one I always manage to get heats with, and we're always like friends. It's just, I get like a little Labrador. I see myself as Labrador and just like, you know, talking out in the heat. You going like, oh, you're gonna go this one, and this
oh, really?
You know, like.
See, I'm not a talker in heats.
I'm just kind of just like, you know, just go out there. You know, you pretty much got to get 2 waves. Just have fun with it. What happens, happens. Doesn't. And yeah, it's so funny because it's funny you mentioned bulldog before though, because I was talking about that. I was like, I see myself as a Labrador. When we were in the car with Charlotte in Vine, she was like, no, you're more of a bulldog.
Well, bulldog came to mind.
Pit bull. That's what she said.
Oh, yeah. A bulldog came to mind for me straight away because I have a bulldog. And I was just like, bulldog.
We go to the next heat, paddling out. Charlie Stokes, Gabby Spate, Bonnie Hills,
Jade.
Yeah.
French surfer. So Justin, I should say, is still going on the men's side of the draw.
Yeah, so are they brother and sister?
No. They're just friends traveling together.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 French competitors getting some experience over here in Australia. With the first Challenger Series stop being at Snapper, they're just getting some more time in the Jersey, being over here, but also spending some time up the coast and just refining their connection with that wave so that when the Snapper and Narrabeen events do start, they've already got reps out there.
Oh, so that they're both in the Challenger already?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I hope it's bigger for Snapper this year because, one of my favourite surfers I love watching at Snapper is Rick Hazelwood. Just backhand cracks all the way in from behind the rock all the way in through to Lil Marley. Like, I just remember him surfing out there last year. Maybe it was a couple days before the Challenger or maybe year before.
Yep.
And I just paddled up to him and I was just like, wow. Like, surfing is so incredible. He's Willow Hardy, floats that section. It's just runs away from her there and just under 2 minutes to go. But yeah, it'll be exciting what the swell holds. But here's Izzy Campbell. It's really closing out on this bank here now.
Yeah, they're definitely running off quite quick. You've got to be really selective, but I love how these girls are just trying to create opportunities for themselves, women, I should say. But yeah, I love the goofy footers out Snapper. I think they're incredible out there, like your Ellie Brooks. Even Oki still out there is so impressive.
Yeah.
But I also love seeing people like Wade Carmichael surf Snapper. His rail game out there is second to none. But you watch all these incredible surfers out Snapper, and I still think as soon as Mick Fanning paddles out, he outsurfs everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Fun fact, actually, I lived at a house in Cooley, and Letty Mortensen and Wade Carmichael used to live there. We kept getting letters from them sent to the house, and and then when I met Mick Fanning at my local as well, he was like, oh, I'm Mick Fanning, and I was like, I already know who you are.
I know. Imagine just being like,
I was like, you don't
really?
need to tell me your name. I know who you are. You don't know who I am, but that's okay.
Oh, stop it. Yeah, Mick he's the epitome of a role model, in my opinion. He's
100%.
Doesn't get much better than that. Izzy Campbell, one last roll of the dice on this right. Nixie Ryan trying to better a 3.7.
Bang.
Strong backhand turn there. 10 seconds on the clock.
We good to see a replay of Izzy Campbell's wave to see if she could just 7, so she needs a pretty solid score to get through to the semi-finals. So we'll wait to see what those results are after the break. But nonetheless, a super exciting heat. It was just a shame there was just no real waves that were coming through.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the more stacked heats of the draw. We're going to come back with yet another incredible heat against 4 more ladies right after this short break.
Yeah.
Back to the Camplify Port Stevens Pro QS 1000. I'm lost for words, Dimmy. That's how good the surfing has been today. We're into the second quarterfinal of the women's event. It's Jade Magnian taking on Bonnie Hills, Gabby Spake, and Charlie Stoke.
Yeah, another great heat. And as I said yesterday, Gabby Spake was one of the standouts of the day in the women's. So it'll be good to see if she can actually keep up that consistency. I did watch while I was on my break, and it felt like there was a bit of a lull in that last heat. So it'll be interesting to see if the ocean fires up for this quarter final number 2, Bonnie Hills, Stokes, and been in good form, the women. So the 2 who get through this heat are going to go into the semi-finals, and that's where these points start to really apply. These 20-minute quarterfinals. The good thing about that, just is the waves are still pumping on through when they come, offering up plenty of scoring potential, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Exactly. So that was Bonnie Hills just coming down on that one. Free surfers having an absolute ball down the beach too. You can see just plenty of waves down here at Barubi. Good looking line coming through right now, potentially to Gabby Spake.
Oh, she was a standout yesterday. She nearly got barreled then, and she was caught in between two mines. I felt like, was she going to get barreled? Was she going to go to turns? She's now going to turns, and she's probably thinking, that's a waste of an opportunity. But plenty of time on the clock as we see Charlie Stokes.
Yeah, just up and out of that one for our surfer from the sunny coast. So Charlie from a really epic family, it's Charlie, Zeb, Taj. I'm pretty sure there's a younger sister or brother as well.
I saw it down in Aussie Pipe recently. The family gets right involved, eh?
Oh, they're such an incredible family and such a talented family too. All three of the siblings have had excellent results at the Pro Junior and QS level, and Taj came pretty close to qualifying for the Challenger last year too.
They talk about that as, siblings who push each other. That has its advantages. I mean, you and True came through together as we see this replay of Gabby. You can just see she was caught in between two mines. But having a sister who is competitively pretty, solid as well, did that push your career, and does that sort of you feed off each other's energy and made it easier to travel and do everything you do?
I don't know what I'd do without my sister, to be honest with you. It was so fun doing it together. Hats off to the people who do it by themselves, because I have a permanent travel partner, really, and like a permanent someone there who will take a leap of faith with me in comps, in travel, in commentating. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty lucky, but we definitely both push each other to our absolute limits. And I think if we don't step up, the other one will pull each other up pretty quickly.
I think emotionally too, you can sort of draw off each other.
Yeah.
When you're not feeling the best, you can sort of draw off each other's energy, as we see Surfer in red on a wave on the backhand. And yeah, it's interesting because it can be a lonely game, professional surfing, and to have that support, it's so important to have family support. But I feel like definitely if you've got someone who's competing at a high level and understands, it's easy for a mum or dad to stand on the beach and support, but to have someone with that insight to, the energy and the anxiety and everything that goes with being a professional surfer, I feel like that's such an advantage to a family. And when you think of the Stokes, they've got them everywhere. They're like the Wrights.
I know. They're a really cool family. I was actually commentated a little bit with Charlie at the start of last year at the ABB, and I got to know her and her mum really well. And then Charlie and her dad, I believe, went and spent like 6 months abroad. They did 3 months in WA and then 3 months in Indo, and they just looked like they had the best time. Not only just traveling, but also Charlie just wanted to get better in all sorts of conditions. And yeah, I love how she's taking that time off to, I guess, grow her repertoire and put herself in uncomfortable swells and waves. And yeah, she was definitely something that improved her surfing, and she's come back with vengeance this year.
Yeah, I saw a quote yesterday. I was walking around the Surfing Australia facility. It's a pretty amazing facility for training and sort of inspiring. And I saw just one of the best quotes ever from Mick Fanning. It said, "You don't learn much in your comfort zone." So breaking through that comfort zone is so important. As we see that first wave of the Surfer in red was a 5.83. What a great way to start the heat for the French surfer. But yeah, I think that, breaking through what traditionally is your sweet spot is so important as a competitor, and just developing your skill set as a surfer all around, whether you're a professional or not. I think, testing yourself is only going to increase your level of, expertise. So Jade, off to a nice start. Plenty of people online watching. A lot of kids out there. Will McCullough, I know, is out there watching. Should be at school, but they're going, mate, it's Friday. Come on, it's 38 degrees in Sydney.
Take the day off.
So big Reds out there watching. Big shout out. But yeah, it's good because I feel like, having a webcast too also allows, those next generation guys to sort of apply apply themselves to understanding what it takes to be a professional. And even though they're all, you know, from a grassroots level, board riders clubs, and then into like the Surfing New South Wales events and stuff like that, I feel like, you know, the technology in the last, say, 15 to 20 years has allowed, you know, the next generation to really feel it. Because when we came through, basically, you know, you'd have to wait 3 months to get a video of a comp from South Africa.
Yeah, wow.
Or you'd have to, you know, wait for the next Tracks magazine to find out. Now it's there. And from an athlete standpoint too, you can go back and really sort of break down exactly what's going on in your own performances, right? So is that what you used to do when you get home?
Win, lose or draw, I'd rewatch my heats. I feel like that's the only way you learn, and just...
But you used to turn down the volume too.
Yeah, just be like, I don't actually want to listen to that.
Yeah, but it is a good it's actually a really good thing, isn't it, that you can actually go back and because sometimes what you feel underneath your feet or isn't actually what happens to you. You know, you can actually feel, I was a little bit unscored on that way, but when you go back and look at it, you can sort of break it down yourself as an athlete.
I think as well, like if you're thinking, I got away pretty early on in the heat, but you didn't get your first wave till 13 minutes to go. You're like, well, hang on a second, you know, so you can really break down your strengths and weaknesses, especially when you're moving to that QS stage. Because when I was doing juniors, priority wasn't there. How Charlie getting a really good wave down the line and finishes super strong. So needing a 3.36, that's that score every day of the week. But yeah, so moving from juniors to QSs, rewatching my heats with priority and being like, okay, I should have done this here or that there. It's really good knowledge, and it's a really cool, accessible thing for us competitors to have now.
Great looking wave, surfer, Charlie Stokes up and riding, just really connecting with each and every turn. But yeah, you talk about priority. You told me the other day that a lot of the clubs now do actually use a priority as a tool for the kids, but Northie doesn't, and it's a free for all.
No,
it's old school. Is that something
it's
that
old school.
Duma sort of brings out?
I would be shocked if I ever competed in Northie board riders and had priority board. Not going to happen. It's actually so fun not having priority and just scrapping and getting real like mongrelly and just paddling around people's insides. Like I said, I've come out in like blood and scratches because we just go for it. Like El Northie was amazing. We just go and hassle each other so much. It was epic.
Well, I've got a post-seat interview and we're going to shoot on down there. But yeah, good morning. And how are you feeling? And you must be stoked to get on through to the semi-finals. I'm not hearing anything at the moment. There we go. It looks Surfing Blue. Nice looking first tag. So we're having a few technical issues today with the post-seat interviews. But I'm sure that we'll be able to fix that up, get down there very shortly. But that was a nice ride. And in fact, I feel like Bonnie just got multiple turns that sort of went away from our screen. We'll see what happens. Right now we have the surfer in the green, Charlie Stokes, with a 5-point ride on that last wave. The French surfer with a 5.83. They are the two sort of standout waves so far in this heat. Unfortunately for Gabby Spade, she hasn't been able to find that sort of consistency just as yet. She's still got 9 minutes to go. And last wave, I think, for the surfer in blue has come in too. So it's a very tight battle. As you go through these heats, they're going to get tighter. It's going to get, more frantic and more intense as well. So as we head towards semi-finals and finals, of course, the semi-finals are going to be 25 minutes, both men and women, 30-minute finals. Great to be here. Big shout out to all our event partners, Camplify, the naming rights sponsor of the event, along with PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens Council, Destination New South Wales, URBNSURF. I'm pretty excited because URBNSURF's about to roll into town in Sydney, and I feel like my credit card's going to get a whipping from URBNSURF as we see the surfer in white, the standout performer from yesterday, Gabby Spade. Really nice transition. She's getting to work. This thing is absolutely lining up, and that was a sick combo of turns. I felt like the longer the wave went, the better she went.
Yeah, Gabby, I felt like she had a bit of a score gone begging at the start of the heat, but we'll get back to that thought in a second because we are going to cross down to Charlie Haitley. Charlie, congratulations. That was a tough heat to get through, and yeah, you looked really good out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Talk to us through that heat because on paper, that was probably maybe the hardest heat in these quarterfinals. When you look at heats like that, do you get nervous or do you kind of get more excited just to get out there and give it your best?
A bit of both. I definitely was stressing a little bit at the start, but I just cleared my head and I was like, all right, just go through the process, make a plan, just surf your own heat.
Talk us through the conditions out there. It looks really, really fun, but a little bit less energy in the ocean from yesterday. So were you identifying the lefts as the key point to your strategy moving through that heat?
Yeah, well, it's very slow, but when they come, they're good. I kind of saw a few of the guys in the other heat before get a few left, and I was just managed to find one at the start that was good, and I was like, all right, well, I'm back out here. I got priority. Might as well go right, try and get another score, and yeah, I just played it like that.
What are your thought process in 2024? Like, what are your aims? Everyone sets themselves goals. What kind of goals have you got? You're in a semi-final of a QS. You must be absolutely delighted. But what are your goals for 2024?
My goals are just improving my surfing day by day, getting better at comps, getting better at traveling, a few more strike missions maybe, just improving my surfing overall and just not getting too caught up in comps, but still having a go and just knowing what I need to do for next year.
Well, you're in the semi-finals. We congratulate you, wish you all the best, and moving forward. And we hope you get some good waves in the semi, and get some water and hydrate before your next heat.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, what a great performance! And talking about great performances, Charlie Stokes there just lighting it up. Now, Gabby Spake locked in that 6.5, Jess, on that really nice wave, but she just got another wave within a 2-minute period and just smashed a 7.23.
Yeah, she absolutely belted it. I was just saying before we went to that interview, I felt like it was a score gone begging on that first wave with Gabby. It was a really good looking left, but she's made up for it on those last two waves. Gabby, obviously from Long Reef Board Riders, but she spends a lot of time at Narrabeen, and you can tell that she has definitely gone left a few times out there because her backhand technique is really good. So here we go, strong first turn there, gets it up there for a second, and two really powerful and just great surfing there from Gabby. And then we went back to back with this wave from Charlie. Gets a bit of a slash for that first one, but builds it up there for a second. So the girls really starting to turn it on. Sorry, the women are really starting to turn it on.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the performance levels are growing. We are into the quarterfinals, so you expect that. Gabby Spake, a slow start. And what's impressed me was the fact that she was able to reset, because that first wave that she you could see she was thinking about the tube, but didn't go it and sort of mistimed the whole wave. So she had to go back out there, reset, and I felt like her performance yesterday just indicated the kind of mental space she's in at the moment with her competitive nature. A 7.23 and a 6.5 within a 3-minute period after what had happened at the start of the heat. Some people might have got a little bit rattled, but not Gabby. She was absolutely blowing up. Like you said, surfing a lot of hours under the belt at Northie. So you can definitely see that kind of side of her technique. She's learned how to coil, how to get really low, and most of all, just keep that board nice and tight in the power source.
Yeah, she's looking really on point at the moment, and I feel like she's just comfortable not only going left but going right as well. I feel like both her backhand and forehand are both really strong points for Gabby, where usually, you see a competitor who might just be better on their backhand than their forehand, because in some cases most people are. If you look at a Gold Coast competitor, you're going to think they're going to be better going right. But then compared to someone from Narrabeen, you're going to assume that they're better going left. But yeah, Gabby just looks really well-rounded, and it looks like she's been putting a lot of time into her surfing in the off-season.
Yeah, she's looking very strong indeed. A 13.732 combination at this stage, quarterfinal number 2. And it is the surfer from Longy who is getting the job done at this stage. But interesting enough, the French surfer, Jade, has absolutely sat anchored for the last, say, 12 minutes, because she opened up with that 5.83. So she has got ice in her veins because she's been waiting patiently with priority, and she hasn't found anything she's really identified that's going to get that score. She needs a 5.68, and pretty impressive to watch her just keep it cool, keep it calm, and hoping the ocean dishes up something. But sooner or later, she's going to have a crack at something. She's going to have to pull the trigger, as they say, and have a look at some kind of wave that's going to offer up. And the problem for her right now is with Charlie Stokes. With that 6.5 and a 5, she actually needs a pretty good score.
Yeah, it's just the girls are just going. Girls, what is wrong with me? The women are just going to town out there, and hopefully it's setting the tone for the action that we're going to see for the rest of the day. We are sticking with that 4-man format, but with surfing like Gabby and Charlie's right now, I feel like it could just keep getting better as the rounds progress. But the next heat, the third quarterfinal, like I was just saying, no easy heats in this round, but the third quarterfinal looks pretty tricky if you ask me. So Zali Kelly taking on Jasmine Sampson, Sierra Kerr, and Philippa Anderson.
Oh, you kidding?
Yeah.
A quarter. So that's what happens sometimes in the draw. It can line up like that, and we can see Surfer in Red has decided she's going to have a look at this set. Good-looking wave, nice first manoeuvre, comes off the bottom. Strong transition from rail to rail, getting that board working. This is a good-looking wave, and if she can finish that off, you know what? I don't know. I'm not a judge. I'm feeling like I'm thinking back to that 5.83, and I felt like it could be a little. First two turns might have been a little bit better, but there was no juice left at the end of that wave.
Yeah, it was a good-looking wave, but I feel like she got more vertical on her 5.83, and the judges might sting her for potentially being a little under the lip on her turns.
That first turn was definitely cut short.
Yes.
But, yeah, I felt like this thing tapered off down the line, but she got some work done. Is it going to better 5.68? I reckon it might be just under.
We go blue. Bonnie Hill's out the back, trying to get back into this heat. Strong backhand Rio there. 7.57. I don't think it will be, and the clock has wound down. So 2 scores to lock in, 1 for Bonnie, 1 for Jade. I'm calling Bonnie's isn't going to be enough, and I don't think Jade's will be either, but we'll come back with the results right after this short break.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back, everyone. You are on finals day here at Port Stephens. Got a beautiful day. It's going to be about 36 degrees on the coast today. And we just had a buzzer beater. We were talking about it. We were sort of trying to break it down, that last wave of the French surfer in the red in the previous heat. And she needed a 5.68. She actually got a 5.80, just under her best wave. And that was enough to turn the tide. They were strong turns at the start of that wave, but we felt the tapering off of that section at the end might have crippled her, but yeah, the judges just gave her the nod. So Charlie Stokes. Unfortunately, she bows out of the event. But right now, we're into quarterfinal number 3 of the Camplify Port Stephens QS 1000 event, and it is Zali Kelly off to a start of 4.17. What a heat.
Yeah, this is an absolute dream, but also nightmare if you're a competitor. This heat is so stacked. Zali Kelly, Jasmine Sampson, Philippa Anderson, and Sierra Kerr. I have no doubt that potentially Zali, Philippa, and Sierra have all won Australian titles.
No doubt. I reckon all these 3 competitors, along with Jasmine Sampson, have the ability to be in the elite ranks. And that's the nature of surfing. You know, you probably think on paper, wow, how did that happen? But it's just, you know, just the seeding and where they end up. Someone might have got a second in a heat. But, yeah, this is an absolute smoker when it comes to identifying talent. Sierra Kerr has been absolutely on everyone's lips this year. She's the World Junior Champ.
Twice.
Well, how does that happen?
ISA and WSL.
That's the most incredible thing. And you could just see the momentum she's building. And to see her, you know, trying to get the miles in the legs when it comes to competitive surfing, you know, it's 1,000. It's a 1,000 event, and she is primed and ready to go. It's just like she's a competitive machine.
Yeah, she is. She's definitely proving everyone wrong. You know, people are saying maybe she should be a free surfer, or maybe she's just got an air game, but she just keeps proving people wrong. Her rail game is amazing. She won the Urban 3000 event just a couple weeks ago, so she's already won a QS. I don't even think she has a driver's license yet.
She got Dad.
Yeah.
Kersey's there.
Yeah.
And there's comparisons to Josh's career, her dad's career, who was just an unbelievable surfer, as we see Philippa up and riding, really nice release. Again, she looks good, and the commentators curse. But talking about Sierra and Josh, the differences in their sort of progression through the ranks. There was a time where Josh actually came off tour and decided, you know, to be an aerial specialist and a free surfer, and he took that channel. And it's interesting that people are sort of comparing that to his daughter now. But then when he came back to the CT ranks and to the elite ranks, he was just a competitive beast. But I just feel his daughter's ability in all kinds of conditions, she's tailor-made for the tour.
Tailor-made, yep. And coming from a family and being the daughter of someone like Josh Kerr, he knows exactly what it takes. The way she's feeling in certain competitive heats, he's definitely felt. So to have someone in your corner who's been through it, like what you're going through at that point in time, it's a game changer. It's an absolute game changer. So
I think Kersey's personality too is so good as an insight, because he was never ever, in my eyes, from the outside looking in, a surfer who really got that rattled about too much when it came to being a competitive surfer. He was always just laughing, jovial, easy to travel with, easy to be around. You see him on tour, he was always fun to hang out with and have a chat to. And I did see him up at Cabba a couple of years ago, and I thought, this is a different side of Kersey, because he looked a little bit, you know, when mum and dad, they get that little bit of nervous energy to him. So I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, no, it's good to see Sierra just doing so much. And I'd love to know the stat about how many times a female or male has won both the ISA and the WSL in the same year. I wonder if that's ever happened.
I don't know if that's even ever happened. You would know more than me.
I'm just trying to think back. I remember when the
how long have the ISAs been around for?
Oh, a long time.
Longer than the WSL and ASB?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, I'm pretty sure, because that's like the breeding ground to the next generation. But when it was ASP, you know, I remember Pablo Paulini actually won twice at Narrabeen. I remember he won 2 World Junior Championships. Whether he won the ISA at the same time, I have no idea. As we see the surfer in white, we're just talking about just the competitive nature of this young lady's surfing is just exceptional. But yeah, pretty impressive to win both. And not only that, she's apparently pretty good. She's a good skater.
Yeah, she is.
Exceptional. Good golfer. God.
Oh my gosh, she's a good golfer.
Please, someone's
Stop
I hate
it.
that.
Yeah.
It's like hanging out with Kelly or something.
Just that girl that's good at everything. Wow, Jasmine Sampson, good looking left wall in front of her. Watching those replays just before, this is a very evenly matched heat. All women are going for it on their backhand right now.
100%. And you know what? I feel like the waves have again made that subtle kind of energy pulse. I feel like in quarterfinal number 1 when I was off, I was watching and I was like, wow, I hope it doesn't get lully. But now in the last 2 heats, I feel like the opportunities have been there and Jasmine just attacking. Just the fluency of the backhand of all these 4 competitors are just, it's world class. It's great to watch.
So I feel like Jasmine has another score to lock in. Sierra definitely has another score to lock in. We saw her get 2 really good waves. Philippa, she's sitting out there with priority. She fell on what was looking like was going to be a really great wave. And then Zali currently sitting out there in the lead. Zali's very good at getting the job done. You know, she's such a consistent competitor and a reliable competitor too. And then once she gets into those deeper rounds and she knows she's got the points, she's done what she's had to do. I feel like that's when we really see Zali unleashed and her best surfing comes out. The further into the draw she goes.
I reckon you're completely on the money there because sometimes she'll just fly under the radar for those first couple of rounds, and she's definitely a competitor who seems to build and change gears as she gets deeper and deeper into the draw. And I think that's such a wonderful asset as a competitive surfer to have the ability to really sort of know when to change it up, know not to you don't want to peak too early ever. You always want to have a good heat, but you honestly want to build that momentum as you head towards the back end of the draw. So when you get to that final, you're ready to fire on all cylinders. And she's definitely one of those surfers as we see the Camels.
The locals.
The locals.
Doing what they do best. Yeah, that's just one of the...
Ty Serrati on the back of one of them.
It's a cool little perk of Barubi, isn't it?
I'd love to do that.
I don't know why I never did it in all the years that I was down there because I look at that and I go, that just looks so fun.
It's pretty cool.
There's a free camel there.
We're on.
We're on.
Next break. So we're down to 11 minutes to go, and you were speaking about Jasmine Sampson there and locks in a 6.33. What a great score. So right now, we're going to throw down to an interview with Gabby Spake. She has been absolutely one of the standouts of the event. Gabby, congratulations. Let's talk about the start of that heat, that first wave. You look like you're fuming. But what I love is you're actually able to get back out and reset. Talk us through that.
I can't even remember any of the waves that I got made, actually.
You actually look like you were trying to get barrel. You look like you were going to try to get barrel on the first one. I was like, oh, and then you pulled out, and then you just got straight into those 2 absolute gems. You must be stoked with how you're feeling in the water. You just look so confident.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm frothing. There's heaps of waves out there, so I've just been trying to keep busy and get a few waves, and I don't know. That's about it.
Yeah, Gabby, you look really comfortable on your backhand. I was kind of saying it looked like you were surfing northy lefts. Do you feel quite at home out there?
Yeah, it does feel like northy out there, so it's pretty good.
And moving into the semi-finals now, are you just going to keep your plan the same because it seems to be working for you?
Yeah, I'll just keep staying busy and try to get a few scores on the board and then keep, I don't know, getting more waves.
Yeah, well, it's working for you. You're one of the standouts for us. We even called it at the start of the day. So good luck in your semi-final, and yeah, hopefully we chat to you again sometime soon.
Thank you.
The funniest thing is, in front of a camera, she doesn't say much.
No.
But if you get Gabby away from the camera, she'll talk all day.
I know. I was just thinking, she's being so shy right now.
I was gonna say, are you kidding me?
She usually is just telling stories, laughing. Yeah, that's
what I love is she goes, I couldn't even remember what happened out there.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, no, you do. Come on, dig deep.
Be honest. All right, so here we go with 9 minutes to go. Surfing White has taken the lead with a 6.67, and Yeah, it is up to both Zali Kelly and Philippa Anderson. They're in third and fourth position, and with such a stacked heat, someone's got to bow out, and it is the youngster, Jasmine Sampson, looking very strong as well.
Yeah, Jasmine, she's just a real powerhouse. She's really taken some time to, I feel like, perfect and grow her surfing, and she came back into this season as, I would say, like most improved out of anyone I've seen. She just looks like she's there to make rounds and to dominate, really, and that's what she's doing. A 6.33, it's not an easy score to get today. You've really got to time your turns well, choose the right wave with enough power, and she's identified that really well, and it's got her in a pretty solid second position right now. But yeah, it's not a usual place where we see Zali Kelly and Philippa Anderson in third and fourth. So I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this heat pans out.
Here we go, surfing in white. Sierra Kerr up and right in, nice and deep off the bottom, but just catching that rail there and throws her over the falls. But having two such established surfers in third and fourth with that maturity level, I know both these surfers probably aren't in the prime position they want to be, but for someone like Zali Kelly, she only needs a 6.21 and Philippa only needs a 7.4. So Jasmine knows she's in the game, and what she'll try to do in the next couple of minutes, her next opportunity, she'll be looking to offload that 4.80 to give herself a little bit more space and time away from those two experienced surfers, as we see the surfer in white just keeping nice and busy, as you'd expect from a frothing grommet.
Well, that's what she is. She still is a grommet, but she's so good for someone so young, and people are already calling her having rivalries with different people on tour, and she's not even on tour yet, but we just have full faith that she'll get there. Philippa Anderson, yet another unlikely fall from her. So 6 minutes 45 to go. I dare say we'll see Philippa have another crack as well as Zali. So I feel like Jasmine might need to start playing a little bit of defense right now, because Zali and Philippa know exactly what they have to do to make this heat. It's just not very often we see them put in this position.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a key point too with 6.5 to go. For Zali, it's about the next wave making a difference, as we see the surfer in blue, just that one maneuver. But yeah, whether that betters the 4.8, I don't think so. But yeah, so Zali Kelly is in a strong position when it comes to priority, but she still needs that score that's going to be into the good range to actually change the circumstances of the heat. So right now, Sarah Kerr with that 6.67 and a 5.67 definitely has had the best of the wave so far, and that consistency of her performance. Jasmine Sampson looking very, very good, and what I love is Jasmine putting that little bit of pressure on Zali. They're getting really close to her grill and making sure she knew that she was right there, and that wave is definitely not going to be a 6.21 for the experienced campaigner. Here we go, white up and right in, nice and deep, nice and patient, just transferring that weight with just such skill and precise surfing on the back end. These lefts look so much fun.
They look so fun right now. I'm actually really jealous. They look so
How good has the
fun.
QS has been?
I know.
Burley
was pumping.
It was like the stubbies in 78 or something.
Sometimes you get years and it's just
dribble.
And other times you get seasons where it's just pumping waves. And it's been a pretty good run. I mean, Urban, the waves are perfect. So you can't complain when you're surfing the exact same wave. You know exactly
You're in that event, right?
No, I commentated it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you thinking, I wish I did that event?
Yeah, I had full FOMO. I did.
You're just going, oh no.
I was like, wow.
I need a tissue. I'm going to cry. Why aren't I in this event?
But once I started commentating, it was so fun. It was like speed dating for surfing, because it was back to back to back, 10-minute heats, 4 waves, 26 seconds or something between each wave. Like, it was so...
Did anyone speak about the fatigue factor in those scenarios? Because it was very quick.
No one really did. Like, everyone kind of just got the job done, but you could see as the rounds progressed,
people were starting
to fatigue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, I've surfed it quite often in Melbourne, and after an hour,
tired.
For an old bloke, you're absolutely cooked.
Well, they're surfing...
You're sort of asking people to go past you in the like.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, well, basically, they're surfing 4 waves and giving 110% on those 4 waves and have to better each one. It was crazy amounts of pressure in that type of event format, but it was cool. It was something that as competitors and commentators and spectators we're not used to seeing. So, yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a really great event.
Here we go, down to 3.5 minutes to go, and it is the surfer in green with Priority Philippa up and right in. First turn, a little bit short. She just hasn't found that rhythm that she's accustomed to out on these lefts today. She's going to have to get a 7.4. That's going to definitely better that 0.93 and might probably shorten up the gap, but she's still going to need a very large score to get herself into second. And it is really, at the moment, up to Zali and Philippa to make sure they're on the next good wave, because their potential to get 8s and 9s, it's unmatched, unrivaled. They've definitely got the ability to do that. But right now, I think time is going to start to become a bit of an issue for both these women in this heat.
I agree, and you can see Sierra sitting on Zali. Even though Sierra's pretty comfortably in first place, she's not really giving Zali too much room to move.
Is that rivalry thing?
Yeah, it's a bit of a competitive approach there from Sierra. She's like, I'm not letting anyone get this win other than me. So 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Zali might scrap wide enough to get onto this one, but yes, just going to be too deep. Philippa off the end. Good looking left-hand wall in front of her. That's a better looking turn for Philippa. And again, so needs a 7.40, 2 turns. I don't see it being the best wave of the heat, but it's definitely going to be her best score.
Of course, it's the biggest wave of the heat.
It's definitely the biggest wave of the heat.
But was the precise nature of the turns enough to, we'll have to have a look at it. Nice, patient, nice snap in that first pocket. And again, but you can see that second turn, she had to force it just that little bit. There was no real drift in the tail, but it was definitely, I feel like it was the biggest wave I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Philippa, right, as we see, here we go, her up and right in again. She is just a magnet when it comes to finding these little left wedges. But yeah, interesting. I don't know if it's 7.4, but I reckon it's going to definitely be her best wave for Philippa Anderson.
I definitely think it's going to reduce the requirement by a lot and make it a lot easier for her to get the next score that she requires after this one drops. Sierra just drifting the fins at the top of that wave, coming back down. I love the progressiveness about her surfing, and she just gives everything a go. Now, Zali Kelly, it's her turn. Try and get a 6.21. She's flying down. That's a strong first turn. Again for a second. So things are changing quite quickly, Dimmy.
When you pull that apart, when you think back to the strength of that first turn of Zali compared to Philippa's first turn, I actually think that might be a better wave than Green's. It's hard to sort of really work it out, but she waited so long, nice and patient, but watch the amount of water she moves off that first turn. A little bit caught up on the second turn, but very similar waves for green and red, but are they enough to really change the actual standing in the seat? Only time will tell. Here we go, the Grommet up again, the World Junior Champ. She is just having a ball out. She's got I love it. See, that's that sort of Grom kind of mentality, but yeah, she is such a competitive beast. Looking good. Here we go, Philippa up as well, so we'll have to see what happens there.
Are we seeing a situation change, do you think?
I don't know. They're having a good think about it. I'm just thinking back to the two waves, the Zali Kelly and the Philippa Anderson two turners. Definitely Philippa got the best of the size of the wave, but the critical nature of the turns, I don't know. So glad we're not judges. All I know is that Sarah Kerr just put on another clinic out there for quarterfinal number 3. We'll see what the judges say.
Philippa Anderson 6.17, so wasn't enough.
But she has another score to come in.
She does. We're going to have to leave it and figure out what happened. We're going to go to a short break, so we'll see you guys very quick.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back, everyone. Finals day down here at beautiful Port Stephens Pro, down at Brewery Beach. It's on fire, and the women quarterfinals has lived up to all expectations. We just saw Sierra Kerr absolutely put on a clinic, and both Zali Kelly and Philippa Anderson out of the event in the quarters, which is a bit of a shock when it comes to the seeding. But Jasmine Samkin, are they still working it? I don't think that last wave of red, unless I did not catch the full glimpse of that wave, is going to make a difference. I know Philippa Anderson's last wave definitely didn't make a difference. But, yeah, it looks like the judges are still sort of having a look at that wave. But right now we're into another heat. And it is another cracker. A couple of young guns in this heat. Actually, 4 surfers who have really started to make their mark on the QS Tour. And Zali Kelly did not get the score required. So it is Jasmine Sampson and Sierra Kerr into the semi-finals. And that is such a great result for Jasmine Sampson, who are, we're just talking with Jess Ruby Young about, her progression and the fact that she's looked so strong in 2024 already.
There we go. So still early stages of the heat here. Great heat out here this morning. Lucy Brown in the red, Taylor Green in the blue, Oceana Rogers in the white, and Sage Goldsberry in the green. So we've got 2 goofy footers and 2 natural footers in the heat, which would be good to see. And coming up next,
quarterfinal number 1 of the men's. This is where the action starts to really heat up, because these athletes, the women have to surf 3 times and the men 4 times. What about that first quarter in the men's? It is Geordie Lawler taking on Harry Phillips, Mike Clayton Brown, and Xavier Bryce, the young gun. He's been in amazing form. I did notice, we were talking about it yesterday, about the fact that it looks like he's got a new sponsor. It looks like he's changed camps over to Veruca from Billabong. Switched up. A lot of movement in the sponsorship camps worldwide at the moment.
I think with board riders wise though too, because Billabong, Roxy Quicksilver, and Veruca are actually all under the same roof.
They're under the one banner.
Yeah.
Yes. Different companies with one banner, and such is the state of play when it comes to businesses these days. And it's a tough one when you have to let a surfer go, as we see the surfer, Sage Goldsberry, up and right in nice and deep. Really good transition.
Turn.
What about that first turn?
Yeah. It's like a little tail slide on that first turn. Someone going for a bit of tube time there, Oceana Rogers.
She comes out.
No way.
Is that the first tube you've seen?
I'm sure that's the first tube of the event.
We saw Gabby Spade try to get tubed off her head in her heat, and completely it didn't actually tube. She just went, oh no. But she was able to sort of break through and get back into that heat and lock in some big scores. But I feel like, for me, commentating, that was the first time I've seen a tube, and we'll have to have a look at this little exchange. I love the patience, just nice and square off the bottom. Just really good extension. Yeah, love it. And then we had out the back, Shiana looking for tube time, a bit under the curtain, because it is pretty hot out there.
There we go. Just quick little dipping under, and then it just comes out. Doggy door.
Wow. Nice.
So,
I wonder what the judges will think, because we said that probably first one of the event. I don't think she had much travel time. That's going to be the thing that's going to impede the scoring potential, as they would call it. But right now it is Lucy Brown out there in the red, Taylor Green out there in the blue, Oceana Rogers in the white, and Sage Goldsberry in the green. So 4 surfer priority, of course. A massive shout out to Camplify, who are the naming rights sponsor of this event. And And also, congratulations to Surfing New South Wales for putting on another Pro Series. Of course, we're off to Avoca in a week or so.
Yeah,
I do believe that.
Seventh?
Yeah,
7th and
4th
8th.
to the 8th of March. We'll be on from the 7th to the 8th, so 2 days of webcasting. But yeah, it's going to be great. Traditionally, that event has always produced something special, and the waves have always been good. The Shark Tower and stuff like that. So yeah, it's going to be so good to watch that as we see some scores locking in. We have a 5-point ride for the first of Sage in the green. We're down to 16 minutes to go as we can see the 4 surfers, the wide shot, expressing just how good the banks are out here. And as this tide starts to drain out, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more top to bottom, a little bit more opportunity to go square, as we like to say, 6 o'clock. Come 6 o'clock and go 12 o'clock into the lip of the wave where you can go very vertical. But it's got this really good little chip shot in as well.
Here we go, Taylor Green up and riding from the Sunshine Coast. So we saw a pretty good heat from her yesterday too, Dimmy. Just knocking out her fellow comrade, Isabella Caldo, at the end of the heat, if you remember that one.
Was that there was some controversy yesterday in a couple of those heats. There was a couple of, not controversy, but there was a couple of mistakes made. Maddie Job had an interference. I believe Sophie Fletcher had an interference as well.
Yeah, Jessie was talking me through that.
Yeah, we didn't really see that because it was such a good heat. But, yeah, got to be on the ball when it comes to making sure that you abide by the rules.
And especially like watching this now too, I know when I watch it, I'm just like, even if you can't hear on the beach who's in the priority situation, like you're best off just stay right away from it and just
100%.
not buy into, like
because
go
people
sit on
will try to
another
push
bank.
you into one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the game. That's why we have priority, to see who can stay mentally strong within the boundaries of priority and non-priority. So sometimes, with priority, it's you don't necessarily have to take your priority. It's just how you use it to your own advantage, whether you want to use it as a way to force your way through the heat or whatever. But, sometimes you can win or lose a heat by the waves you don't take more than the waves you do take.
Yeah, 100%. It's like Red, Lucy Brown might be having a look at this one, but I've seen a couple pretty slow heats here, hey. Not too much waves on provide, but here's Taylor Green up and riding here. Little 2-turn combo. They're just looking to get a good early start, but there's just been a couple like real
I think
heats
feel
full
like
of
there's
lulls.
one on, one off, one on, one off, and I'll tell you what wasn't off in that last heat. It was the wave choice of Sierra Kerr, who is down in the post-heat interview area, and I feel like in that heat there was absolutely plenty of waves. Sierra, good morning, and talk us through it. How was it out there?
There's a couple fun ones, just like sick little lefts. It's pretty small and offshore, but yeah, it's good to have some clean little lefts because I like doing comps on my left, so I was frothing.
So talk us through 2024. It's been an amazing year for you so far. Something nearly hit you in the head. But how has it been? Are you refreshed? Are you ready to go? You look so strong in every part of your sort of arsenal when it comes to competing. How are you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, I'm pretty frothing, coming off a couple good results like the World Juniors and then the QS. So yeah, it's just surfing's feeling pretty good right now. So confidence is high and just trying to keep it going, I guess.
And how's Dad going? Loving the travel. Is he traveling with you these days, Dad, all the time?
Yeah, Dad's with me and he's frothing. He went like 4x4ing this morning and yeah, he went for a surf, so he was frothing to have a good little morning and then come down and watch me.
Well, I feel like you're just at the peak of your powers at the moment. You're into the semi-finals. We wish you all the best, and I hope Josh is doing good. And yeah, fantastic performance today. So strong, and as I said, hydrate and get yourself ready for your semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you. Phew.
What a legend. She's such a strong competitor, and like I said, I've had the pleasure of knowing her dad for a long time, and just seeing him. What I love about it was because he was one of the best surfers in the world where it comes to being an aerialist or a CT machine. he's now had to transfer that into a support kind of structure with his daughter. And to see him a little bit nervous at times is funny, because I never saw that from Josh as a competitor.
Yeah, okay. We just watched a good edit of him last night. Probably was like 2 years ago, like where he was riding all the album Twin Fins.
Then when he came back to the QS and everyone was going, what is Kersey doing the QS for? I think he did it up here and made like a quarter or something, just style master.
Well, he rode, that was the one where it was at Cabba, but we held it at Kingy and he was riding a 20 in his heats.
How good did he look?
Yeah. But 11 minutes to go, so Lassa Taylor Green a 3.23. Sage Goldsberry looking for a 1.1 to go to first position. Oceana Rogers locked in a 4.0, looking for a 1.01 to go to second. Lucy Brown staying pretty quiet this heat, holding first priority, so I'm sure it's not too far off before she gets her first wave, but she's going to need to get a wriggle on with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, all these surfers would have been watching the last two heats previous. I mean, that's what you sort of, when you're an athlete, you sort of study what happens in the heats prior. And the good thing about it, I feel, in these 20-minute heats, even though she might not have got a wave for the first 10 minutes, there will be a couple of opportunities for her. She's just got to make these opportunities count. And she's not that far behind the 8 ball, because the highest wave of the heat so far is a 5. And here we go, Surfer in Red, up and right in. Nice start to this wave, just nice and patient. Now nice and deep into the corner of that ride. So 2-2 in combination. It's not going to be probably the highest wave of the heat, but it's going to be in that ballpark where everyone's got that sort of low to mid score, that 3 to 4 point range.
I was wondering if they'd even count that last turn, because it wasn't like a clean ride out.
Yeah, they have been cruel on that.
They've been pretty brutal on that, like, especially in heats prior to, like, we just saw Oceana get a 0.5 for running out of barrel out of the doggy door, Like, as I said, I'm not a judge, so I've made a couple wrong calls today. But
Did they get a 0.5?
Yeah. So we'll wait and see what that score comes through as for Lucy Brown. But look, we even saw Marlon in the last heat, well, a couple of heats ago, last 10 minutes, get away and then got knocked out. There was just nothing on provide for the waves that, came forward to him. But here's the replay.
Let's have a look at this second turn to see if we feel she rode out of this turn. I did feel like it did come out at the front a bit. She might have cut that short, but it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that ride. So if she gets in the 3 to 4 point range, that they deem that complete. If she didn't, it's incomplete. But yeah.
Sure. Well, she's still got to get a backup score in any case. So that was 4.37. So
complete. Yeah. So now she's right in the ballpark, because, she isn't that far behind the 8 ball, because the best two waves are a 5. In fact, her first wave is basically the best of the rest, really. So 4.37, nice start. And with 8.5 minutes to go, you sort of nailed it. Absolutely perfect with your assumption of, like, some of these heats have been really, really staggered in the way of the quality of waves on offer. So we've had basically 4 quarters in the women's. I feel like 2 of the quarters, waves are on. 2 of the quarters, a little bit slower.
Yeah. So, like, as I said, you've pretty much just got to stay busy. Like, look at Betty Lua at Sunset yesterday. Yeah. Held priority, nothing came through for the last 5 minutes, needed like a 4.
That's brutal.
But Molly
it's a bit
won,
like us in the morning without a coffee.
Yeah.
We're a little bit slow. Well, I know I am.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's a really good way to put it, because she just waited and the ocean went just
flat. And that just happens. I can't relate to coffees. I only drink hot chocolate.
There you go. See, that's good, hot chocolate. But that's energies in itself, as we see Lucy up and riding on the back end again, trying to weave her way down the peak.
Was that a good one to get under her belt, for sure? But would you be wanting to get back into first priority situation?
I'd rather have priority than have a 1.5 or a 2 under my belt. But you just never know with these inside
like the cookie,
waves.
Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So
I want the cookies.
You definitely want to make sure that you sort of get that 1 to 2 turn in, because these heats are very, very tightly positioned. Really, Sage is the only one to sort of lift that bar to that 5 point range. And here we go.
Yeah,
she's up again. What about that lovely little drift? I feel like she's just found every sort of diamond in the rough out there in this heat. She's been on the best 3 waves for sure.
Yep. And that's just like on that waiting game too, because you don't want to be Lucy's going to be in a situation now where it's like almost coming down to the 5-minute mark where people are going to want to start sitting on each other. So, and we've seen that in a couple other heats as well where that's happened because, it's only still small scores like 291, 368 to go to second position.
That is nothing for the standard of surfer in the lineup.
Well, I'd be more worried about Oceana needing a 291. That's pretty much a turn.
For
Not
her.
even.
Yep.
Yeah. Like,
Six.
To just do a little half turn, then that's through.
All these 4 surfers have the ability to put their scores into the excellent range. It's just about basically, only on what kind of wave choice you make. And this is where priority does come into play and where priority is such a key element to the actual outcome of heats these days, where you've got to utilise priority so strongly. And right now we have 3 surfers other than the surfer in green, and we're still waiting on a score to lock in, I think, for her. But yeah, she has 2 5-point Ryans in that 2-wave combination. But it's very tight between second, third, and fourth. Lucy Brown has third priority, so she needs a 5.63 to go to first. But she also is sitting on a 2.53, which is a score you do not want at the back end of the heat. You want to be solidly sort of getting rid of those low scores to give yourself a little bit of space and time. 5 minutes to go. Next up, we have quarterfinals of the men's here at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, the QS 1000. WSL doing a great job bringing these events to our region. I feel like, 2024, we've seen some standout performances, and we might see a couple of young guns into the Challenger Series. Here we go, talking about young guns. This young lady absolutely belted on the backhand. Very strong. She's got the score.
She's got the score, definitely.
Oh,
that's
even a
more,
closer.
yeah. So,
I'm calling that might be the best way to heat.
Ooh.
Only for
I
the
think so too.
Yeah, just from the depth of the turns themselves. Like, it wasn't the biggest wave. I feel like Sage has been on the biggest wave, but I feel like she really squared up off the bottom and got that board really nice and vertical into the lip.
So Sage has gotten 2 5s. So that other wave that she got, the one turn as well, another 5. But what would be great out there today? A jet ski. Just jet ski toe-ins. Here we go.
Really good, powerful hack under the lip. That was strong, even though, like we've said, that it wasn't the biggest wave, but just the quality of the turns was just exceptional. So I'm calling that is nearly going to be the best wave of the heat based on that first turn.
100%. So we'll wait for that wave to come through. But I think she's got the score. I reckon she might even go to the lead, I think.
There it is, a 5.77, so definitely best wave of the heat. And we called it early. She now has a 4, and this has put a little bit more pressure on both surfers in third and fourth. Here we go. We have a nice-looking wave for the surfer in blue. Again, just finding this little gem farther down towards the south. So, yeah, wasn't the biggest wave for the surfer in white, Oceana Rogers, but definitely the quality of the manoeuvre and just the placement of the turns was enough to turn the tide in her favour. And now it's up to both Lucy Brown and Tyler Green to get themselves a pretty solid number. See, now they're in a position where they're nearly going to have the best wave of the heat to mosey on through into the semi-finals. But that's the nature of the beast when it comes to, this is a quarter-final. You expect that. You expect the level of surfing just goes up a gear when it comes to quarters and semi-finals. So right now, everything is on the line, and priority does sit with the surfer in red. Here we go.
Here we go. So red, Lucy Brown checking this one out, racing down the line. If she can get around this one. Oh, it's just so unfortunate. It almost looked like it was going to fizzle out, and then she was thinking like, oh, do I stay with it or do I just kick off? But
I'll tell you what I have noticed. The wind has kicked up.
Yeah.
Definitely. So is that going to be good for the airs? On the left.
Good question. Hopefully see some goofy footers. I know Oceana's actually posted up quite a couple. She's from the South Coast, posted a couple air
How's your air
clips.
game?
I love airs. I think my favourite thing is like airs, barrels and rails. I don't know, don't like turns at the moment. It's
Airs,
just
barrels and rails.
Like I just feel like they're just everything's just so fun. Like when you're paddling out and you're seeing someone else get barreled, you're like, yes.
I was talking to Jess about it yesterday, where I saw Dylan Moffat down at Curl on the Northern Beaches in about 4-foot waves the other day, and we were doing a coaching session with about 3 or 4 kids, and Dill pulled off he just did this massive rotation in the air, and it was like the kids had won lotto. They were out there high-fiving each other like they had done the turn, and just to see the froth on them. And Dill just sort of ran past and goes, "Hi, Groms." And they're like, "Oh, my God, Dylan Moffat. Is that guy Superman?" He was, if you know him as a person, he's just the most, he'd rather say, like, he'd rather give back to anyone. That's the kind of person he was. But to see the froth, and then for the next hour, I'm trying to coach, and they're all trying to do airs. I'm like, someone do a turn.
Yeah. Oh, that's so awesome. And, that's what surfing's all about too, just like giving back to the next generation. You want to be that surfer that's humble and like people look up to, that nice, like everyone looks up to Steph. That's who you want to be. But 30 seconds remaining, so nothing else has really come through yet, Dimmy. So Lucy looking for a 5.41, Taylor looking for a 6.5. Here we go, Oceana Rogers, last roll of the dice for the heat. So I'm pretty sure Blue might have had a paddle for that one to use priority.
She does. Taylor Green loses priority because she was basically sold that.
Sold to Letty in the back.
Yeah. Sold a burger, as they call it in surfing terms. But, nice strategy, because she basically held her off but also kept her own priority as we wind on down to complete another exciting quarterfinal. We're going to be into the men's quarters very shortly, 20-minute heats. Okay, so we're going to have a break for 10 minutes. We're going to throw to a commercial. We've got a 10-minute break before we start the quarterfinals of the men. So we'll be back very shortly, and it's been exciting to commentate through the women's quarterfinals with the Port Stephens Pro. We'll be back.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
And welcome back to all on the webcast. I'm here with Jesse Starling. We're about to crack on into the finals. This is Port Stephens QS 1000 presented by Camplify, and I believe we're into quarterfinal number 1. Geordie Lawler in the red, Harry Phillips in the blue, Mike Clayton Brown in the white, Xavier Bryce in the green. Now we saw a pretty exciting last heat for the women. I'll just get up the results for you there. We've got such beautiful conditions down here today. Taking out that last heat was Sage Goldsbury in the green, Oceana Rogers progressing through to the semi-finals. So we'll see them later on after the boys today.
Yeah, we've got about an hour and 20 minutes of men's competitive surfing, and then we'll roll straight back into the women for the semi-finals, then the men's semi-finals. And then, yeah, it's finals time. The semi-finals are 25 minutes long. Finals will be half an hour. So still so much action left for today. But, yeah, right now this is a pretty good-looking quarterfinal matchup. Geordie Lawler was sitting by himself on a bank this morning and managed to get a 7 and a high 6 and take the win. He's looking really confident out there. And it looks like he's created a bit more space between him and his competitors again in this heat. So he's sitting furthest to the left of the screen up on that southern peak. Harry Phillips in the blue, Mike Clayton Brown, the Novocastrian, out there trying to get it done for Newcastle, and Xavier Bryce from the Northern Beaches, as well as Geordie Lawler. So 2 Northern Beaches surfers trying to battle it out to get through to the semi-finals, where the points get a lot better.
Here we go. We've got a bit of paddling going on here. 18 minutes ago, a bit of a slow start to this one, so I'm just going to read through some of our sponsors for the event. So massive thank you to Camplify. He's white up and running, Mike Clayton Brown. Come for a bit of a lobster dive there, Jesse. But yeah, if you're planning your next surf trip, make sure you head on down to Port Stephens for the weekend. Some great weather going on. I think we checked the swell forecast this morning. There's meant to be some good waves, so make sure you even head over to go watch the Pro Junior. We've got a couple great names coming up. So whether it's a lay day or a spray day, Camplify has you covered for a beachside base with thousands of unique camper vans available to hire. It's guaranteed to make Dawn Patrol that much sweeter. And just imagine, waking up with a view, sunrise at Port Stephens, or even sunset when you're cooking dinner, or you got the camels walking past.
Sunset into a camel ride. You're laughing. What an absolute beautiful way to spend the afternoon. There's so much to do around this area, not too far from the main Newcastle town as well. So, yeah, the east coast of New South Wales is so incredible, and we're so lucky to be supported by Destination New South Wales as well. They're one of the driving sponsors for the Pro Surf Series, and without them, I don't think we'd have so many points on the line for our QS competitors to try and get to that Challenger Series. So if you haven't been up and down the east coast of New South Wales, what are you doing? It's the most beautiful coastline, and we're both Lil and I were so lucky to grow up on the east coast of New South Wales, and yeah, hopefully you guys can appreciate it just as much as we do.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just saying to Timmy before, if I lived in Port Stephens, I probably wouldn't even buy a car. No, I wouldn't even buy a bike. I'd just ride my camel everywhere. Just like walking on the street, and then, jaywalking at the zebra crossings.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look, it's like a couple of nice sets coming through. That wind's definitely puffed up a little bit. Here is Harry Phillips on the back end. Nice first turn there. And a second. So he's actually had quite a good performance throughout this event so far.
Yeah, this is a great opening ride for Harry Phillips. 5 really strong backhand turns, and I feel like the more he surfed that wave, the more momentum he built and the stronger he looked. Oh my gosh, talk about a show. That dolphin just fully jumped out of the water. That was great. These guys
trying to get an interference.
Oh, they've just been around all day. Good-looking 2-turner there for Xavier Bryce. Sorry, for Mike Clayton Brown. Xavier Bryce was down on the edge of this one. We'll see the finish of that wave. Flares the fins out, pulls it back around. So scores for white, blue, and green to lock in. Geordie Lawler now left out the back with priority. So stacked heat. Geordie Lawler with the most experience. So we'll see if experience is on his side today.
I know Vaughn Blakely loves a lot of dolphin action, especially at the Skull Candy. Loves it. So shout out to Vaughan Blakely if you're watching. So we'll wait for those scores to come on through. Just under 15 minutes remaining. But Mike Clayton Brown, he has a bit of a repertoire as well, like been on the QS for quite a long while. And sister Ellie Clayton Brown as well, now a registered nurse, I believe. So
she's doing amazing things, and we're so lucky to have our nurses in Australia. So thank you, Ellie. But yeah, Mikey got pretty close to qualifying for the challenges. This is a replay of his last wave, so a bit of a setup turn, but that finishing one was really nice and a critical part of the wave. And so Xavier opens up with a nice first turn and then gets funky with it on that end section, trying to kind of show the judges, like, hey, I've got variety. If you want to see something different, I'll give it to you. So Harry Phillips, though, looking at a 5.83 for that first wave for that really powerful, nice, connected series of backhand Rios. So I like that score for Harry.
It's almost like a little bit of offshore.
Yeah, I still think, like, the wind's definitely puffed up, but I still think it's really great conditions for an event. Spray's throwing so much more off our backhand surfers. Here's our dolphin. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. It's just like, no, I'm still in the spotlight for a second. So I love all the sea life down there for our competitors today. I feel like I'd probably get distracted if I was out there by all the dolphins in a heat. I'd be like, oh my God, dolphins. Meanwhile, a set's rolling under me. I'm like, oh, whoops.
Yeah, I've definitely had my fair share of those when you're in Hawaii as well, when you're just like, you're out there chilling with your mates, one of your mates is just like cooked one of the sets of the day, and then you turn around, you're like, oh my goodness. And there's like 3 like 6-footers. Like I surfed pipe when I was over there, and it went from like 2 foot to like 5 within there was like the 2-foot sets that were casually rolling through, and then there was just like one big 5-foot one where everyone's just like, oh.
Yeah, I would have been like, nah, I'm out. Pipe seems like a pretty scary wave if you don't have your backhand bow riding dialed, and I definitely don't. So I might go Urban Surf Beast mode before I go pipeline.
I actually haven't done the Beast mode at Urban Surf, so a massive shout out to Urban Surf, another sponsor of the WSL as well. Soon to be releasing their Sydney wave pool.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that.
So opening in April 2024, and Urban Surf will provide perfect ocean-like waves day and night. So Sydney early bird memberships are now on sale. So anyone from the northern beaches, anyone from Narrabeen, all the way down to the Central Coast, make sure you get on the Sydney early bird membership, be part of the community, and surf more for less with an Urban Surf Sydney membership. The golden ticket to surf it first. Exclusive events and limited edition merch. One upfront fee for 52 sessions, but you can surf at any time when you want.
What?
And at any park up to 10K value.
Oh my goodness.
So now on sale.
Deal.
Now on sale, available to purchase online and emailed directly to you within minutes. Perfect for those last-minute gift ideas and the ultimate experience of surfing in good times this summer. Urban Surf gift cards can be used for Sydney and Melbourne. Buy a gift card and score early access to books. So thank you, Urban Surf. As you see, Xavier Bright's taking that one. It's so clean. That was taped.
We both just stopped talking for a second. We're like, wow, I was not
It's
expecting
just like
that.
moment to realise, like, what just happened?
Yeah, I was expecting like a really tidy backhand rear, and then, backside air.
Surprise,
Loves
surprise.
that. Here's the replay. So, yeah, I mean, he's streaking down the line. I thought he was just going to finish that wave.
How's the hand job? It was just like, wow. Geordie Lawler making his campaign debut. Now riding for Timmy Patterson surfboards.
Yeah, so he made the change pretty recently and got a great result down at Urban on the Timmy Pattersons, and they're looking really amazing under his feet. And he seems really stoked with the change, and so does his coach, Matty Cattle. So I think when you've been with a board brand for so long, you can get so used to the models and comfortable with the designs. You know exactly what you want, exactly the board that you need. But I feel like experimenting with other board brands can also reignite a spark for getting creative with your surfing and different board shapes. So I thought it was a really cool move for Geordie at this point in his career. and it seems to be working out really amazing for him. So shout out to the Timmy Patterson team. The board's looking amazing under Geordie's feet.
Wow, Mike Clayton Brown. Loving the look of that one. It'd be good to see the replay of that. Yeah, and no sticker on his board anymore. Geordie, he rips. He surfs so good. So, yeah, anyone on broadcast watching, here's the replay. Geordie Lawler. Nice first snap there. And racing to the inside. So the surfer from Narrabeen taps that section and gets a third. So I think this was one of the better waves of the heat so far. So milks this one all the way to the inside. First wave of the heat for Geordie Lawler. This is Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 replay.
This wave from Mike Clayton Brown was really beautiful. So gets it up there, and the second turn had a lot more grunt into it. You can see he put his arms out in front of him, made sure he had the balance to ride out of that turn, and kind of stood tall as if to say, yeah, that was a good wave. So scores are in for the last two. Xavier Bryce, a 4.6 and a 4, does have him out in the lead. Harry Phillips currently in second with a 5.83. Mike Clayton Brown, you have to think, has got a big score coming in as well as Geordie, so we'll see where they land. But wow, Harry Phillips.
Explosive surfing there. And I was going to say, Mike Clayton Brown's last wave, that was really like strategically surfed, you know? It was like collected and yeah, you just surfed it, you know, need to get 2 turns, need to drop a 0.5.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Here it is.
I feel like as well, Harry, that last wave, he got 2 really strong turns on that one. So Harry's going to back up his 5.83 really nicely. 5.87 for the first of Geordie Lawler. So we still have another wave to lock in for Mike, I believe. But Harry is definitely going to second. I reckon he'll go to first off the back of that second wave. He's looking really in form and really confident in his own skin. Here we go, Xavier Bryce trying to better a 4-point ride. He's taken to the air again and rides out clean. So he's definitely been working on those in the off-season. See if that betters his 4-point ride. But yeah, this heat's really starting to ramp up in the back 7.5 minutes. See who can keep their cool, who can find the backup scores they need. Yeah, I love just how progressive and excited it looks like Xavier Bryce is in this heat, just to kind of change up a little bit, because the other 3 surfers are going to that traditional surfing that we're so used to seeing. So Xavier offering us a little bit of variety. And last wave of Mike, 5.9. So solid score now has him up in the lead. I feel like Harry Phillips still might jump to the lead off the back of that last wave. So a few scores to still filter in. These guys are keeping the judges on their toes.
And that 5.87 of Geordie was just incredible to watch. Especially, you would have grown up watching Geordie out surfing all the time.
Yep.
So it's good to, 6.67 for Harry Phillips last wave. So that's taken Blue to the lead. Mikey needing a 6.6. So here's Geordie Lawler, replay, little snap there. Love the speed and flow he gets off these new Timmy Pattersons.
Yeah, we've seen so many people get caught behind on that section because it is really fast, those lefts, but
he just sticks with it.
Yeah, I love the pace he's showing on the wave and the aggression that he's having down the line as well. But yeah, like you said, I grew up watching Geordie surf like that my whole life, and not only Geordie, the Kai Warners, Davey Cathels, there's so many people that were pushing each other, and I think that, Geordie's definitely got his mongrel from the people that he grew up with around Narrabeen. So it's really cool to see him still flying the flag, even now here, and I'm sure Dilmoff is on the beach supporting Geordie, trying to give him a bit of a cheer up, because right now he needs a 4.87 and there's 5 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Second priority over Mike Clayton Brown, so he's just got to hope that Mikey doesn't improve his situation.
Yeah, so this will be interesting because, Cooper would have been the fan favourite, same as Dill. And now they're both 2 massive upsets out of the event. Xavier Bryce on the back end here.
I think Kais King being out of the event is a massive upset
as
too.
well, yeah. Like, he just got that wave and it was literally just short.
Yeah, I think 3 of the maybe 5 or 6 people I thought were going to make it to the final or had the chance of being in the final have been knocked out already. I thought Jarvis, who's still going, was going to be one of those guys who would challenge for the final. I think Geordie will be. He does need another wave at this point in time, but I thought Cooper, Dill and Caius were going to go all the way, but it's just the format. It's just the ocean. Unfortunately, today was not their day, but they're going to regroup. They've got a few heats under their belt, and Avoca's just around the corner, so they'll regroup, get ready for that, and see if they can get 3,000 points.
Even Jimmy Hill is one to look out for as well.
Oh yeah,
and he's only 16.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I thought you said 18 before, so when I looked at Timmy, I was like, what? He's 16 and he's throwing turns down like that. Like, that is incredible. Like, the such mature surfing.
Yeah, he's I feel like he'll be in that next crop of athletes that will really push Australia's surfing again. And, I'm sure Jimmy's got an amazing air game, but he's so powerful just being on the wave. So I feel like he could be maybe even like the next Wade Carmichael-esque kind of surfer that we see coming out of Australia.
So there's Geordie asking for heat situations. So 4 minutes to go. There's Harry Phillips in the lead. Mike Clayton-Brown now in second. Looking for a 6.61 to take first position. Xavier Bryce with a 6.13. Geordie Lawler looking for a 4.87. So not a lot. He just needs a wave with 2 turns, really.
Yeah, it's still so doable for all 4 of these surfers. No one's really run away with it yet. I mean, Harry Phillips does have a pretty commanding lead, but with the talent and the caliber of all 4 of these guys, you can't be feeling safe really until after the hooter goes. Honestly, here we go. Mike Clayton-Brown trying to better a 4.83. Nice first carve there. Gets it up there second for a vertical turn. And that's all she wrote on that one. So now Geordie Lawler out there with first priority, looking for a 4.87, 3 minutes on the clock. Only taken off on one wave in 17 minutes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Here we go. Here's the replay for Xavier Bryce. Oh, Mike Clayton-Brown, sorry.
They look like similar surfers, though.
Yeah, I was going to say,
similar styles.
But I'll just read who's coming up next. Kaylin Orchard, another one that I didn't expect to see in the quarterfinals round. Yet here he is, Geordie Lawler, speeding down the line, takes it to the air. So nice and clean.
He's just so reliable.
That was just definition of soap. That was awesome. That was really good to watch. So 2 minutes 25 to go. We got Kaylin Orchard coming up next. Tim Bain in the blue, Jarvis Earl in the white, and Justin Becret in the green from France. So hello to all our friends over in France on the other side of the world. Bonjour.
Here we go. Here's the replay of Geordie. Love that air from him. He's pretty much got them on lock, to be honest with you. It's really rare that we see Geordie not make those airs. So I would say that that's the 4.87. I have been wrong multiple times today. My hit rate is not as good as it was yesterday. So we'll see where the judges... Yeah, 6.7. Yeah, best wave of the heat. Rockets him from 4th to 1st. So
that air was just chef's kiss.
Yeah, fans of Geordie Lawler can probably take a little bit of a sigh of relief right now knowing that he's got that second wave, got that score, and he's in first place with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock.
And you know what? That puts Mikey in a tricky position now too, because he needs a 6.6 to go into second position. Xavier Bryce needs a 7.9.
A 6.6 isn't an easy score to get out here today either. We saw Harry Phillips get it for 2 really strong backhand turns, but it was a set wave. Whether or not we'll see another set roll through in the next minute, only time will tell.
I reckon Mikey might have to throw it to the air like Geordie did.
The thing is, though, Harry's sitting on him and has first priority. Here we go, Geordie Lawler down the line, breaking away from the pack, racing. He's going to take to the air again, finding that section, and just, rotations.
He's just having fun with it now. He's just doing a victory lap.
Yeah, he can probably go in now, to be honest with you.
There we go, the show pony.
40 seconds to go. He's gone in. Called it a day. Yeah, Harry Phillips, I'm sure, is sitting on Mikey. There he is. First priority.
That's brutal. I hate being in that situation.
It's the worst feeling.
That is my least favourite, especially when a wave comes through too and you want to go. See, now. So, Harry Phillips getting this one. Will that beat a 5.83? 10 seconds to go. Is there another wave for Mikey out the back?
Looks like there will be. Needs a 6.61. Hasn't got any work done yet. Taken to the air. But I'm not sure that's the 661 he needs. Again, this is
That
times
might
like
even
this.
change after Harry Phillips' last wave as well.
It's times like this I quite enjoy just commentating and not being a judge. I feel like those decisions are really hard. So we'll see where the judges land those waves. But there is Geordie Lawler. He is going to bring it in. We're going to hang around and see what that score comes in at. But yeah, those boards, those Timmy Patterson's looking incredible under his feet.
Needs to just throw a wave to the camera.
He's looking pretty chuffed with himself after that performance.
I would be after throwing an air like that too.
And
I need to take notes.
See, Mikey and Harry had a bit of congratulations at the start of that one. But we are going to go to a break. We'll pay it off on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere to find out results of that last heat.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
I'm Lillian B. Young. We're in the beautiful Port Stephens this weekend. If you'd like to learn more about this area, give them a follow on Instagram at Port Stephens. I'm here with Jessie Starling. This is quarterfinal number 2, Kaylin Orchard in the red, Tim Bain in the blue, Jarvis Earl in the white, and Justin Becqueret in the green. From France to bonjour on the other side of the world.
Talk about another hard heat. Oh my goodness. These guys have just been on fire all event. When, you know, rattle off names like Tim Bain, Justin Becqueret, Jarvis Earl, yeah, we know that we're going to be in for a pretty good heat. Here we go, Tim Bain up and riding, strong first turn. Again for a second, this is a good looking bowl in front of him, gets a third in. And I love how he pulls off there. He goes, you know what, I'm not going to wiggle my way to shore. I've done the damage out the back.
Guess what I'm going to say it? Black surfboard spray.
Yeah,
Once
Jarvis
again.
has got one too, so we'll see.
I'm sure we'll see some impressive surfing, but I think I have to go with that spray on my next board.
Here we go, Justin Becqueret racing around this one. Strong first turn there. Gets back up again for a second. Can't quite ride out though. Here's the front angle for that last one from Timmy Bain. Really strong backhand surfing. He's looking really powerful and just on form. Actually, I think this is a wave prior. Maybe he's got 2 scores to lock
I think
in.
there's a prior to the heat. Jarvis Earl. Wow.
What?
what just happened? Even he was surprised with himself. When you see him look back, he was like, oh.
Yeah, wow. So Tim Bain's got 2 scores to lock in and 2 substantial ones at that as well. I love this second wave. Just belts it 3 times and gets straight back out there. Wow, there's a lot to talk about. A lot just happened. Justin Becret, 3-point ride. Jarvis Earl got a 1, so maybe the judge is deeming it incomplete, or potentially that he got a wave prior to that one. And then Tim Bain's got 2 scores to lock in. And Kalen just getting ready to open up his exchange, still out there with priority. Here's the replay of the air. Takes it out into the flats. I'm thinking...
Oh, it's hard to say.
Yeah, maybe not.
So we'll
yeah,
wait
117. They deemed it not complete.
Yeah. Oh, it's unfortunate. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You just got to have enough water to, and you got to make sure you just get low. Maybe even like put your hands up a little bit, saying like, "Yes, I did ride out."
Free
So,
surf, it's complete. Comp surf, it's not.
Yeah.
But Tim Bain,
Jarvis has been kicking it for a while, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd know that it was a incomplete wave, but I'm sure he's got plenty more airs to throw down in
yeah,
this heat.
absolutely. Tim Bain's got a 5.33 and a 4.33 for his last 2 efforts, so really good looking scoreline in the first 5 minutes, 9.66. I feel like we're going to see a lot more of Tim Bain in this heat. We'll see what Kalen Orchid can do. He's been a massive dark horse throughout this draw. I didn't expect to see him get this far into the draw, but he's been showing a really mature approach to his competitive surfing, and his surfing is looking really strong at the moment as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kalen threw another spanner in the works, but yeah, this is a really great looking lineup for the men out there. "14 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock." So Dolphins are still out there. They've just been out there all day, having the best time, having just as much fun as our surfers have been. There's got to be at least 100 or something out there. Earlier there had to be.
I reckon we should give them some rashies and throw them into the next heat.
Yeah, well, one of them did an air in the previous heat, so that was a high score in my books.
Couple of backflips, 14 minutes to go, so Tim Bain still out in front. Justin Becret in second position, looking for a 6.66. As someone says, I think Terry Tapper says the devil's number, so Tapper, if you're watching, big hello from Surfing Oz HPC. Jarvis Earl in third position, looking for a 1.84. Kalen Orchard still yet to get first wave, but imagine doing priority in these heats. You know, you'd just be like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, I know.
Just moving always.
The Troy Minogue, he's such an incredible priority judge. He judges for the ISA as well. He judges on a global scale with the WSLCT. I'm pretty sure he's the priority judge for this event too. So Troy does an excellent job when it comes to priority, and yeah, there's rarely ever mistakes made when he's on the job.
We've got a pretty exciting heat coming up next as well. That is Dane Henry in the red, Brock Cooper in the blue, Jimmy Hill in the white, Coda Killon in the green.
Wow. Wow, yet another stacked heat. Dane and Jimmy, 2 junior surfers, 2 really different junior surfers. So I think that heat's going to be exciting in its own way, because Dane is a really polished surfer. He's got a great air game. He's got great rail game. But Jimmy is, you're not sure what you're going to get, but usually it's pretty amazing. So I feel like they're going to have a really cool matchup and rivalry in the next heat, being 2 really different surfers. But I'm excited to see how they compete against one another.
Absolutely. So 12:20 to go. Some pretty exciting women's semi-finals as well.
Yeah, it just keeps getting harder and harder. Here we go. Jarvis Earl taken to the air. Again, can't get the completion. So Jarvi will get back out there and try again. Here is a set. Tim Bain taking off down the beach, racing down the line. Unfortunately, buries the nose, loses momentum. So kind of missed
Almost
opportunity
nosedive
there.
there.
Yeah, from Tim and Jarvis. So
They're always the worst ones where you're like highlining and you're pumping and you just hit a weird bump and you're like, and then you just fall into the flats.
Yeah, you're just hoping that something happens and you don't realise, and then you just
get winded.
Yeah. So semi-finals coming up for the girls. We've got Charlie Haitley, Nixie Ryan, Gabby Spake, and Jade Magnian.
Woo!
Stacked.
Felt that one.
Yep. Second one, Sierra Kerr, Jasmine Sampson, Sage Goldsbury, and Oceana Rogers. So two
red hot heats.
Very, very hard heats.
And you know, Zali Kelly didn't make that other one before.
Philippa Anderson didn't.
So another 2 upsets. So 11 minutes to go. That was just Jarvis asking for a situation. So those that are new to watching surfing with us, when you wave out in the water, that is asking for what the heat situation is, what position they're in, and what score do they need to get through to the next round.
Here we go. Justin Bacret using up first priority. Wow. Beautiful looking first turn. And again for the second. So needing a 1-1-1. He's definitely getting that. Jarvis out there behind him on that blackboard. Tagging it for a second time. Again for a third. So good looking wave there from Jarvis L. That's his best score for sure. So 2 big scores to lock in for Justin and Jarvis. This heat is starting to ramp up a bit. Kaylin Orchard locked in a 4.1 at this point in time, is looking for a 5.56. That's definitely going to change though, Lil.
Yeah, definitely some feathers ruffled there. Wow. That was incredible surfing from Green. Like, super mature. Look at the speed off this first turn, the drive, the amount of spray that came off, and the vertical. That was super critical last turn. Jarvis Earl as well. Nice camera angle on this one. So, a bit of a fin release on that last turn, but again, just the wave was a bit smaller, so it wasn't providing as much. So we'll wait and see what that score comes through as. But I think that's going to be a really good score for Green that comes through. So 9.5 to go.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Lil. I think it will be a really good score for Justin to come through. I think Jarvis will get a good score. So I think this heat will be pretty evenly paced now once these last scores locked in. Yep, Jarvis 4.7, Justin 5.4. So everyone with at least a 4 in their lineup. So really close stuff. I kind of love heats like this because you're not sure what way it's going to go or how it's going to pan out. Unfortunately, just not getting the momentum Kaylin was looking for on that wave. But yeah, it's a pretty evenly matched race right now.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Like, there's 4 amazing surfers in this heat. So it's seriously anyone's game. You know, like 4-2-6, 3-7-1 or 4-3-1 to go, like, progress to first position or progress to second position. Like, there's really not a lot in this heat, and unfortunately now there's like not too much waves coming through.
Yeah,
so
it's one of those heats where if you're in first place, you're probably not comfortable, but if you're in fourth, you're still hopeful you get through. Tim Bain, strong looking first turn. Again for a second. This is great wave selection from Tim. Gets a 4th turn in and a 5th, and a 6th. He liked it. I liked it. That's a good score. Justin behind him, strong French backhand surfing. Pats the dog to get down, but yeah, needed to better a 3. He's definitely done that. We've got a heat on our hands, Lil.
Absolutely. Tim Bain's wave, wow. Like, the progression I've even seen since last year, like, his surfing has just gone to a whole nother level.
Oh, absolutely. It's really taken off, and his confidence looks amazing. And that's what they say about any type of sports. Confidence is what gets you through. And he just looks like he belongs in these later rounds, where maybe in previous years where we've seen him compete, he's felt a little bit out of place, maybe a little bit starstruck by those guys like Geordie Lawler, Dilmoff. But this year, he's looked like he's come in really comfortable in his own skin and truly believing that he belongs in those top end of the rounds.
There we go. So 7 minutes remaining, 6.5 for Tim Bain. Justin Bacret's, I think it was a 3.57, and Jarvis L now needing a 4.28. Kaylin Orchard looking for a 4.88 to go to second position. So just under 7 minutes remaining. First priority with Jarvis Earl. Second priority, Kaylin Orchard.
Yeah, well, Tim recently got a quarters in the Burleigh QS Pro 1000, lost to Cooper Davies, who ended up being runner-up in that event. So Tim would be looking to get out of this heat to try and break through that quarterfinal round, and that'll be his best result ever. So Tim Bain, he's looking good right now with that 6.5 and that 5.33 to get out of this quarterfinal round, move on to this higher points of the semi-final. That I feel like with 6 minutes on the clock and the talent of all four of these surfers, probably can't be too comfortable just yet.
Absolutely. So 6 minutes to go, and the ocean's just kind of gone on hold. But while we wait for some waves to come through, I'm going to read through some sponsors. So massive thank you to PRD Real Estate, the most recognised real estate in Port Stephens and the leading real estate team. The office specialises in residential and commercial sales, property management and leasing. Sell, buy and rent smarter with your local property specialist, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens. Contact today at 049 84 2000. So after this heat, I might be buying a house down there. I might have to apply for a mortgage, but
I'm currently trying to call the number. Yeah, it's such a beautiful area to live in and be a part of, and yeah, if it was somewhere you guys were looking to buy, definitely go hit up PRD Real Estate. Why not?
If you're struggling to buy, get a camper van and head down to Port Stephens. Hit up Camplify.
Yeah, we've got options for you. You want options? We've got them for you. But 5 minutes on the clock. Tim Bain still in this heat. 6.5, 5.33, has the lead. Just done 5.4 and a 3.57. So the judges not loving the way he had to ride out of that second turn on his last wave. They want to see nice and controlled surfing and maybe a bit more fluency. There's those camels that we keep talking about. If you want to go for a camel ride, head down to Barooby Beach, and you can see right up the other end of that beach is Stockland. So just on the other side of the Newcastle main town. And basically it's just sand dunes all the way there. It feels like a desert when you're at this beach. It's one of those places where you could be standing and looking back on the beach just saying, I could be anywhere in the world right now. Just going down on that last wave. So 4 minutes on the clock. Jarvis L with priority, needing a 4.28, and you can see Justan's trying to drop that 3.57 and defend his second place from this guy, Jarvis L. Nice at first turn there, streaking down the line, takes to the air and pulls it off this time. That is a clean ride out. So
that was whippy.
Yeah,
it was just like a bang bang. It was like a super quick.
Yeah. 4.28 is now required for Jarvis. I think he gets it. I do. I really think that's the score.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I kind of hope Kalen gets one.
Yeah, me too. I want to see him give it another shot. We're going to see a front-on angle from that air from Jarvis.
Wow.
So almost looks like he fell back in the foam, but he's just so technically good. He's been working on those airs for so long. And I definitely think that's going to be the score to put him up into second.
How's the hair flick?
I know. I know. Just
there
amazing.
We go. Jarvis L into second. Is it 5.7 or 4.7? 5.7 for that one. So Justin McCret now pushed into third, looking for a 5.01. And Kalen Orchard now needing a 6.3. So there we see the next heat paddling out. Dane Henry in the red, Coda Cologne in the green. And now you've travelled a bit with Coda Cologne, so
yeah, a lot.
Good human.
Oh, such a good human. Yeah, Coda, he's going down a really cool path at the moment where he's promoting a lot of mental health, especially men's mental health too.
Awesome.
And I'm such a big advocate of anyone who wants to give a platform to our youth or anyone who's willing to listen about mental health, because it's such an important thing that we should all know and learn about. So Coda, trying to get it done for that next generation. And his mum, Shannon, is just one of the most beautiful humans ever. So, Shan, if you're watching, hi, miss you. Hopefully see you soon. But Tim Bain trying to defend his lead. Wow, he's just looking on point.
Super confident, hey.
On point.
That's awesome. Like seriously, the progression in Even seeing him when I was commentating the Grom Search is just like, that was probably like 2 years ago, and it's just a whole nother level.
I don't think I've seen him fall this heat. He's got a 100% make rate.
Here's the replay of WSL. This one, I actually felt my knees hurt. So he gets the pop, but yeah, just slips out, and then, you know when you get those ones and then your leg falls on your board and you're just like, oh,
it jolts.
That feels awkward. But here's Tim Bain's one. Love that first turn. And I just love how the wave actually stands up for him, and it's just like, yep, you can get another 2 turns in on this one, mate.
I think as well, like that wave was standing up but also moving quite quick along the bank, but Tim was able to identify that, okay, I might back this turn off a little bit here, but make sure I get that finishing kind of exclamation mark on the end. Justin grabs the rail on that bottom turn. Looks like he fell, but regained. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, he's a really well-rounded competitor, Justin, and he needed a 501. That's going close if you ask me.
I think so too. I might actually need to see the replay for that one again, actually. Blue's asking for a situation. So 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds to go. If I was Jarvis, I'd be looking to get one last wave. Potentially one coming to him right now.
Yeah, Kalen keeping right out of the area. He's like, oh, I don't want to borrow that. So he needs a 6.3, currently in 4th position, 15 seconds. I think that might be all she wrote. I don't think the Ocean is going to provide anything more. So we'll wait for that score to come through for Green. So here is the replay for Green. Great first turn there. And a second, like, super critical. That was like an under-the-lip floater.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to disappear and then regained composure and got the finish. Needed a 501. I'm calling it. We are going to hang around and see what the judges think. Jarvis didn't get another wave, so it all comes down to this last wave of Green. Unfortunately, a little bit of a quiet heat from our surfer in red. Kalen, we've seen him look really dominant. There it is, 5.4 or 5.8 actually for that last wave of Justin. So there you go, strong surfing, another upset. Crazy stuff. Jarvis Earl, one of our picks to win this event, is out. We are going to cut to a short break and be back with another excellent heat coming up right after this.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 presented to you guys by Camplify. We just had a major upset. Jarvis Earl is out of competition, but we're moving into quarterfinal heat number 3. Jimmy Hill, Coda Killon, Dane Henry and Brock Cooper. What a heat, Dimmy.
Yep, another upset, and I feel that's been sort of the state of play today. We've seen some big names, both in the men's and women's, exit the draw. So such is the standard. But yeah, Jarvis, you just wouldn't expect that from the World Junior Champ. But I mean, both Timmy Bain, I feel like he's just been the under, just coming under the guard of everyone. And this guy's surfing is just next level now. So compared to what I saw last year, I feel like Tim Bain has definitely been one of these surfers to rise above in the department of putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah,
he's surfing his next level.
He's just looking so comfortable in his skin this year. I haven't seen him come into a season looking this confident before. So I'm really excited to see what he can do in this semi-final, and if he makes the final, what he can do there. And just continuing on throughout the season, Avoca and Newcastle, I think he'll be a real dark horse to take out some of the top seats.
Definitely. I feel like I heard you speaking before about him being really comfortable in his skin. And I feel like that just comes with the experience. Now he's been on for a couple of years. The names wouldn't mean a thing. He knows it's just about his own performance.
Yep.
Dane Henry was impressive this morning. He's up and riding. You can see definitely a little bit more wind has kicked up in the last hour or so, Jess, and that's going to be good for the airs, but also you've got to be very, very careful to make sure that you are nice and stable on your board if you're going to get through transition.
I feel like as well, for the people who probably don't have such a reliable air repertoire and they need to stick to that traditional surfing, they probably need to drive out of their turns that much harder with the wind trying to blow them off the back. Lucky for everyone competing, it's offshore winds.
Yeah.
So I'll take that any day.
But saying that, Timmy Bain just went to the rail all day. Like those backhand turns were just on point. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what transpires when it comes to the formula and the structure of each individual athlete as they progress through this draw. We've seen in this heat already like some standout performances during the course of the day. Like Jimmy Hill's been just unbelievable, and Dane Henry pulled it out of the bag. It's great to see Coda Kilhorn back in the jersey, as you said before, doing some good stuff with mental health in that avenue, and Brock Cooper looking strong as well. So this is like a good look into the future of our sport, because this is the next gen that we'll be talking about, Jess, about moving up into those sort of Challenger Series formulas. And I, for one, hope that WSL just hold on to that regional challenger, then world championship to a kind of scenario, because I feel like that has been such a game changer for so many people for a number of different reasons. One being the financial status of travel, and two being the opportunity to surf in your own region. Here we go, Surfing Red up and right in Dane Henry. Nice. A lot further down the peak than the other boys.
Yeah, they're down on the bank that Geordie was surfing this morning, so way further down, but we have had a camera location move so that we can watch these waves live on action, because I'm sure the athletes and the comp managers have probably seen that there's a pretty good bank down the beach. And yeah, Dane Henry displaying some really nice backhand surfing. Kind of a check turn that first one, and then puts a bit more grunt into it on that second. But yeah, Coda, I touched on it earlier, he's moved into some really cool mental health stuff, and every day he puts a quote on his Instagram story.
Love it.
And today's quote was, "All those times you thought you couldn't survive what you were going through, you did. You're amazing." So just a little bit of love and support from Coda for everyone watching today, and hopefully he does well out there in this heat. This is his best result of the season so far, so hopefully this builds some confidence for Coda, and goes into Avoca and Newcastle feeling comfortable in his own skin, just like we talked about.
Exactly. A good friend of ours, former QS kind of competitor, a guy who got very close to sort of getting to the top echelon, Cooper Chapman, also in that sort of realm these days with the good human factor. And I love what he's doing. In fact, I looked at his Insta yesterday, and he's doing some 100K run. Are you out of your mind?
I'm not running.
Could you run 100K?
No
chance. I couldn't run 2K.
You know what? If I trained for it, I could do anything. But am I training to run 100 kilometres? No. It's just no.
I love the fact he's willing to take himself out of that comfort zone.
I know.
And the way he broke it down in his Instagram, go and have a look at it. It's just amazing. Like the way he's breaking down his training, because he's pushing the boundaries. He's never done it before. But the fact that in the last couple of years, I've been to a couple of his seminars, and just to be honest, on the the real serious nature of good mental health, I reckon he's done such a great job in bringing that into different arenas. Like he goes to schools, he talks to competitors, because sometimes it's the silent assassin when it comes to unfortunately suicide and stuff like that, because people just aren't comfortable talking. But if you've got people like Coda and people like Cooper, really making people aware of that. I think it's such a good thing for everyone, even if you're not a surfer.
I agree. It's something that I feel like wasn't spoken about for such a long time, and it's really cool to have people like Coda and Cooper pushing that, not only just in our sport but in men's mental health, and just making it more comfortable and easy for the next generation, the people younger than us, to talk about things, because it shouldn't be embarrassing. And I just love what these guys are doing, and I think win, lose or draw, when people are doing stuff like that, you're never a loser. You're always a winner if you're trying to promote mental health. So I'm a big fan of both of those guys, but 100-kilometre run
it's not my kind of thing, as we see.
Not mine either.
Nah, Jimmy Hill up and right in and kicks out of that. But I think we're well aware of the changes in people being more comfortable talking about their own mental health, both men and women, as we see the surfer in blue, Brock Cooper looking very switched on. But it's great that we've sort of we've put that inside the actual boundaries of surfing as well, to give everyone the opportunity to talk about issues and things they're feeling, where in the past I feel like people have been really shut up in the way they've gone about that. But now it's not a bad thing, it's a great thing.
No, I love it. Touching back on the running though, do you think that it's become a trend?
Everyone's
running.
I mean, Corey Ross, who is actually part of the management team at Surf New South Wales. I see him down at Curly doing this 6K run. I think it's on a Thursday. It's like
Thursday Run Club.
Are you kidding me? That's not fun. It looks like torture.
I know, it's like the 2024 trend is running. But speaking of trends, these guys have just been catching so many waves. I think that Coda Killon actually might have got the best of this exchange. I saw him take to the air. And look, Coda's a tall guy. He's probably the tallest, I'd say, out of the competitors left in this event. Yep. And he managed to wiggle his way through a dribbly section and then get a solid finish after an air. So, just showing that he can go.
Cooper got a good one then too.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
Cooper's was nice. It was just one of those waves that hit the bank really well too.
Yeah, I love this guy surfing. I haven't seen a lot of him, I've got to be honest, but from what I've seen in this event, I feel like he's just got that natural flow, that natural ability to put his board in a really good spot on each and every peak, as we see the surfer in white.
He takes to the air here.
Oh, green actually. Yeah, he takes the air. Nice little
And then
kick
see
of the
this
tail.
dribbly section he managed to get through. And
that's going to add some points on.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really pleasantly surprised when I saw him get through that section, because that wasn't easy to generate speed through. Here we go, Jimmy Hill trying to make something happen. He's looking a little bit frustrated on his last few waves. That's a better turn there for Jimmy. Gets up there for a second and a third. He's just such a powerhouse. I can't believe how young he is too.
You said he was 18.
I thought he was.
He's 16.
That is
That's
silly.
incredible, but
He's not even
he's got the power of a much more mature surfer, and that's what I love about his surfing. It's all power based, and we've seen so many good rides from him. So he'd be confident as we see an air from Dane Henry not landing. But I think it's so important to utilise priority in these quarterfinals, because the surfers you're going up against, they're ready to raise the bar, go to that next level as they look for a spot in the semis, and when you look at the names in the draw and the amount of upsets too, we've touched on that. They are upsets, but they're not, because I feel like the level of surfing from the regional point of view has just gone through the roof in the last 12 months, and it's these younger generation guys who aren't afraid. They're just free and ready to actually have a big crack at this regional kind of series, and you never know, one of these guys might just jump from the pack and get it onto the challenger.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like when Jimmy connects his surfing, there's definitely moments where he could belong on the Challenger Series, even so young. He's so strong, so powerful. He can do airs. But I feel like, Jimmy would definitely still be doing the junior tour, and this would be one of his first QSs, so he's just trying to get experience in the Rashi. But I don't think it'll be long until we see him out of those bigger events like the Challenger Series. But the fact that he's 16, he doesn't even have his Ps yet, that just blows my mind.
When he said before, I still do the under 18s and then I do the pro juniors, I'm like, holy dooly.
Yeah. Well, I likened him to being Australia's next sort of Wade Carmichael.
Ah, the big powerhouse.
Yeah. Mikey
I
Wright.
actually was looking through some old shots from a couple of my events when Wade and, say, Wilco and those guys were really young, and Liam Mortensen and those kind of crew. And there was little Wade Carmichael, skinny little 12-year-old. It was, and I actually sent it to him and he laughed at, oh, how good's that?
When did Wade sort of fill out into
probably when he was like 18, I reckon. When he was always strong, as we see a nice looking wave for Brock Cooper, but not landing. But I felt like he was also always one of the best coming through his age group. When you saw Wade in a draw, you'd always go, yeah, he's quality, like one of those Newcastle guys who really sort of lit the flame. But when his body developed and he became a bigger human, that power game just went to a new level. And I've had the pleasure of watching these guys grow up from little kids. It's such amazing to see the transformation of each and every one of them guys who have come through, gone on to the CT, even the guys who haven't. And you watch them and you get amazed at how much change happens over the course of like 4 or 5 years. But Wade was definitely one of those guys, and you're right, Jimmy Hill reminds me so much of Wade, but that came later for Wade, where I feel like Jimmy right now, he's just a powerhouse.
Yeah, when you said before skinny little Wade Carmichael, I was like, I just would have assumed that Wade was one of those kids that was always kind of like a man-child.
No.
It was just always one of those stockier, more filled out groms coming through the ranks. So that's really cool.
Little blonde-haired kid.
No way.
Yeah, riding for Rip Curl.
Really? Rip Curl?
Pretty sure it was Rip Curl he was on when he was a kid. But yeah, he came through I'm pretty sure he came through with Davey, really. Yeah,
so did you watch the Wrights family as well come
100%.
through?
100%. Tyler won one of my events when she was 12.
Wow.
Owen, definitely. I was pulled out a photo the other day at the Aloha Hornet event, and Owen was like, he was probably 12 and he had the biggest feet I've ever seen for a 12-year-old. He looked like Daffy Duck. But yeah, and at that stage, as we see Jimmy up and riding, Mikey was so small, he was so young, he wasn't really even surfing much. Like Rob Wright would just bring him along. It was more like Tyler, Timmy Wright, even before Owen, and then Kirby, so the family, I've known the family since they were so young. Tim Wright, the older brother.
Is there more than 3?
Kirby Wright.
I didn't even know this.
Can I just tell
you?
Okay, so I'll tell you a story about Kirby and Tyler. They became the first sisters in the history of the ASP to actually surf a pro junior final against each other at one of my events.
No way.
Yeah, and there was a big double page spread in the Telegraph the next day, and it said, and Owen, I think, might have won. Yeah, Owen won the men's, and Tyler beat Kirby in the final of the pro junior girls, and it said the right stuff.
Oh, the right stuff. Is Kirby younger?
Older.
And
yes.
then there's an older brother.
Timmy.
Yep.
Timmy was the oldest, and he was the first one I identified when he was young. He used to come and do the events, and then there was Kirby, and then Owen and Tyler, and then Mikey was very similar to the way I put it is it was very similar to Connor O'Leary. Wow. Where when we used to have this massive junior event in Sydney, Connor O'Leary used to rock up with his mum, and she would actually bring a Japanese team over. Connor was this tiny little kid who would just high-five you. I didn't even know he surfed, and then he just grew into this beast. And talking about beast, what about this little left?
Yeah, this is a good-looking wave. Lost his footing, tries to get a finish, but can't. That was a really unfortunate mishap there for Brock Cooper, because that was on its way to being a good score, but only needs a 297 maybe for that one turn.
Yeah, I reckon that first turn was really good, but yeah, it's classic that people just think mainly of Tyler, Mikey, and Owen, but that was a production line from Rob and Fiona Wright.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, Kirby was really good.
When I was growing up, right, there was only Owen and Tyler and Mikey.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't see.
Yeah. But if you go through the history books, I'm pretty sure she won a QS too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kirby's a really cool name. Yeah, love that first turn there from Brock. You can see he has a bit of a mishap there. Probably could have projected up rather than fumbling on that kind of backwash or sidewash in that wave to a finish. But still needs a 297. I think he might have got a 2.8 for that last wave, so pretty close scores for Brock Cooper. Coda Killon needing a 3.03.
Tight battle.
Such a
Super.
I feel like everyone's just been trying to force something. No one's really stopped and just gone, okay, this is how I'm going to play my cards, where everyone's just been trying to get waves under their belt and get something done. But I feel like the whole heat just needed to stop, take a deep breath and go, okay, I actually need to get a score on the board.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a frantic pace to this heat, but no one's really been able to explode out of that sort of low range. And yeah, it definitely was going to take someone to sit, reset, and work it out, because I think the wind too. And I was going to ask you now with the PUs and the epoxy, does it? I know you're going to say that, but in these kind of chattery kind of conditions now, the epoxy's going to jump around a bit.
Yeah, see, even though epoxies are so fun in those smaller conditions, like you just said, as soon as there's too much wind on the face, you're going to skip out off the bottom. You're not going to feel like you've had your rail in. It might fly out when you do a top turn. So I think you'll see a lot of the athletes who were on epoxies definitely transition back to their PUs and put a little bit more rail in the water in this next quarterfinal. I don't think anyone's on an epoxy in this heat, so
yeah, I think the PUs hold a lot better.
So much better. Yep. I think there's a real testament to surfboard history. I mean, epoxies are amazing. They've pioneered such a different style of surfing. But when conditions are like this and there's wind on it and, you have to get a job done, I feel like you've just got to say, all right, let's not ruin with history and let's just ride PU.
Yeah, let's go back to tradition where you know it's going to hold and you're going to
it's reliable.
You're going to be able to use your rail, as we see Jimmy Hill, the current heat leader, having a look. So he's had a couple of mid-range scores. He hasn't gone in that good range yet. But again, you can just see there's so much chatter on the wave. There's so much movement underneath his feet there, trying to control the stability levels of, coming across that left with that wind and trying to generate speed, power, flow. That's what the judges want to see. So 40 seconds ago, it's been another cracker of a heat. Even though the scores have been pretty tight, I feel like everyone's had their opportunity out there, and it's going to come down to the last 30 seconds. Who is going to have the last roll of the dice? I've been impressed by this young guy, and is he going to get the opportunity? I feel like that one misplaced turn a little bit earlier might have been the difference between getting through or not, but he's going to have a score to come in here.
297?
297 is not easy to get.
If it's not there, it'll be close.
It'll be close.
And Coda, if he had pulled off that air, that's a 3.03 every day of the week. So
100%. He was 85% complete then and just
buried the nose?
Buried the nose, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really scrappy heat. I feel like frantic energy is the exact word to describe it. But, the two guys who managed to slow it down a little bit and get the job done have got through. So we'll come back with the results of this last heat right after this short break.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
as a sponsor are actually opening up their Sydney Park in April. So I'm just here with Dimmy. I'm Lillian B. Young, and this is the semi-finals now.
Quarterfinals?
Quarterfinal
number 3, and it is an absolute, actually quarterfinal number 4, I should say, and it's another absolute smoker out there. We've got Kobe Clements out there in the blue, Winter Vincent out there in the white, Bodie Williams and Zeb Stokes. So that is going to be an excellent way to wrap up the quarterfinals of the men. Then we're going to roll into the semi-finals of the women. They're going to be 25-minute heats, so we're going to extend the actual period for the athletes by an extra 5 minutes. And already Kobe Clements, who has actually got off to a pretty slow start in most of his heats during this event, so this is going to be a really good way to sort of start his campaign, because traditionally he is a fast starter, and to have, you know, his rail game and also his capacity in the air, it's going to be good. Look how sharp and precise he is. He's got such a unique style, low centre of gravity, but the amount of work he does through transition, just impressive.
That board looks insane under his feet. And, you know, I've actually seen a lot of people today gravitating towards the epoxies.
I think that will change now, but I think with that wind, we were just discussing that before, with the chatter on the face and how much effort you got to do. I think the PUs might actually work a little bit better as we see Bodie. Nice low into the air, and wow, that was such a nice rotation, but just buries an edge on the way out of that turn. But I love how spring-loaded he was as he got into the manoeuvre to put himself in a really good place to actually complete that air. He'd be pretty filthy right now that he didn't land that, but a nice, confident way to start, because I feel like, you know, his strength is rail, but he's also got that air game as well.
Absolutely. So 16 minutes to go. Kobe locked in a 6.0 and a 4.67. So we'll wait for that score from Bodie Williams to drop through. But this is a stacked heat, this one.
This is stacked, and
everyone's got an insane air game in this heat.
And I feel like both men's and women's, there's been some big names like bow out the draw. If we were in a fantasy league right now, we would be absolutely toast, because because, you know, some big names have rolled out of the draw, like Zali Kelly, Philippa Anderson in the women's. Then you had Jarvis Earl go out, Cooper Davies, just to name a few, and you just go, wow, they're gone. Even Kaius King, I think, lost as well. So, like, some big names. But what it does do, it gives the opportunity for these younger generational guys to really lift their performance levels and showcase exactly what they got. Because, like, age is no barrier. Like, these guys are so good at such a young age. Like, it's not a shock to me to see these guys, you know, getting on top and beating some of those more established surfers.
And, you know, they'd be feeling pretty chuffed too, you know what I mean? Like, when I used to go into heats, you know, I used to look at the heat drawer, and here's Bodie Williams up and riding now, racing down the line. Nice little layback there.
That 6-8 shot. I feel like it was Saudi Arabia or something. Camels out the front. Wonder if the Camels look to the surfers and go, what are they doing?
I was wondering if Camels still spit, or is that just a myth?
I don't know. Never been on one. Here we go, aerial. And that is Zeb Stokes. But yeah, I think the fear factor these days, it's a lot less, because I feel like the younger generation, because of these qualifying events, are more comfortable in their skin. So that I feel like their willingness to actually take on the challenge of going against people who, you know their names and you might idolise them or you might really look up to them. But at the end of the day, they've got to trust in the actual formula of what they're producing in the water. And I feel like if their training's right and their body's right, they can just trust their natural talent skills.
For sure. Absolutely. And look at this family going down for a swim, you know, like, you're just in such a beautiful part of the world here, you know. You could either buy or rent a place with PRD Real Estate, or head on down there for the weekend with Camplify.
Got some good restaurants over there too.
Have you been to the bakery down there?
Yeah, so sick.
Incredible salad roll. Here we go, Kobe Clements. Nice couple of turns here. So really opening up his campaign in this heat. I think he might have gotten all the jitters off, and he's like, all right, in the quarterfinals.
He's definitely opened up his wingspan, but let me tell you. And what I love about that wave was how patient he was on that final manoeuvre.
Yeah.
Just a coil, come really hard off the bottom, and I'd love to see a replay of that because I feel like, he's starting to build momentum. And I think that's key too. As a surfer, you want to be always on, but there's no downtime in having a heat where you're just sort of scrapping to get through, as long as at the back end of the competition you're sort of in the best kind of mental frame and also physical frame. As we see, a nice way to start, but I love how when he came off the bottom he just waited, bang, perfect timing.
You know what? And he is one of the surfers that I appreciate because every time he always rides out and he sticks with it for a little bit. So that gives the judges reassurance, like, yep, he's landed that wave.
That's really important too these days because they talk about, having to ride out of waves and making sure that you identify to the judging panel that you have completed those turns, where I feel like 5 or 6 years ago you might have got away with like cutting a completion out a little bit, but now these judges are brutal in the way they analyse each and every wave, and because they've got replays as well, they can go back and go, nah, mate, you're not selling us on that one. As we see Kobe, he is just rapid fire.
There we go. I believe we had someone on the other side of that one as well. Maybe Red, Zeb Stokes? Nope. So that was just Kobe Clements on that one. But yeah, Jesse and I were even talking about it yesterday with the new interference rule. So I'm not sure if you saw that heat with Sawyer Lindblad and Gabby, I just forgot her last name, but out at Sunset. And it was just a paddle, so Gabby was on the wave and Sawyer was just paddling out, but kind of
Gabby O'Brien.
Yeah, Gabby O'Brien, and just kind of got in the way, and interference call.
Yeah, there was a lot of controversy about that because someone had brought up the Zeke Lau incident a couple of years earlier, and there was no actual call on that. So yeah, it's pretty interesting, but the rules do change, and
so that's a new rule that's been brought over the last 2 years.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that was in
they do make adjustments. I'm pretty sure like the powers that be look every year and they look how we can better situations. I mean, I was blown away at the story about Cooper Davies last year in Newcastle where he got an interference after the bell. And I was like, wow, that's brutal. But, I'm sure these guys, they get enough emails from WSL telling them of any rule changes and to be aware of this. Right now, we're down to 11 minutes to go, and what is unusual is the man in white has not got himself a wave of substance just yet. So Winter Vincent, who again is one of these young guys we've been identifying as, those next-gen guys to fly the flag for the country in the next couple of years, along with Zeb Stokes. So this is actually, like, when you look at the four quarters, this is just as good as any other one. They're absolutely blown up. They have been the whole event, as we see.
Bang.
Winter up.
Nice combination of turns here. As you said, it wasn't going to be long before he manages to find his feet out in this heat. And I was
pretty cool, pretty casual.
Yeah, I was going to ask you as well, who is your pick to win the women's today?
Wow, that is, I reckon, Sarah Kerr, to be honest. Like, she just looks like, I mean, I know she's just had an amazing 12 months, but just the confidence levels and the fact that she wants to do these 1000s and she wants to, like, really stamp her authority. And I think for Sierra, it's about continuing that journey of learning and just getting, miles in the legs when it comes to competitive surfing. She's an incredible athlete for so many different reasons. But I think what's understated is her mental capacity to just identify what she needs to do in a heat. And for someone so young, like she's, like, be honest, she's still a little grom, but she's so strong mentally. And as we see this replay, I love it. I love the patience from the big Queenscliff board rider surfer. And I'm sure that is going to be a keeper. A 5.60, so that's a better way to get underway. He has 9 minutes to go, but yeah, I feel like if I was going to throw a hat in the ring, it would be Sierra Kerr for the women's, and for the men's, it's. I still think Geordie's the man to beat. I know he's probably the biggest name in the draw, but just his approach and his read on these waves, I feel like has been exceptional. So I'd love to, for me as a Northern Beaches boy, and I support all surfers, all Australian surfers, whatever. I'd love to see one of the boys really light it up, and I would also I'd like to see maybe one of these unknowns and a changing of the guard, because the amount of like positive things that can come out of a younger generation surfer getting a win is just incredible, because it takes their confidence level right up there, and they know they can match it with anyone.
Even Justin Bencrott in one of the other heats was just super impressive surfing going on.
The French surfer?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I've seen him around, and he's pretty savvy. Like, you know, a lot of people in Australia probably haven't seen a lot of him, but I feel like he's really strong, and the fact that he could pull something out of the bag like that late in that heat was pretty impressive. But yeah, from my standpoint, I'd love to see Geordie get a win, but whoever wins is going to be fully deserved, because they are blowing up. And talking about blowing up, this guy is incredibly strong through transition, and the fact that he must be 6'2", he is a tall human.
Yeah.
Towers over me.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Yeah, he's a big unit, but he's got such a really low centre of gravity. And look at this, Zeb again, bang, just identifying the left that he wanted. So this is game on, because we see Kobe Clements, he came out of the blocks just absolutely fired up, ready to go with a 6.5 and a 6. And then you had Winter Vincent locking in that 5.6, and I'm interested to see where that last wave of white goes, but I'm also very interested in Zeb's last wave. Nice first turn. That second turn was just on point. That third turn sort of set up, and lovely speed, nice flow. Again, that first turn just to set up, but he got to work. He's such a tradesman in the way he goes about his business. He knows where to connect and how to connect the dots to just maximise scoring potential.
Absolutely. So that last wave of Winter Vincent, a 6.17. So
Yep.
that leaves Bodie Williams looking for a 7.64. We'll wait for that last score of Zeb Stokes to come through. So it was a 4.7. Looking for a 7.07 to go to second. Here's Green. Bodie Williams up and running. Nice wrap back to the foam. He's waiting for this section to stand up here. And takes it to the air. A lot of airs today.
I love it.
Be listening to the webcast, and I'm like, I want to see the airs.
The thing for the novice is these guys make airs look so easy.
Yeah.
They are so hard.
Absolutely. Dane Henry is one of them that makes it just look so, like, effortless.
But the fact that they're so comfortable in a competition setup to throw such a risky move, it's just testament to the actual training they do and their ability to really focus in on their strengths. And aerial surfing these days is such a big part, as we see Kobe again just exploding through a couple of backhand whips. So yeah, I love it. But they make it look so easy. You sort of think as the normal kind of surfer out in the lineup, you think, oh, how easy do they make it look? But you try that, you might want to book yourself an ambo.
Yeah. So coming up next, Charlie Haley in the red, Nixie Ryan in the blue, Gabby Spake in the white, and Jane Magnian in the green. So another cracker heat coming up. So make sure you stick around after the break, as we will be rolling into the women's semi-finals. Just under 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and semi-finals are going to be 25 minutes. So I've been getting messages all morning for a lot of our crew. I don't know why you kids aren't at school. Finn, I know you'd be watching this, and a lot of the younger surfers who really idolise some of these guys. Like Winner's very, very popular on the northern beaches. And yeah, big shout out to all those guys.
Here we go. Bodie Williams racing down the line here from Victoria, currently relocated in Lennox. So surfing for Lebar.
Water's a bit more easy to deal with, I reckon. Lennox. Is he actually surfing for Lennox Board Riders?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're a killer team. So they got Harry O'Brien, they got Nixie Ryan, Mikey McDonough, and Bodie.
Mikey McDonough, what a star he is. So yeah, they've got a solid team for the ABB, I reckon. They're going to be dangerous, and they'll always bring out someone like Woody or Mel. Probably Mel, I'd say. At one stage, you know, they had Owen Wright in their side. Did you know that?
No.
Owen Wright was living up there, and he actually, I think they won a massive teams event with Owen in it, as we see Bodie going to the air. But yeah, the team was pretty much tapped. Like, it was that good. Owen, Adam Mellin, who was on the tour at the time. Yeah, pretty amazing lineup for the Labar board rise as we head down towards 3 minutes to go. Kobe Clement still in that lead with that 6.5 and a 6. So he got off to a really clinical start and put together 2 strong rides to put the pressure on his fellow competitors. Winter Vincent sitting in second, but Bodie and Zeb don't need, too much opportunity to be able to land these scores. Bodie needs a 7.37 and Zeb needs 7.07. So I think the biggest problem for the boys at the moment is we are rounding down to 2.5 minutes to go. So that mad last rush, they know that they're only going to get very minimum opportunity now, and they're going to have to make everything a winner as we see the surfers split in the peak. We can see Kobe Clements way down where I call that Geordie Lawler's peak, because he was the first one down there this morning. And look at this wave, talking about guys absolutely on a tear. Zeb Stokes. I'd love to see the start of that wave to see what kind of damage was done earlier on, but the speed he actually generated on that last turn was impressive from the visual what we got to see.
It'll be good to see what comes through in the next 2 minutes, but I've just got the message that the Pro Junior has been released, the heat draw, so we've got some good surfers coming up, like Darcy Dwyer, Finley Watson. As we see the replay for Zeb Stokes here, just the quick one turn there. We got Will Pascoe, Jackson Dorian's coming up. That'll be on tomorrow. Jarvis Earl, Tom Whitpain, Huey Vaughan.
Good line-up for the...
Kaylin Orchard, Dane Henry, Zeb Stokes.
A lot of these guys who did this event are actually going to go on to Surf now and do that important event, and that's always good. I always find that event, the waves are tricky.
Yeah.
Every time I go to that place, it's always wild.
Yeah.
Windy and wild. Here we go. Looks like someone having a look right now. It is the 2 Northern Beaches surfers who have got the kick at the moment. We are seeing if either Bodie Williams or Zeb Stokes can identify the score they need. And I'm pretty sure we see Winter up. Nice first connection again. Just getting vert. Looking to offload a 5.6. Needs a 6.35 to go into first position. He releases himself nicely through that series of turns. Kobe Clements holding priority and Zeb Stokes with second priority. It is a little bit tougher now, Lynn B. Young, because there's only 30 seconds to go. And I feel like these heats have just absolutely flown by.
Quick.
How good.
I turned away for 1 second and it was 14 minutes, and now it's 30 seconds. So, but Bodie, looking for a 7.37, Zeb Stokes looking for a 7.07. That's not easy to get, especially when the waves aren't on provide, which has been quite a repetitive thing in the last couple of heats, just towards that back end bit of the heat. And there you go, heat's over.
Yep, certainly is. The low tide, you can see it on your screen there. It's definitely starting to drain away, and we're going to throw off to a commercial break. We're going to be back very shortly. Get excited. Semi-finals are coming up your way here at Port Stephens for the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event. Women's semis on next.
I don't understand why.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
And welcome back to the semi-finals of the Port Stephens QS 1000 presented by Camplify. I'm here with Dimmy, and I'm Lillian B. Young, and we'll be your host for the evening.
Oh, it sounds very professional there, but yeah, semi-finals, 25 minutes. So the Semis are now 25, and that extra 5 minutes is going to, be critical in the outcome of these heats for both men and women. And as we head towards the final of both the men and women, it's going to be 30 minutes. So right now it is 4 of the most, in-form surfers you're going to see on the QS, because both these 4 surfers have locked in individually some big numbers. So they're not getting through these heats with small numbers. We've seen Gabby, and we've seen Jade, we've seen Nixie as well, and Charlie all locking in, those big numbers, and that's the statement they want to make. They want to have that confidence to showcase their skill set. And as I said, I feel like the powers that be, they really are strong in the women's, and these 4. This is a cracker when you think about where they've come from through the draw. It's been so good. You can see Winter down there. Is that Bosco? It is Bosco. What a legend. He is a legend of the sport. He's taken some of the most iconic photos probably ever when it comes to, photographing generation to generation. Talking about generation to generation, Charlie just lighting it up. She was absolutely having a ball. In the post-heat interview we were talking to her, she was just so stoked to be in this event and to be absolutely having, such a strong run.
For sure. Well, first year on the QS, she's still 16.
Wow.
So still pretty young. But no doubt she's in the Pro Junior, which is on tomorrow. Look at this wave, Jade Magnian.
She French?
On that last one, yeah.
Wow. Does she live over here?
No, over in France. So she's travelling with Justin Bacroft.
Oh, yeah. So these actual results do not count for anything, but it's just getting miles into the legs when it comes to competitive surfing. So that's interesting, because I feel like maybe that allows you that little bit less free, like a little bit more freedom to really explode. But she's got such a solid base to her surfing. So strong. Nice off the bottom. You could just see the elevation she got out of the depth of that bottom hand turn. That was impressive. And on the backhand, just really lining these inside section up. A little bit caught.
Yeah, it was just a shame that wave doubled up and it just didn't give her enough riding out time. Gabby Spate.
Gabby, she's got this a very familiar style, Gabby. Like, she keeps nice and low. It's like, I think she's been watching a lot of Kobe. They're both from the same beach, same club, compete, in teams events together, and I feel like her low centre of gravity, especially on the forehand, is there to see, and on a backhand she just really extends through the body and gets some real good pop. And I think for her go-to in the last couple of days has definitely been the backhand. She's been ultra strong. Okay, surfer in red is locked in a 5.83, so Charlie off to a great start. Gabby with a couple of low scores, couple of throwaways, and you got Nixie Ryan with a 3.17 and Jade Magnion with a 2.67. And semi-final number 1. An extra 5 minutes. What does that do as a competitor? Does that intensify the anxiety levels, or does it make you really sort of make that subtle adjustment? Because people actually do talk about, the difference between a 20-minute heat and a 25-minute heat, how the mindset changes. Did you get to surf many 25-minute heats?
Well, I surfed a half an hour when I was when I did the 3,000 last year at Central Coast, but
was that real foreign? That would have felt weird.
It was weird, yeah.
Because it would have felt like time just stood still.
That's what I mean. And where it was I was winning at the first 20 minutes of the heat, and then didn't get away until the last 10. So I was like, if only it was a 20-minute heat, then I would have got it. But that's it. It's confusing because it happens. It's so now it's normal heat now. 19 minutes to go. So it's the heat just started if no one's got a wave yet. But
yeah.
Charlie Haitley's got a 5.83. Gabby Spate just a 2.17 and a 1.77. Nixie Ryan a 3.17 and Jade Magnian a 2.67.
Yeah, early doors, 19 minutes to go, and a big shout out to all the crew who have done a wonderful job at the contest site, the Surfing New South Wales crew, all the crew in the office. Matty, my old mate, he'd be watching online, pretending he's doing some work, but just identifying exactly, the importance of what they do in their development program. And I feel like our state, New South Wales that is, has really sort of brought a lot of events on in the last couple of years, and that's helped with the development program of our surfers and that next generation. I mean, these days, there's literally, even for the little groms, you can nearly get into a comp every week. It's incredible. Here we go.
Here we go. Here's Gabby Spade up and running. Nice hook to the phone there. And another. So, she's from your end, hey, Longreef?
She's from the northern beaches, but I'm definitely not Longreef. But yeah, she's from Longy, and I've known Gabby since she was really, like probably 12 or something. She used to do a couple of clubs, but her strength is definitely that backhand, I feel. And I feel like in the last 2 years, she's trained hard, really worked with Manly Surf School to refine her kind of surfing, more the IQ of surfing competitively, but also the technical side of her surfing. She is dead set now, she's a machine, and yeah, she's one of the stronger surfers we have out of the northern beaches in the women's. Very much like sort of coming through the juniors and just learning her craft, and she puts a lot of pressure on the back foot, and her timing is pretty good too. And I'd love to know whether she's gone back to a PU, because I think that's not an epoxy. I don't think that board's an epoxy. But yeah, she's definitely been impressive in the last 2 years, because she threw herself into the fire, I reckon, 3 years ago, and just went, you know what, I'm going to go on the QS and just learn my craft. And I think that's what's most impressive about the women's. They've really taken that challenge on and excelled in that challenge itself.
For sure. So we just saw, I'd like to see that last replay of green, but when that comes, I think she just got a nice left.
Really? The French surfer?
There. So I'll be in France soon. It'll be good.
Yeah, you are one lucky individual, as we see surfer up and out. That was Gabby, I think, again, and it is Nixie Ryan, the Lennox head surfer, who has first priority. She has a 317, and she's only had one ride so far. So we'll see what the judges think.
So just the one turn there for Jade. So we'll wait and see if the judges deem that as a ride out. So that was a 273.
Can I tell you what I'm loving about this event? I love the logo. It is so retro. It's that good. Reminds me of the old NRL sort of retro round, as we see surfer in blue, the talented natural footer from Lennox. But yeah, the logo is just next level. I reckon it's so good. Those old kind of I know it's a bit before your time, but just the colours, like the old fluoro colours, sort of turning back the clock as we see Nixie just get into work. Unfortunately, couldn't land that last turn, but I felt like she got a couple of turns, and she's trying to build house out there. She's got a 317. Gabby locks in a 4.67. The best wave of the heat is that 5.83 for red. So Charlie Hadley up and riding once more, just having to negotiate that sort of wobbly inside section. And as that tide drops, I felt like yesterday as the tide dropped out, the actual waves got better.
Yeah, okay. Well, that wind's puffing up a bit more now, because you can see all the white caps out the back there, but still, nonetheless, beautiful day at Port Stephens.
I heard there's going to be a massive storm tonight. They're talking about a storm that was maybe going to stop the Taylor Swift concert. Imagine the ride if that happened. 90,000 people in Sydney going to a concert, and they couldn't actually put it on because of thunderstorms and lightning and stuff like that.
Where's the next Taylor Swift concert?
It's in Sydney tonight. Starts. She's doing a run, I think, 5 shows.
Maybe they'll have to play at the Stain.
At the Stain.
Have everyone out on the street.
Yeah.
Shake it off. That'd be
Oh,
good.
that is pretty good. But yeah, they were actually, when I was driving up the other day, I heard them talking about a massive change on Friday afternoon, and I was thinking about this event, thinking, oh, at least we'll be finished by then. But you can definitely see yesterday there was no wind the whole day, and there was definitely a change up about an hour and a half ago of a lot more wind as we see the surfer in red up and right in. She's got a nice little chip shot into this inside corner, a nice snap under the lip, and from that angle that looked pretty good. So she's trying to just offload that 3.5. She's already got the best wave of the heater, 5.83, 13 and a half minutes to go. She is very, very intelligent in her heat IQ, I think. She knows how to build a score.
Absolutely. Here's Blue, Nixie Ryan up and riding. Nice first turn there. Just the one from the lady in blue. But yeah, I actually saw a video. It was funny you say that. I saw a video the other day of they were all flying back from the Taylor Swift concert, and they're all like got their flashlights out on the flight, and they're all like singing on the flight. I forget what song they were singing. Maybe it was "I Knew You Were Trouble When You Walked In." So, but yeah.
Would you go to her concert?
No. Well, my sister was trying to get tickets, and she was like on both computers, on her phone too, trying to get the tickets. And
I'd rather go see Fish.
yeah, that's gonna be
that's up
huge.
here. It's going to be huge. Get your tickets for that. You realise that Paul Fisher was one of the best juniors in his era? People don't realise how good he was as a pro junior. I had to deal with Fish when he was like 13, 14, 15, 16. He's exactly the same as he is right now.
Yeah.
He's loud.
Yeah.
And but he was an incredible surfer back in the day. Because he actually ended up doing the QS. He ended up changing sponsors, getting sponsored by Reef, and doing the QS for a number of years. But as a junior, he was at the elite level of juniors in the Pro Junior Series for sure.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember seeing something about that, like going on surf trips with Sterling Spencer and stuff. And I'm like, well, what stopped him, from going surfing? I guess just got into the...
I remember chatting to him at Trestles one year, and he said, I'm DJing these days. I was like, oh, yeah, cool. What, you're DJing where, at the pub or something? And then 2 years later, I was looking at his Insta, and he's DJing to 40,000 at Coachella and just going ballistic. He's now probably in the top 2 or 3 DJs in the world, and good on him. But he's never changed from the moment he's a Grom. That's not an act. That is exactly how Fish is. It's as natural as you'll get, and he's a good human too. He's always fun to be around, and yeah, I'd suggest you get some tickets because it's going to be pumping up here.
It's all sold out.
Is it all sold out?
Yeah, it's sold out. Sold out like a week or something ago. They're actually fencing off Cooley for it.
Oh, wow.
So there's blue and green splitting the peak there. Just the one turn from the both of them.
Wow, so another exciting heat. We're down to 11 minutes to go, and it is a surfer in red, Charlie Haley, out in the lead with a 5.83, 3.9. Nixie Ryan with a 5.23 and a 4.33. She's in second. Gabby Spake with first priority, needing a 4.9, so she needs a pretty big score, so it's going to have to be her best of this semi-final. She's in third, and Jade needs a 6.83, but time is not an enemy at the moment because there's still 10 minutes to go. There's plenty of time on the clock. It's just making sure you utilise priority and take full advantage of your next opportunity. Yeah, I knew there was something big going on in Sydney this weekend because I tried to get a flight back from up here where we're situated at Casuarina to Sydney, and a flight from Goldie Airport to Sydney, the lowest flight was like $520. I was like, are you kidding? I couldn't work it out. I was like, why? But then someone said, hey, as we see the surfer in white blowing up, yeah. So they reckon she's going to bring in millions and millions of dollars, like 100 or 200 million into the economy, which is pretty incredible.
It's huge. Well, even when I got back on Boxing Day and our flight got cancelled due to the ridiculous weather we had for Christmas Day and Boxing Day, and we had to book a new flight, and you would not believe guess how much a flight is from Sydney to Ballina.
$80.
It was $1,000. No boards added on, just one way.
That's incredible.
How crazy is that? Like half an hour flight, $1,000.
Wow. All right, Nixie Ryan locks in a 6.4, so she has gone into the lead, and there goes
the umbrella.
There goes the umbrella. Someone grabbed that. Nixie Ryan just showing the class from the Labar surfer out there now in the lead. We can see Charlie Haley right there looking to offload that 5.9. This has put a lot more pressure on both green and white. So the surfer from France, Jade, needs a 4.40, but that was prior to that wave. But Nixie Ryan showcasing the skill set she has. And here we go. Last wave of the surfer in red. Nice setup turn. That was more of a setup turn, but she got a lot of work done on that inside with that second turn. And I don't know, I'm not a judge. Will that be better than her lower score with 8.5 minutes to go? So I feel like opportunity is there for the surfers, and we're waiting on a score. That one manoeuvre for the surfer in white, and there it is, locks in at a 5.17. Gabby, again, showing just how confident she is. So even though she was behind the 8 ball, she's locked in a score. But if you look at the scores required on the right-hand side of that little page you see in front of you, only a 4.01 needed by red and only a 4.54, and such has been the standard set by these 4 athletes. I feel like that is just money for jam.
Absolutely. So under 8 minutes remaining. So this heat now even feels like it's going quicker when I got to the 20-minute mark. And it's just going down.
Feels like we were sort of in the overlapping heats in the CT.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it went through the overlapping into the actual real heat. But yeah, they would be feeling it in the water, having that extra bit of time.
I'm sure.
But as it gets tighter and tighter, if you look at the scores, I mean, Nixie's really sort of extended herself with that 6.4. That was clearly the best wave of the heat, as we see Gabby up and riding again. Looking sharp. That wave just did not offer a lot of opportunity, but the opportunity she took, and she just ripped into it. But yeah, I feel like now sort of the anxiety levels and the intensity will start to really come to the fore as they head, because we're looking at 2 spots into the final of this QS 1000 event. It's a big deal as we see a surfer way down south.
This is a bomb. Green, up and riding. Just the one turn there, so will it be a 4.54?
That was a bigger wave.
Much bigger wave, and it looked like it was just going to stand up there, but it just ran away from her.
Yeah, definitely. That'll be interesting to see if she gets the score required. But it has to be a little bit more now, because the last of Gabby was a 5.10. So she actually increases her situation in second. Nice depth into the pocket. Good release too. And the fact that she came back to 6 o'clock and really sort of gave that judges that look, yeah, I rode cleanly out of it. And look at this turn. Bang. That is a sick photo opportunity with the camels in the forefront and the surfer from France just going ballistic in the back. So is that going to be the 4.97? All you got to do is match it up against Gabby's 5.1. And who do you think will have the jump in that scenario?
I think it's going to fall just under. I don't think it's close to a 5. I think it's going to fall just under, maybe 4.8. But here's Green again, up and riding.
Pretty sure it was a 4.43. You should have been a judge. There you go. Get on that panel. Do your ticket. Best thing you can do.
Be awesome, especially heading over to Puerto Rico and stuff to go judge the ISAs and stuff too. I know.
I will tell you, it is a hard job. These guys are incredible 100%. At what they do. Yeah.
Back to the priority judge, just like changing all the time.
I remember we were talking about the QS when it wasn't a challenger, but when the Hurley Australian Open was at Manly. We were averaging the most incredible amount of waves per heat, and then we transferred that into the framework of what the judges had to deal with, and you just go, wow, that is intense. Like, there was average of, I think it was like 52 waves ridden in every heat during the course of the day.
That's crazy.
Because it's unlimited waves, right? And guys, and remember, the judges actually got to pull apart 52 waves in like 25 minutes. It's absolutely next level.
Carissa Moore used to compete at that event too, didn't she?
She won it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Tyler won. I mean, the amount of people like strong surfers who won that event, I'm pretty sure Brother won it one year, like Chloe won it, maybe. I remember the year that Jesse Mendez was like the Iceman. He beat Julian Wilson in some of the best waves I've ever seen down there at my home break, along with, to be honest, probably the year that Rio Wada won. The last year I was there, that was just incredible. Because at that event, traditionally, it's very much like this, a very like fickle kind of beach here. It is fickle, it's manly, right? But every time that the circus rolled into town, I felt like they always got waves. Even the year Geordie won, it was small, but it was really fun, you know? So, yeah.
I can't say I've actually surfed Manly in a
You've
heat before.
Are you serious?
Nah.
Do yourself a favour.
I know.
You don't want to.
I've surfed Bondi in a heat before, and that was like super difficult conditions.
Yeah,
it was
very
in
similar.
one of those Oz Opens where it was the one wave.
The format that Surfing New South Wales put together, and we head down towards 3 minutes to go. And Surfer in red, only looking for a 4.43. That was sick.
That was spicy.
She is impressive. Whether she advances through to the final or not, I am definitely going to be keeping an eye on this young competitor, because I just feel like her surfing is competitively just incredible.
Yeah, she's one to definitely keep an eye out for, especially if she gets this score and that's a ticket to the final. So I'll wait for that to come through. I reckon she's got it.
Yeah, I just think there was so much like visual about that wave. Like, it was one turn, but she just absolutely, I felt like, gave it 110%. And I think the judges love to see that. If you're just like put in turns there, I don't know if you're going to get the score, but if it's point of difference, and they talk about that endlessly, about point of difference and the visual of it, I feel like that wave is going to get close anyway. 2 minutes to go, and it is Priority out there with the heat leader from Lennox Head, Nixie Ryan, out there with a 6.4 and a 5.23. Gabby Spake, who has been ultra impressive during the event, has had some of the best heat scores in the women's in second at this stage, but I'm pretty sure we're still waiting on the score to lock in with just under 2 minutes. The only thing for the Surfer in red was the actual quality of the wave, and that might hold the score back as we see Blue up and riding. She's found some nice energy down on the far southern side of the embankment.
That was solid, that one. Here we go, Jade Magnian at 1 minute 20 to go.
This could be a game changer. Can she get around this section? The French surfer just, it sort of reminds me of like an Anglet or a Lacanau Beachy. So she'd be pretty familiar with the surroundings as we see Gabby on the backhand. She's gone to the side that's really been paying dividends for her over the course of these 2 days of the event. With 1 minute to go, will any of these scores matter? We'll have to see. Judges have the ability to just sort of pull everything apart on the replays as well. Here we go. Red.
Here we go, Charlie Haitley again on the backhand. Just the one turn there, 35 seconds to go. So I'll just get up that last score for you. So last of Charlie Haitley, a 3.93.
Not enough.
Not enough to go into second position. So she's looking for a 4.44.
Okay, there you go. Well, at this stage, it looks like Nixie Ryan, who has really sort of built house out there. Very impressive the way she went about formulating the heat in this semi-final. She looks like she's going to get on through, and waiting on a score for the last of Gabby to lock in. I think it was a 3.23, so not enough. So at this stage, it is victory to Nixie Ryan. What a performance. Gabby Spake should be absolutely delighted with that. They are into the final. We're going to throw to a commercial break. Be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Semi-final number 2 coming your way.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 presented by Camplify. We're into the women's semi-final heat number 2. So getting down to the pointy end of the draw. Right after this, we'll move into the men's semi-finals, and they're looking pretty healthy and stacked. How'd that last heat go, Lil?
Yeah, that last heat was Nixie and Gabby Spate getting through. So Charlie Haitley and Jane McNean are out of the contest. So we'll see them in the final and decide the whole women's final after this heat.
Very exciting. I can't wait to see which last 2 remaining women will join Nixie and Gabby. I feel like Nixie and Gabby have been looking really on point all event. That wind has really started to rev up though, so this will be, I feel like, an exchange of, the more ocean savvy competitors out there now. Those women out there who can identify those best waves in this kind of messy lineup will definitely be the ones who will plow through into the final. 1 heat away from the final, so it's definitely the heat you want to get through. And we've got some good looking men's semi-finals coming up. Obviously semi-finals moving to 25 minutes.
So who's your pick for this heat? I want my money to be on Jazz Sampson.
I'm going to go with Sage and Sierra. That's my pick. I feel like Sage would surf conditions like this a lot down in Phillip Island with that wind and the shallow sand break, and I feel like Sierra is pretty hard to go past. But then again, Oceana and Jasmine have just been on point all events, so this is a really hard matchup. The men's semi-final that'll be coming up straight after this, Heat 1. Geordie Lawler, Harry Phillips, Tim Bain, Justin Becrett.
Smoker.
Solid heat. And then Jimmy Hill, Dane Henry, Kobe Clements, and Winter Vincent. So almost a junior heat for that second one. But yeah, it's getting exciting. I can't wait to crown winners in just a few hours.
Yeah, so who's your pick to win the whole event?
For the women?
Dimmy reckons Geordie Lawler and Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, I can't go past Geordie Lawler. I mean, he's a hometown friend, so I feel like I feel pretty bad. So I'm going to say Geordie Lawler and Nixie Ryan. That's what I'm thinking. And maybe even a dark horse in there of Gabby Spake.
Yeah.
I feel like she's been surfing well enough that she could get the win out there today.
Absolutely. So already 5 minutes past, so now normal heat time 20 minutes. How do you feel about when you go out there and it's 25 minutes? Do you notice a difference? Or
I feel like it's such a funny playing field when you've been surfing in 20 minutes all event and then it goes to 25. The 2 women who are in first and second, by the time that 20 minutes has ticked down, they just want it to be a 20-minute heat. But say there's a situation change in the last 5 minutes, you're kind of blowing up that it's become a 25-minute heat. So it's definitely challenging, but I think it depends on what position you're in. I quite like the extra 5 minutes. I think it gives you time to make a mistake or two. But 5 minutes is already down, so Sierra and Oceana not having a wave yet. Sage only a 0.5. So I feel like all these women are pretty much going to well appreciate this extra 5 minutes to try and showcase what they've got.
absolutely. And I'm not sure if you were watching before, but we had all these camels walk across the scene.
No, I missed it. I was working away on my break, but I had the commentating in the background, but I just missed it. So yeah, I love the camels. It's such a unique aspect of Berube. But I was just looking at the heat draw too, and the heat draw for the Pro Junior came out as well, and there's some really stacked names. We'll see a lot of the names who competed in the QS pop up again in the Pro Junior over the weekend, so plenty of action left. If you're down around the Port Stephens area, get down and watch some of Australia's finest compete over the weekend. And I don't think you'll be disappointed with the action that you see.
Yeah, I called out some of the boys' ones earlier before. But, Lucy Brown, Sydney Chevalier, Geordie Halford, Osha Curtis, Ruby Berry, Miller Brown, Juniper Harper, Kira Buckpit.
Massive names.
Stella Green.
It's like a QS.
Yeah. The junior QS. Isla Harper's another one that I thought would be in this event. But, yeah. But Charlie Haitley put out a good campaign in that last heat, just fell short.
Yeah, she was looking really strong and confident all events. So I was, kind of surprised when I saw that she didn't get through. Here we go. Sierra Kerr up and riding on her first wave. Nice left in front of it. Gets 2 tags in. We saw Sage Goldsbury go right. We'll see what she got done on the other side. So now Oceana Rogers left with priority. Jasmine Sampson with second. It's changed a lot out there. It looks, it looks quite tricky for these last few heats of the day. 4 more heats left after this one, so if there was a time to get down there and enjoy some of the action, it's definitely for this. Here we go. Replay of Sierra, so we're going to watch this one first. Beautiful first snap, and gets back up there for a foam climb, so not probably as open-faced as she wanted, and then just one big snap for Sage. So we'll see where the judges go with both of those scores. Sage is obviously going to better that 0.5 she already has in her lineup. And Sierra is going to lock in her first score of this semi-final matchup. Was Sierra's name in the juniors?
Yep. Yeah, in the first heat.
Yes.
So
World Junior Champ.
that would be a letdown if she wasn't in the Pro Juniors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be gutted. I'm definitely going to be tuning into that over the weekend. So 3.77 for the first of Sierra, a 3.33 for the first of Sage Goldsbury. Sage is up and riding again, looking to better a 0.5 to extend her lead. Strong opening turn there for Sage. Gets a second snap in. Yeah, you can see these waves are losing power, but Sage making the most of that. That's going to be a pretty good score for Sage, I'd like to say. And she'll extend her lead over the field. Here we go, Oceana Rogers. Snap in the pocket.
Racing down the line.
Just coming unstuck.
Yeah. She did a good barrel in the couple of heats ago.
Did she?
Yeah. It got a 0.5, but it was a good doggy door barrel. But, so Sage at Goldsbury opened up with a 3.3. Sierra Kerr opening with 3.7. Jazz Sampson with the 3.0. We'll wait for that last score of Oceana to come on through. But, look at that beach shot. Nice white sandy beaches, blue water. Get down there this weekend.
Absolutely. It's too good not to. This is the replay of Sage's last wave. Love this first turn. Really strong in the pocket and just puts more points on the board with that second one and make sure she gets the ride out. So really smart competitive strategy there. And then Oceana, I felt like this was looking like it was going to be a good inside bowl, but yeah, unfortunately couldn't come back down. Got a bit hung up in the lip. So 3.7 for the last of Sage Goldsbury does have her out in the lead. Sierra Kerr looking for a 3.26. Jazz Sampson just a 0.78 and Oceana Rogers a 2.51. So really close affair right now. 15.5 minutes to go. Hopefully we can see one of these 4 ladies really open up on their next exchange and put a big number on the board.
So just down to 15 minutes for He's already going pretty quick, isn't it? 10
Crazy.
minutes down. So, got an exciting semi coming up next. In the meantime, if you're looking for a place to rent, head on over to PRD Real Estate or give them a phone call on 04 98 42 000. And that means you can sell, buy, and rent smarter with your local property specialist, PRD Real Estate.
I think it's super exciting that comps like this is sponsored by local companies as well. You know, there's just the community getting behind and supporting Australia's up-and-coming surfers, you know, helping to unearth so much new talent across the country. So thank you to everyone who's been a part of this event today. Down the line, Oceana Rogers, this is a good-looking set wave. 2 really tidy turns there on a CI too, by the looks of it.
Spicy first turn.
Yeah.
Here we go, Red, just kicking out of that one. But, yeah, I like what you're saying with that, Jesse, because I hope in a couple of years to come they bring back that Haleiwa Challenger and they can get local businesses on board, because that as the back end, as we come back to that with the replay of Oceana, I really like that first turn there, and the flow to finish was cherry on top of the cake. But, yeah, I hope they bring the Haleiwa Challenger back, because that was the best event at the end, because you got all these different places you're surfing. You know, Portugal's different to Brazil's different to Snapper's different to
America. Yeah.
I just forgot the other event for a second.
That's okay.
But yeah, that event was because then it goes the Haleiwa Challenger, then they roll into the Vans Invitational, then they roll into obviously the Pipe Masters, and then the Sunset Pro. Like, it'd just be awesome, and people would just be staying over for the whole Hawaii stint over there.
Yeah, just back to back events over there in Hawaii. They definitely, it's such a prestigious time of year when we see our competitors compete over there in Hawaii. You know, it is a real place where you do kind of have to prove yourself. I feel like Australia and Hawaii have been the two really dominant regions in surfing's entire history. So it's cool to see our Aussies prove themselves over there. Obviously, Molly and Jack both taking the win yesterday in the Sunset Pro. Molly actually becoming the second woman ever to win back-to-back. And the only other lady to do so was Lane Beachley in 99 and 2000. So, yeah, Molly creating history yesterday, and no one can ever take that away from her now too.
Nah. And well, maybe she's keeping the eye up for the world title this year too.
Oh, absolutely. I think every year that's her main goal, but she's going into Portugal in the yellow jersey. And yeah, I'm excited to see how she goes over there. Last year was big and barreling and then small and turns, but Portugal's such a enigma to me because you never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
There's no set predictions really for Portugal, and I feel like the competitors who get through Portugal each year are different. There's not real one person who's dominated in Portugal, so it's such a cool event to tune in and watch. But of course, like Molly, Connor O'Leary, Jack Robbo, all the Aussies, they've had to compete through these regional series qualifiers here at Berrubi as well. Just like this lady here, Sage Goldsbury, carving back for her first turn. Gets up there for a stronger second one. Needs to get some more work done down the line. You can see that board hopping over that section, but
yeah,
just...
the fins. I was showing the fins for a little bit.
Yeah, she looked like that wave might have lost a little bit of power on her, but Sage, originally from the Phillip Island area, and she surfs windy conditions. I feel like Phillip Island is sometimes 4 seasons in one day. One of my favourite places on earth, by the way. I would totally live in Phillip Island. But she would definitely surf beach breaks like Woolamai in conditions like this all the time. So we'll see if that experience is on her side in conditions like this. But Oceana Rogers, 6.5, and she's up and riding again. She's got one hand on the final. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to decide whether the other one is on it too. But that's a really healthy score in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking on before with Portugal, I almost think that's like a European boomerang.
Yeah,
just a kind of big, like, right-hander at times. Like,
that's
I'm not sure
a
if you went
great
to
analogy.
Last year, and it was just super wild and woolly, and everyone was in their wetsuits and, you know, having hot chocolates in the back of their cars. And but yeah, it reminds me of a boomerang, the European boomerang.
Yeah, that is a great analogy, Lil. Great call. Sierra Kerr up and riding, good looking first turn. Gets a second one in, so that will be her best wave of this heat. So Sage probably looking for something a little bit more substantial right now because Sierra Kerr is hot on her heels. Jasmine Sampson, she's been a little quiet for a little while. She needs a 4-point ride to get through this one. It looked like Sage was on a wave there too. So Sierra belting that twice. I would say that's the score to put her up into second. See if we can get a replay of that last one of white because I saw Sage bottom turning into a good looking section. She's already back out there though. I feel like that's the good thing about beach breaks like this. The paddle outs are so easy. You're just straight back out there.
100%. It's good until it gets very dumpy on that inside bit.
Oh yeah, and then you're not moving.
Yeah. You're just like, oh yep, another set. Oh, yep, give it to me, another set. So 9 minutes to go, so Sierra Kerr out in front. Oceana Rogers only needing a 1.54. Sage Goldsbury looking for a 4.08, and Jasmine Sampson looking for a 4.78. So really not a lot. And obviously there's not a lot of waves to give right now either. I was just saying to Dimmy before, at that back end of the heat, it just seems like the waves stop.
Yeah, it's definitely been a consistent factor throughout some of the heats that we've seen already. I feel like right now, if I was Sage or Jasmine, I'd probably sit and wait for one of those wider ones that we saw Oceana and Sierra get to try and tag 2 nice turns on one of those bigger, slopier sets and get themselves above that 3-point range to really solidify their spot in the final. Instead of trying to get a mid-sized one and maybe forcing a 4, because it's not a big score. You hear a 4 and you go, I can get that any day of the week. But actually finding the right wave to do that in conditions like this can be quite a challenge.
Absolutely. Look, when we saw Sage do that the other heat, where she was always on the best waves out there. So, and got 2 5s straight off the bat. So 8 minutes to go. We'll see what the rest of the heat holds out for us. But in the meantime, you should apply for a Sydney membership for the wave pool.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I haven't already. I am so excited for URBNSURF to open up in Sydney. I just think the more that they open up, the better, in my opinion. Can we get one on the Gold Coast? Anyone from Urban watching, can we get a wave pool up here?
Yes.
That would be epic.
What about one just right next to the HPC?
Why don't we get one at the HBC?
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
That makes sense,
Maybe
right?
have it on the roof or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we've obviously got no room from the pool, then the skate park, and then the actual centre. So why don't we just build up?
Well,
just build on the roof.
There's already a pool down the road, so the foundation's there.
This is true too.
Okay.
We can make the public swimming pool the wave pool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
we're onto something.
I'm not sure if you've ever seen the White Guy lineup in
No.
It's like a club in Hawaii, so they've got the club and it's pretty much all around the pool, and then you're drinking cocktails and you're watching people surfing in the wave pool. So it's just one of those wave pools where you surf the foam boards. It's not like URBNSURF actual breaking waves we can do turns on, so everyone's just kind of
oh my gosh,
doing
no, I've
spins
never
and
heard
stuff.
of that. That's cool.
Yeah, so Noah Bashan's movie was on premiere there, and we went to go watch it one night, and it was a massive turnout. Everyone's just all sitting around the pool. People were surfing before the movie started, and it was amazing.
Oh, that's such a cool place to have a movie prem. Oceana Rogers in that break got a really nice looking wave. Now Jasmine Sanson streaking down the line, gets up there for one big turn. So looking for a 4.78. Oceana Rogers definitely just bettered her situation. She got a really strong 2-turner. She's kind of been sitting a little bit wider and picking off those really good looking set waves that have allowed her to open up twice. This is the replay, Lil.
Yeah, I'll be stoked to see this. Nice first turn there, and very fast, critical surfing. So very well read there. And in blue, it's just a shame this one only gave the one turn. But Jasmine Sampson, surfing has improved so much, even from last year as well. Again, another name I didn't think I'd see in the semi-finals.
Yeah, she's definitely come through as a dark horse in this event. I feel like Sierra Kerr just stood pretty tall at the end of that wave, so maybe she got something pretty good on her last exchange. Here's a replay. So she gets up there for one big turn, releases the fins, so just the one manoeuvre. Sage Goldsberry's hot on her heels, needs a 4.31. Jasmine Sampson's last wave, a 3.73. So
wow, last at Oceana 6.6.
Yeah, it was a really nice wave, set wave, 2 strong turns. Oceana is just in sync out there, and I know we just spoke about Jazz being a dark horse, but what about Oceana? I mean, again, she's just been putting on a clinic in her heats.
Totally. So here's the replay. That one, nice first turn. It was just a well-read wave. So any other person, I know in a couple of the boys' heats, they've kind of raced and only done one turn. So she made a really good effort to do 2 turns. Even though the first one was critical, but even the second one was just a foam finish. That's what the judges want to see. 2 nice quick turns, speed, power, flow.
Tick, tick, tick.
Done, done, and done. So 4 minutes 20 to go. Last at Sierra Kerr, I think it was 3.77, if I'm correct. So she needs an 8.7 to go to first position. Sage Goldsberry looking for a 4.97. Jasmine Sampson looking for a 4.94.
Yeah, really close heat right now between all 4 surfers. Sage now on a bigger wave here, gets a nice first turn, needs to get around and get more work done, but that wave just not allowing her to drive hard off the bottom and rip through a top turn. So Sage has 3 minutes 50 to get back out there. I love the fact that she was on a bigger wave then, because I feel like that's the type of place that will see her really open up and show us that incredible Victorian goofy-footed style that she has. But she kind of needs to make sure that she stays a good distance away from Sierra Kerr, but you can see Sierra's already making her way down to her just to become a new best mate for the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
There we go. Tactics. Strategies. The whole lot. So I see who's in green for the next heat. I can just see them in the corner of the screen.
Let's go through it again. Just the men's semi-final and the women's semi-finals for this event have been so stacked. But Justin Piquet heading down the coast. Sorry, down the beach a bit to maybe make some...
heading down the coast, you know.
Yeah.
Port Stephens has... Well, New South Wales has 2,000 kilometres of spectacular coastline. So, and home of the world's best surfing beaches. So, anywhere on the New South Wales coast, you know, we've got the Tweed, we've got the Clarence, we've got, you know, even the Coffs region there.
Beautiful.
Port Macquarie.
Oh, and the Crescent Head, Point Plummer area.
Yes.
Boomerang Foster.
Newcastle.
Sydney, the South Coast.
Central Coast.
Oh,
there's still
it just
so
goes
more.
on, doesn't it?
There's so much more. And even Jindabyne, that's still in New South Wales, isn't it?
Yeah.
Blue Cow, you know? Well, that's not very coastal, but if anyone on here likes snowboarding, go to Jindabyne. But for this weekend, though, you need to be down at Port Stephens.
Yeah, Port Stephens or nothing. Okay, Sierra Kerr trying to get an 8-7 to get to first. Nice two-turner there. She's probably just hoping that she can extend on that 4-2-7 to make Sage and Jasmine's life just that little bit harder. However, I think surfers with Sage and Jasmine's caliber and talent, Sierra would definitely be looking over her shoulder right now. But two really nice turns there for Sierra. Just ticking the boxes, getting it done.
I think it might just be a 5. So it still won't be it'll make it a bit harder, but it won't make it super difficult.
Yep.
You know, we all know Sage is worthy of getting score like a 6 or something like that, but my judging hasn't been on point through today.
You were just shy. It was a 4.73.
4.73.
They're very close. 0.27 away from the 5. And you said it was just a 5. It's almost a 5.
Yeah.
See? Hey, on point.
Judges doing an amazing job today, and the rest of the Surfing New South Wales broadcast and everyone on the beach. So all the staff doing an incredible job. 40 seconds to go. So Sage looking for a 5.43. Jasmine Sampson looking for a 5.4. So it is super close. Just
30 seconds.
Second and fourth. You know, Oceana's kind of...
Yeah, she's run away with it.
Queen of the castle.
Yeah. She's definitely solidified her spot in the final. Oh, yep, Sierra using priority over Jasmine. Two nice turns there. 15 seconds on the clock. It kind of all comes down to whether or not Sage can get another wave, but the ocean's looking pretty quiet right now. So it's looking like it'll be Oceana Rogers and Sierra Kerr moving through to the final, joining Gabby Spake and Nixie Ryan. So really impressive surfing there from all 4 ladies. That was an excellent semi-final. We're going to move right on to the men's final right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Port Stevens QS Pro 1000 presented by Camplify. I'm just laughing at my co-host, Dimmy. We're getting to the end of the day and we're going a bit crazy.
It does happen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, semi-final heat 1 of the men's. Geordie Lawler taking on Harry Phillips, Tim Bain and Justin Becret. 4 of the most in-form surfers in this competition by far. So yeah, I feel like we're going to have a good heat on our hands.
Same. And how low has the tide got? The water's just drained off that bank.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Barooby that, like, with the tides being that dramatic.
Neither have I. Yeah, you're not used to seeing Barooby that shallow and that close to shore. I feel like it's always that little bit further out. So this is, yeah, kind of uncharacteristic. Justin down the peak from his competitors, getting this first wave of the final and belts that second section. So, yeah, creating some space, taking on the Geordie Lawler approach from this morning and, yeah, paying off for him.
He's been ultra impressive during the course of this event, and the French surfer, he's been around a while, so he's got experience on his side. But yeah, I reckon there would be similarities towards his home in France, where those beaches in France look a bit like this in summer as well. So floats the boat first section, just creating speed down the line, gets into the pocket and really elevates and pushes a lot of pressure on that back foot to generate a lot of power through that final manoeuvre. So a 4.5, nice way to start. Yeah, interesting with the tide change, and I feel like actually in the last maybe 10-15 minutes we've seen the wind back off just that little bit as well. But yeah, the waves are still there. Here we go. This guy's been an absolute amazing. I was just thinking of just one word I could describe, just absolutely attack.
Yeah.
In attack mode.
He has
Two
been.
words.
Two words. We'll take it. Yeah, he's just been on fire. I've been really impressed by him all event. That first wave was a bit down the line. I don't think the judges will reward it too high, 1.8. But nonetheless, I do think it's such a short paddle back out, so I'm sure we'll see him back on another wave pretty soon. Here we go. Geordie Lawler taken to the air. First wave. Ooh, bit of an awkward landing.
Faultless would be the word I'd describe Tim Bain, because I just feel like his attention to detail in heats has been just extraordinary.
Nailed it, Dimmy. That was...
I had that written in a book for about a week. Use that word. Use that word, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's been faultless.
Oh, you nailed that. Well, you know.
After 25 years, you better nail something. Yeah. But yeah, very. It's actually strange to see Geordie actually lose control on an air too, because I felt like that ramp was just tailor-made for his surfing. But yeah, thinking back to how I've felt towards the performance of Timmy Bain, not only here but in Burleigh as well, I just feel like his surfing is sort of starting to evolve into something that's going to be pretty special. No matter what happens in this event, I just feel like he's found that really nice sweet spot in his competitive nature, and his ability to just create and execute has just been on point, as we see a surfer further down having a look. But yeah, what a heat. Justin has been impressive. Geordie, of course, comes in with all the sort of the hype on him, because we know what he can do. We've seen him win big events at a QS level. He's had experience on the World Championship Tour. Timmy Bain, again, as we said, has been ultra impressive. And Harry Phillips, I feel like, has been around a long time for a guy who's pretty young, but he's just his competitive nature and has also been one of his strong points.
Yeah, I agree. He was kind of the guy who got through those first rounds, but then when it got to those serious rounds, like the round of 16, the quarterfinals, maybe crumbled against some of those more experienced competitors, like your Geordie Lawlers, your Alistair Reginatos. But I feel like this season we've seen him really come into his own a bit more and hold his own out there, and maybe
he's a Vico surfer, right?
Maybe back himself more. Yeah, I believe so. Let me double check that, because
pretty sure he's from Torquay, isn't he?
Let's have a
Here
look.
we go. Geordie up, goes to the punt. That is a better rotation. Lands out clean. Stamps his authority on that manoeuvre. But yeah, Harry Phillips, very impressed with what he's brought to the table. Have to be in good form to make the semi-finals of a QS. Geordie Lawler about to lock in a score. We're down to just under 19 minutes to go, and low tide has approached. And as we look at the replay here, just really nice rotation, clean, clinical, and just money for jam really for someone of his style and standards.
I can't tell you anything, Dimmy. I don't know.
You're an encyclopedia. Come on, you'd know. But I'm pretty sure he's from down that way. But yeah, very strong competitor as we see Timmy, actually Harry right now up and
He's from
riding.
the south coast of New South Wales.
There you go.
Encyclopedia. Sorry, I was just glitching. I came.
How far south by?
So he lives around I believe where the buck pits and all that live.
What a pool of development surface they have. There's a Culburra, so he actually comes from the place of birth of the Wrights. They're from Culburra.
Oh, well, and I've just learnt a lot about the Wrights today, so it's just been a theme. Shout out to anyone from Culburra watching. Actually, the Buckpit family, if we're talking about families from Culburra, what a talented family they are. Kira, Ben, Bo, all of them had time on the QS and the Pro Juniors and success in both. Kira's obviously still going. And so is Harry, because that was a really nice wave from Harry Phillips. And Geordie Lawler finishing off a wave down the beach too. He locked in a 5-point ride. Just only got a 4-5 for that first wave. I really liked that second turn, so maybe the judges saying not enough grunt in that first one.
Yeah, they're probably looking for a little bit more come up. The fact that that was a lot further down the peak. Here we go, Timmy Bain losing control.
Uncharacteristic. Timmy Bain's already done one better in this event than he did his last. He got quarterfinals in Burleigh, so making the semis. He's already done one better. This is the replay of Harry's two really nice backhand turns there. That'll be his best score so far in the heat. And then looking down the beach, Geordie Lawler got a really nice first turn in there, and it stands up again, allows him to get vertical, drift the fins and bring it back around. So Geordie's going to back up that 5-point ride really nicely. So we've got scores to lock in for white, blue and red. 16 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. 10 minutes has almost already gone. Geordie Lawler down the beach again, takes to the air. Can't just pull it off. That was really sad. I thought he had that, and then last minute he lost it.
Multiple scores go in, but for all surfers. And like we said, with these beachy conditions, it does allow you the opportunity, because the actual pad out's really, really easy.
Oh, he
and
had
that
it,
is
Dimmy.
Very unusual for him to hook an outside edge there. But yeah, because of these conditions, I feel like there's going to be ample opportunity for everyone. So if you do have a sort of a bad wave where you sort of make an error or something comes unstuck, you've got the opportunities, as we see right now. Geordie Lawler locking in a 7-point ride for his previous ride and a 5-point ride as well. So again, he's found that rhythm and groove in his surfing that has enabled him, with over half the heat to go, to already have a 12.00 two-wave combination. Harry Phillips out there with a 4.87. Early doors yet, so I feel like sort of the boys are just trying to find their groove and find their position in the lineup to maximise their positions as they use up their priority. And that's going to be key in a semi-final with such, 4 guys who have just come into the semis with such good form under their belt.
Yeah, all 4 of these guys have just been standouts all event. Justin finishing off quite a tidy wave there. Needs a 118 to take second off Harry. That's a 118 if I've ever seen one. So Harry's going to be looking to drop that 0.8. And Tim Bain just probably trying to regroup right now to get a good solid score on the board. Because, 2 pretty uncharacteristic falls from Tim. Hopefully he can pull it all together. But this was never going to be an easy heat, Dimmy. So
no, he knows he's got to raise that level, turn it up a gear. And talking about turning up a gear, this guy's got a really nice central kind of low centre of gravity whipping style on the backhand, and he has been ultra consistent in his heat. So the French surfer, wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he just looked in a 4.5 or 4.9 actually for that last wave. So, yeah, the judges liking it. Maybe the wave size not as as big as Geordie's last two waves. So, probably just pulling that score back a little bit. But, yeah, I'm really impressed by all four of these guys all event. Still very open right now for second place between Harry, Tim, and Justin. And with 13 and a half minutes to go, yeah, it's way too open right now to even be like, yeah, they're getting through. They're not.
Yeah, I feel like the last of green definitely was brought back a bit by the size of the wave, more than the overall, standard of the surfing. He got some really nice work done, but yeah, the judges really throwing good scores to those bigger sets, the waves that really wedge up and offer a lot more attacking room and space for the surfers. So right now, Geordie is in the lead, but he is nowhere near, in a safe position. 12 points in a semi-final. You'd expect, the level of surfing to go up a notch, and all these four surfers have been right up there. If you look at their heat scores over the course of the event, you're going to see some big numbers as we see blue. Harry Phillips up and out.
Yeah, it's just conditions have definitely deteriorated throughout the day. Geordie Lawler down the beach now, streaking down the line, takes to the air, had to get one under his belt, lands it, and gets a pretty sick floater to finish that one off. So has to drop a 5. Dim, what are your ideas?
I reckon that's going to be in the 6-point range.
Yeah,
I just
I
feel
think
like
so
air
too.
into a nice floater. He definitely got a bonus section. He's got so much speed as he flies down the line. Such a great aerial manoeuvre, and the fact that he was able to get that 2-for-1 shot into the corner, I feel like that's going to be right up there. And the surfer in green, what about the speed he carried over those turns? Wow.
Yeah, that was two really well surfed waves back to back. Those sections are really hard to land as well. He had to project over that lip and foam coming back at him. So Justin kind of, showing us that he's got experience in waves like this. Maybe his home break is exactly like this, just like you've been saying, Dimmy. So Tim Bain now trying to make something in this last 11 minutes. Love the first turn. That's something we haven't seen from Tim. He's been really good at pulling it back and doing 2 turns, but giving those 2 turns everything. I feel like he rushed that end turn then.
100%. I think the quality of the wave let him down. Talking about quality of waves, that last wave of Geordie was a 7.5, so consolidating where he sits on the position. But this is an interesting ride because watch how sharp these turns are. Bang, that second turn, the amount of pop. And what I love is the stability levels through the turns. Like, there's not a lot of movement with the French surfer. He just gets nice and low, generates speed off the rail. And when you're teaching younger generations, you want to keep yourself nice and stable through transition. So that was the execution of that was just on point. We'll see with the judges how they like it, but there's just the visual and the speed of it. I love that.
You know what else too on Justin's wave? There was like a first section he probably could have floated, but I love how he waited at the bottom of a wave to make sure he could get vertical in that pocket once he came round it. So really picking and choosing his turns and his timing really wisely and paid off. So 5.83 has him in second. Now with Harry Phillips in third, looking for a 5.86, and Tim Bain a 7.06. So really narrowly edging away from these two guys. Harry Phillips now up and riding. Strong turn there, and then for a second one. But I feel like Harry, he's such a power surfer, and he's probably not going to crack out of that 4-point range being on those small waves. Geordie Lawler using priority over Tim Bain, comes unstuck. Not a great looking wave anyway, so I don't think there was too much opportunity missed there. But yeah, I just feel like Harry needs to find himself on one of those bigger waves to really tackle that 5.86.
I feel like both Tim and Harry have the wave choices been not as good in this heat, and they've been productive enough. It just hasn't been what they've wanted when it comes to wave choice. Their surfing's on point. It's just about getting that wave to open up and really allowing them to attack. So they are starting to slowly but surely slip away from the other two. He's basically led the charge from the outset, so he's just built house. started with a 5, then locked in a 7, then he's got a 7.5, and just as you'd expect of someone of his class, the way he builds his structure of his heats is ultra impressive. But now it's, these guys are going to have to put their foots to the floor if they're going to get through. That's a better turn. And like I said, he has been ultra consistent. So I have no doubt, even though he's only got a 3.67 and a 2.9, I have no doubt he has the ability and the nous to just turn that round, because he only needs a 10.73 two-wave combination to get himself back in the game. What do you think about this ride,
Yeah,
Jess?
I really liked this. I think this wave will put him back in the game. I love how he was just a little bit more patient with those turns, didn't rush him, didn't try and quickly link a few turns together. So much better wave selection, turn selection, and just overall timing from Tim Bain. That's definitely his best wave. Yeah, he just needs 2 5s. Whether that hits the 5 mark, I don't know. Might be just under. Here we go, Justin burying some rails, so just couldn't make anything happen on that last one. But
I feel like Timmy just needs a bigger wave.
Yeah. He needs to sit down wider a little bit where
Geordie is.
Geordie and Justin got those waves, and Oceania in that last heat, they sat wider and got themselves some, not slopier, but definitely slower waves that they were able to really open up on. 4.6 for the last of Tim. Needs a 6.13. Yeah, I just don't think this bank is going to allow him to get that score. He needs to move down, and I'll find those open faces like red and green have.
You can definitely see how shallow it is on the ride, so I feel like there's more water and a lot more sort of potency towards that left side of the peak. And if I was him, I'd definitely be sort of angling to go exactly where Geordie is taken off, because I feel like that is where the bulk of the sort of wedginess of the peak. Now it's low tide, so I feel like the error is basically in his positioning more than the surfing. But he's that good, he can get it done. He just needs to find the opportunity. And same with Harry, like they're both clearly able to get the scores they require. And here we go, surfer in white.
That's a good turn, and again for Tim Bain. So found himself one of those bigger waves. He's still so far up from where Geordie is, so yeah, a bit of a rare open face up on that bank. Is it the 6.13?
I'm trying to throw out the fishing line and bring him down.
Come down.
Come down. This is better. This is a lot more wedgy, this wave, and the standard of surfing on that wave was pretty critical. So I feel like that's I don't know if it's going to be the score, but it's definitely, I feel like it's probably going to be his best score.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll lower the requirement. Yeah, there it is, a 4.9. Now needs a 5.83. Hopefully that's the nudge that the judges are trying to give him, that he needs to edge his way down the bank. You can't even see him in screen right now compared to the other competitors. He needs to work his way down to where Justin is, even further down in between Justin and Geordie. But yeah, I just think his positioning, his surfing's not letting him down, but right now his positioning and wave selection really is.
Yeah, definitely. As we head towards the 5-minute mark and up the beach, we can see surfing white in and out, and it looks like Geordie. He's got a lovely little chip shot into the corner here. You can see what he's going for. He's going to go for the ramp, and
it's 2 airs. He's pretty much had it and then just fallen short right at the end. So, I mean, he's got a 7.5 and a 7, so he can't really be too annoyed with that right now. But yeah, going into the final, I feel like he'd probably want to feel like he's clicking on those turns and being consistent with it. So maybe he might keep trying to take to the air in this back end of the heat to rebuild up his confidence with it. Because I think once you land 2 or 3 in a row, you might go, what am I doing? Not land 2 or 3 in a row. You might start to second guess yourself a little bit.
I feel like the Timmy Pattinsons, I'm pretty sure that's what he's riding these days, are looking very, very, good under his feet. And sometimes that could be the change, changing equipment, could be that spark, just from a mental standpoint, it could be the spark that really turns everything around. Sometimes you get a bit flat and you get a bit stale at certain stages in your career, and it's just that little change up that could be the difference between really giving you that confidence to move forward. And especially if you've got a good board under your feet, you know that it's just up to you with your talent to get the job done more than your equipment or anything else letting you down. As we see Harry up and riding, I think that was an error.
Yeah, he was a lot further down. That wave actually surprisingly was better up where Tim was. And you could see the frustration on Tim that he had to pull off that wave and hand priority over to Harry. And yeah, where Harry took off, it just didn't really do it for him down there. So 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Not massive scores required from Tim and Harry. But yeah, Dimmy, I couldn't agree with you more. I feel like this change in boards for Geordie has been a really cool, almost reset button for him to feel like he can play around with boards again, feel different feelings of different models, get excited and more creative with his surfing. Because when you're with a broad brand for so long, you know what you want, you know what you're going to get, and maybe there's a level of a comfort zone there. But when you move board brands and you kind of have to start again, it's exciting. And so he's allowed himself to really get creative and reinvent himself on these Timmy Pattersons, and it's really working for him.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that little change could be the difference of freeing yourself up. And the other thing too, it makes you really really switch on to what your equipment's doing, where if you're really comfortable with the shaper, you might be letting the shaper, you know, more or less dictate what you're getting. And when you're with the new shaper and just have that a bit of an energy pop and that little bit of a, as you said, a reset, it can be just a mental thing.
Yeah.
It's not. Sometimes it's not a physical thing. It can just be a mental thing. But I feel like the Timmy Pattersons are really working well for him, and he feels comfortable with them under his feet. He has actually fallen on a couple of airs, but he's still got a 14.50 two-way combo, and he's basically blitzed this semi-final at this stage with the two highest scores of the heat. And it is basically up to Harry Phillips and Timmy Payne. If they're going to get on through, they're going to need something in that mid-range score to get on through. But yeah, identifying those different scenarios for them guys and putting themselves in the best spot for opportunities, I think that's going to be key, because we are down to the final 2 minutes of semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 coming up very shortly, just another crackerjack heat. And then we'll roll into the final of the women's here at the Port Stephens Pro, the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, I should say. And it's going to be an epic afternoon. Don't go anywhere as we see the surfer up and right in. This is the French surfer again. Look how low he gets, Jess.
Oh no, that was on its way to being a good looking wave there for Justin, and potentially extending second place even further ahead of Timmy Payne and Harry Phillips. Now door is slightly open for Tim Payne, has second priority and a bank to himself. Geordie obviously with the first priority, but he's sitting down the beach. You can see him paddling up, maybe trying to make his presence known to Tim and Harry. 1 minute to go. Yeah, it's kind of just one of those moments where you cross all your fingers and toes and just hope that a perfect wave comes your way.
Yeah, you're sort of at the mercy of the ocean at this stage, and Timmy Payne does have second priority.
Yeah, has to give this one over to Geordie. Has a steep looking wall down the end. I feel like Geordie's going to take to the air and rides out. No. Yes, rides out of this one. So, yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I said I thought he might do, just try and land an air, get his confidence back, because he had just fallen off on the last two. So now going into the final, he can be like, yep, I've got them. I can use them to hopefully win this thing.
Yep, that is a nice way to finish, a good confidence booster for Geordie. And will another opportunity arise? Timmy Payne needs a 5.83. But the problem is time. Is he going to get that opportunity? Here he goes.
Yeah, not the case for either Tim or Harry. So coming unstuck, both of those guys chasing scores. So it is Geordie Lawler and Justin Becret moving through. I know, I'm losing it. And we're going to be back for semi-final number 2 right after this short break.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 presented by Camplify. We are into the second semi-final of the men's. Another stack draw, a bit more of a junior field in this heat. Jimmy Hill, this guy in the red, been looking on point all event. 2 really solid turns there to kick off his campaign. Dane Henry in the blue, Kobe Clements in the white, and Winter Vincent in the green. So pretty good looking final. Feels like what I would call a pro junior final.
Yeah, definitely. And all these surfers have been in such immaculate form during the course of this event. Semi-final number 2, as we said, Jimmy Hill's been definitely a standout, as has Winter Vincent. But Dane Henry's ability to get himself out of trouble has been an eye-opener, because he just seems to have the ability to stay calm. Here he goes. He's got such a lovely technique and just works out of Surfing Australia, comes from up this way, and I'm impressed by his maturity in his surfing more than anything.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work with Duffy as well, Adam Duffner. So last year, Dane, I feel like really found himself in his competitive feat last year with the help of Duffy. Kobe Clements, obviously coming from the Northern Beaches, works a lot with guys like Nick James, Matt Cattle, Matt Granger. He's, Long Reef's kind of go-to guy. I'm sure Mum Sophie and Dad Steve are watching on, so hello to the Clements family. But yeah, Kobe is one of those guys where he's so humble, but then he'll tell you a story and it's him surfing like closing out Waimea Bay, which has to be at least 30 foot for Waimea Bay to be closing out. So he's absolutely charges. He's got an incredible air game, but he's also just a really humble guy at the same time. So just another all-round competitor.
Another surfer who, the old boy Steve was a really solid competitor and did a lot of years on the QS, as we see Winter come in really deep from the peak and nice elevation into the lip. And I feel like Kobe's the complete opposite to Steve when it comes to, Steve was the ultimate frother. I remember the first year I went to Hawaii and I was standing on Jamie O'Brien's porch and Stevie Clements paddled out at Pipeline, and about 5 minutes later he paddles back in, he's running up the beach and everyone's like, "Where you going, Clemo?" And he goes, "Oh, I've frothed out a bit too much and the boys don't like it." And he was running back to the car.
Stop it.
So he was just such an animal, just such a machine, but his style was just next level. I used to love Clemo from a regional point of view, and I'm a little bit sad he didn't go further in his career, because I felt like he had the game to go during that generation, but he chose a different path. And definitely Kobe, I feel like is probably, unless I'm not seeing something, I feel like he's a different kind of beast than his old man was. But it's good to see.
I feel like Kobe, his mum has a really beautiful temperament. She's just forever calm. So I feel like Kobe's probably got his mum's temperament on land, but when it comes to being in the water and surfing heats and catching waves, he's probably a lot more like his dad. He just has this ability just to constantly be surfing and trying different tricks on every wave and wanting to learn more and do other things. So I feel like he's got a really cool balance of both of his parents. I actually spend a lot of time with Kobe. He's kind of like a brother. He comes up and stays with our family a lot. My dad and Clemo competed with each other growing up, and we've just been super close family friends for a long time, and Kobe's always been someone I've wanted to see do well. But you'd know a lot more than me about Winter Vincent. I mean, I've grew up with Winter as well, but I talked about it the other day. I went from seeing Winter as this small child to the next week being a man. I was like, what?
Well, he was like a child prodigy from the Northern Beaches. When he was young, as we look at this replay, Hurley, he was sponsored by Hurley, and he used to do a lot of work. Like, he'd go to schools, he'd fly around the country, go to schools talking about the environment.
Waves for water?
Yeah, he was amazing for a guy that young and still tapping into like primary school and early sort of high school years. But he was always a very grounded individual, and I always felt like his surfing was, above most guys his age, and definitely as he's matured and got older, he's definitely kept that up and just advanced. So I'm just amazed how his body grew and he was able to grow and develop within the boundaries of what his body was doing. And yeah, he's had a couple of injuries, but he's got years to get himself up to the top echelon. And I reckon he has the ability and the mental capacity to definitely challenge at least the challenger ranks, if not even further up. It's just about keeping the body balanced and keeping himself happy in that environment too, because he's pretty casual.
He's a super casual guy. He's got a really cool energy about him. Whenever you see him, nothing's ever an issue. You know, you talk to him and get through a heat and he goes, yeah, I got through. You talk to him when he doesn't, he's like, yeah, it's all good. Like, it never really changed. He's pretty unfazed by, I'm sure that it's more behind closed doors, but he just seems like the kind of guy where he doesn't get fazed by a lot, hence why I think he is able to do so well in events, because he doesn't put that added pressure on himself. He's just purely there, just surfing and having a good time, and usually it's the guys like that who go pretty far.
Yeah, he's definitely got all the things, all the strong points and the attributes to be something pretty special. But, the whole focus point is to make sure that you can keep yourself nice and leveled and keep yourself happy in that environment, because that's an important thing too. You want to be happy, you want to be, just enjoying the ride. Whatever happens, as a professional surfer, it's so important that you sort of take it in and enjoy it. And if you're not enjoying it, you don't have to be there. But talent-wise, he's definitely up towards the top of his age group for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Dimmy. Here we go. Comey Clements up and riding, has a 4.33 and a 1.43 in his lineup. Yeah, that wave was never going to give him too much. Those guys who can get themselves on those set waves that we saw Justin and Geordie on in the last heat, they're going to be the guys who will progress through this round. Jimmy Hill only getting a 3.33 for that two-turn combination at the start, so the judges wanting more. Wanting more.
A tough scale, because I felt like that was a nice way, but I feel like Dane's 5.33 was definitely like the standout point of difference in the heat. And like you said about Kobe, what I get inspired with about Kobe is the fact that even as a young surfer, his IQ in a heat was exceptional.
Yes.
If you were surfing like a club event against Longy and Kobe was in, you knew no matter what position they were in, he was able to dig them out of a hole, because he just had a very, very direct way he went about his business. He would be, those guys who seem to be always on the good waves?
Yeah, that's Kobe.
That's him.
Yeah. Here we go, Winter Vincent up and riding, looking for a 2.10. Hasn't really done much yet. Here we go, first turn, nice and tight in the pocket. Doesn't get much after that. I really love Winter's timing on his waves too. He doesn't rush anything. He doesn't force anything. He just works with what's there. And I can really appreciate that, because I feel like in some of the early rounds in this event, we saw people just milking it to try and get, maybe a 0.2 or a 0.3 more on their score. But Winter just makes the most of what's in front of him, and I can really appreciate that type of surfing.
Yeah, what I love about his surfing, it translates from 1 to 2 and 4 to 5 foot. His ability in smaller waves for a bigger body is really good. He gets nice and low, and what I love is the speed he generates down when he's in really small waves like this. So his all-round surfing is tailor-made for competitive surfing.
Yep.
He's always going to be a good free surfer, because he's got that sort of electric nature and that sort of point of difference. But I feel like overall his performance levels in competition is really going to start to raise some eyebrows in the next 12 months, I reckon.
Yeah, I feel like that for all four of these surfers. They've made a semi-final in a QS, which isn't an easy task to do. And all of these guys are under the age of 20. Still in the Pro Juniors division, but I just think that their talent and how much room they still have to grow is insane.
How old's Dane now? He'd be 16, 17?
Dane would be 17, maybe turning 18 this year.
Okay.
Yep. And I feel like Dane's starting to fill out as well. He's kind of going from young Dane Henry to Dane Henry.
Okay.
And he's making a name for himself. And yeah, last week he pretty much set the social media world on fire with those 2 crazy airs that he did in one training session too. Here he is up and riding right on cue, but just falling down on that one. But yeah, Dane, he's a really, really put together young man. He's just Or,
I
there's...
I actually think too the Talent ID program has a lot to do with developing stronger bodies and developing more powerful surfers, because I think the way they isolate their training and get them to understand the importance of everything surrounding being a professional athlete, whether it be nutrition, whether it be flexibility, whether it be rest and recoup, whatever they do. What I love about the facility up here and the Talent ID program is the way they teach surfers how to be professionals.
I love that they're starting to incorporate as well media training. I think it is so important for an athlete to be able to talk to a camera and to hold a good solid post-heat interview, give feedback, because at the end of the day, yes, it's our spectators watching, but there might be someone else, who knows, from a company or sponsors constantly watching. And if you can talk to a camera and be marketable as a person more than just a surfer, I think you'll get way more opportunities, no matter if the guy next to you is more talented.
And that means I'll be out of a job, because these surfers talk so well.
Yes.
Like they honestly do. I feel like, the maturity level of the surfers, even the younger ones, is definitely raised. And that comes with that, as we see the surfer in blue, Dane Henry. Looks like he's on a sharp eye, is he?
Yes. It looked like he just fell off his board and then got back on. Just then, that was crazy.
Easy Campese, as they say. But sharp eyes look good under his feet. But there's so many different things about these four surfers that you could pull apart and go, wow, what impresses you? What I do love is the fact that they're ruthless when it comes to competing.
Yes.
All these four guys know what they want, and they're not scared to have a crack at it. And that's the positive nature of the sport, as we see Winter, nice depth and nice vertical whip to finish that wave off. I'm sure all the Queenscliff Board Riders crew will be down there supporting their guy. But they've all got very different personalities, but I feel like their surfing development is coming along in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I really love this wave from Winter. Gets a nice snap and then floats it and finishes off vertically. So that's one of the best waves we've seen in this heat so far. But just touching on what you're saying as well, Dimmy, they're all so different. I feel like Dane, Winter and Kobe, yes, their surfing is still different, but they all probably surf at the same pace. And then you've got just an absolute wild card of Jimmy Hill, who's just all power and aggression and just one mind and one mind only, which is attack, Like
the Wade Carmichael.
Carmichael.
Of this generation.
Yeah, Mikey Wright, that kind of vibe. That's what I see Jimmy Hill being in the next 3 to 7 years.
Yeah. I think you've got it, hit the nail on the head there. He's definitely got something a little bit different, and you want that. You want that point of difference from everyone else, and you want those characters who can be themselves and aren't afraid to be themselves. That's exactly the personality. You normally see an individual's personality transfer over to the way they surf as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You can definitely tell people's personalities through the way they surf.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very good call.
Right,
if I don't know someone, I'm going to watch them surf and be like, they've got a bad sense of humour.
I'll put the person that I think most about that kind of scenario is Joel Parkinson.
Yeah.
Joel looked like at times he looked like it was that effortless. It looked like he wasn't even really at full pace.
Yeah.
And that's how Parko is as a person. He's so casual, so kind of committed to everything he does, but he's a very extraordinarily sweet human, you know what I mean? And I always felt like Joel's kind of, the way he did his turns and everything, sort of replicated the way he was as a person.
Someone who springs to mind for me is Malia Manuel. I feel like her surfing and the person she is on land are two very similar. Like, she's very graceful, very put together, but also has an element of just mongrel in there, and she's a really beautiful person on land, but I'm sure if you crossed her, she'd stand up for herself. She gives me that kind of vibe, I guess. So yeah, I think you're on the money there, Dimmy. I'm going to start judging people by the way they surf.
And if you look at the other end of the scale, you look at someone like Felipe, he looks like a madman. He's 120% committed to everything. It's froth, as we see Jimmy up and ride him. So that personality kind of replicates exactly how he serves in the water. Everything is done at fast pace. There's just like this frantic nature to the way he surfs, you know. So I reckon it does cross over those boundaries as we see Jimmy just finish off another wave. So that's his second ride, and we're down to the final, say, 9.5 minutes of the heat, and it is Winter Vincent out there with a 5.07, backed up with a 4.17. But what do you like about this ride?
I feel like he fumbled a little bit at that start, but then just needed to make something happen for himself. He seems like the kind of guy to me that would be a momentum surfer. He's finished off a wave now. I feel like he can get back out there and try and create something a little bit more special for him in the back 9 minutes. I do think because of Jimmy's stature, he is one of the bigger guys, stronger guys out of these 4 men. I feel like if he can do 2 turns and connect on 2 turns, he could probably find himself with a higher score than what we're seeing right now, just because he is that powerful. But it's just the thing, there's not that many consistently good waves out there right now.
Yeah, I'd love to know. I'm pretty sure the tide's at its lowest right now, so you'd hope with that incoming tide you might get a little bit of tidal push. But yeah, he is definitely a person who likes a bit of power, likes a bit of grunt in his waves. And he's not the kind of person that I reckon would love to grovel. He just wants to really explode and attack every wave. And then you have the other end of the scale where I feel like someone like Kobe just has that ability to basically tear apart anything that comes his way. And as I said before, the nature of his surfing is he's been so intelligent over a long period of time about his surfing IQ when it comes to what waves to take in a heat.
Yeah, Kobe has this ability just to be good in every condition. It can sometimes be very annoying when you're out there getting nothing and Kobe's just doing these alley-oops and you're like, oh, okay, cool. But that was a great wave there for Winter Vincent. Kobe Clements down the line now. Second turn there, kicks the fins out. Was looking for a 4.78. I reckon Winter's going to extend his lead again off the back of that last one. I'm not sure if that's a 4.78 for Kobe. Jimmy Hill, that's a better looking turn there. And yeah, just bearing it. So maybe a bit of head noise going on right now.
I feel like Jimmy needs to be down on this peak because this peak definitely has a lot more wedginess to it, a lot more top to bottom and a lot more power to it. So being deep on the peak, I feel like up towards the north, there's less energy in the actual ocean, where right here, as you see, Dane, I'm pretty sure is about to take this wave. And this is a better looking wave. Dane Henry up and right in, smooth, stylish, just floating across each section with effortless. Like he's just such a stable competitor. He absolutely milked that for everything it's worth.
Yeah, gave himself a little clap, being like, nice work, Dane. Yeah, I liked it. Winter Vincent up and riding on the set behind him, about to finish off this wave. And just can't. So, yeah, I feel like Dane...
That might be the best wave of the heat.
Dane kind of gives me like young Mick vibes. Really classy competitor.
Yep.
Young Ethan, maybe?
Definitely. I reckon a lot of Mick in that because he's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in the ocean with him in a heat, you'd always be one eye on him because he has just such a strong base to his surfing. All these guys do. They're all incredible athletes. But, yeah, Dane is definitely one. I'm pretty sure if you ask his age group, they would always say, yeah, always watching out for Dane Henry because he just has that sort of that point of difference in his surfing as we see Winter up, nice first manoeuvre, and then he gets a little bit funky. That was that 3-turner. I'd like to see what Kobe did on his wave. Quick fire, release of the tail as well. So I'm loving this. This semi-final has got it all. I don't think anyone is safe at this stage. And then you got the power of Jimmy Hill, who just caught an edge on that one. So different kind of pace being set by Jimmy. But I love the way these guys are attacking. And they're going to have to get busy because there's not really a lot separating first, second, third, fourth. Who is going to join Geordie in the final?
Geordie and Justin, yeah, I'm not sure. Really?
And for Justin, he doesn't actually accumulate any points. So
no.
For him, it's just about
this is
the
just
money, cash, and money for jam. And for these guys, it's critical.
Yeah. It's just money and experience right now for Justin. And Here we go. Here's that replay of Dane Henry. So starts off with a carve, gets up there for a nice backhand Rio. Again, floats that section. Love the way he drives through and pushes down through that carve. Gets up again. And one more. Here's the clap. He loves it. Nice work, Dane.
And he gave himself a little slap on the board too. I really like the pace he set on that wave. That was the critical part. He did not misfire on any part of that wave, and I reckon the judge is going to reward that.
Jimmy Hill just got a really nice wave. 3 tidy turns put together. Dane Henry with a 5.33 on that last one. Just edging ahead of Winter. Takes to the air. Ooh, just can't land it.
Wow. Bosco's down the end of there in the water. Probably think I'm going to get run over very shortly. And it's great to have, Bosco down there taking photos and stuff and being a part of it. Of course, a Nova Cashrin, a proud Nova Cashrin, and probably one of the most more famous photographers ever to put his noggin behind the lens in Australia, not only in Australia but in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such an incredible photographer.
He's an icon.
He is. He really is. I feel like if you can get a photo from Bosco, you're well in the surf industry.
You're on the money.
Yeah. You can see the women heading out for their final. Nixie, Gabby, Oceana and Sierra. So that's a pretty stacked final.
Look at the scores in this heat. I'm just trying to, visualise what's going on in this heat. I feel like everyone's had good waves, but no one's been able to really explode into that 7-point range where Geordie went. So it's sort of horses for courses, really, when you consider what they're doing. But I feel like Dane is sort of definitely had a certain element to his surfing that's been a little bit more on point than everyone else in the heat.
Yeah, he definitely looks more composed, Dane. Jimmy looks frustrated, but he looks ready. 5.27 on that last one. Now only needs a 5.14. If Jimmy can get another wave like that, you can see he was trying to be a little bit more patient with his turns on that last wave. If he can find one more opportunity, we could definitely have an upset in these last 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Winter, I'm not even sure where he is, but if I was Winter, I'd be holding hands with Jimmy and Kobe right now.
I'd be hanging out asking how his day's been going right now, because you do not want to open up the door. You can let Dane sort of do his own thing down the peak, but definitely, and this is the key skill set when it comes to using priority to your advantage. Like Winter doesn't have to take a wave, but he's just got to make sure that the waves he allows everyone else to go are not going to offer up opportunity. And this is what we're talking about, Jimmy. Oh, pops. First, that is going to be interesting. He needs a 5.17. I'd love to know what he did prior to that, because he's already locked in a 5.27. He only needs a 5.14, I should say, and that is going to be ultra interesting.
Wow. Things just got a lot more interesting. Dane does the same thing, but jumps off straight away.
What happens with this wave? Is there another opportunity other than the air? That's pretty high above the...
That's pretty good.
That's high above the lip.
Straight into the camels.
Oscar the camel just got drilled. Here we go. Winter. Bang. Wow. Boys are unloading in the last couple of minutes of this heat. Did Winter do anything up the peak?
Oh, there's a final on the line. These guys are just going for it.
I reckon Jimmy's going to get the score. But
I think Jimmy's getting the score too.
But is Winter Vincent going to better?
Is Dane in trouble?
Oh, what about that first turn?
Timmy, I liked it.
The camel's head got in my way, but I feel like that first turn
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Kobe's going ballistic. This is sick. Fun to watch. The next generation just absolutely going ham, because they all know what's on the line, and Dane isn't actually safe at all right now.
No, not at all. So this is the replay of Kobe's last one, so gets a strong snap to start. That was a beautiful turn.
That was the money turn.
Yeah.
The depth of that was just incredible, the way he came around that corner and got really low. So I think the judge is going to like that. Here we go, Dane going to the air again, rides out. But the Jimmy Hill air, I reckon that was kind of next level when it came to projection, but maybe the height of the wave is going to play into it too. But then you look on the flip side about the turns that both, there you go, Jimmy Hill to first, as we said, that was kind of next level. So The wild man from Borneo has just gone into the lead. But what is going to happen now? We're waiting on scores to lock in. The heat is over, so it's done. Jimmy Hill has come from the clouds, and look at him. He's now getting shacked off his nut.
Winter has a wave, Dane has a wave, Kobe has a wave, all in contention with getting through this heat. I have no idea what's going to happen.
I'm really impressed by the depth of Kobe Clemens' last turn.
That was maybe the best turn of the heat. It was based on traditional surfing. It was a beautiful bottom turn, very vertical, very aggressive backhand Rio.
Yeah, Dane Henry's not going to improve, so it's down to these two waves. Winter Vincent, that first turn I felt was very sparky indeed, but did Kobe's last wave, that first turn was more of a setup jam, and then he just patiently waited for the wave to line up. He needs a 5.96. That's a pretty big score.
I feel like Kobe's backup wave might let him down right now. I think he's going to lock in a good score. It's either there or just under. I think Winter, though, gets the 5.2. Yep, there we go, 5.67. Winter goes to second, so Kobe needed a 6.43 on that last wave.
That makes it a little bit more tricky.
I don't know if it was a 6.43.
Yeah, Winter definitely deserved that score, but will this next ride for Kobe Clemens, that pushes Dane Henry, who you felt like was in a strong position in the heat, pushes him out the door, and that last wave of Kobe Clemens, not enough. What a finish. Jimmy Hill comes from the clouds along with Winter Vincent. They are into the final, and commiserations to Kobe and Dane. They put on quite a show. We're going to throw off to a break. We'll be back for the women's final very shortly.
Exhausting. And welcome back. This is the Port Stephens QS 1000 presented by Camplify and URBNSURF. I'm Lillian B. Young here with Dimmy. This is the women's final. So Nixie Ryan in the red, Gabby Spake in the blue, Oceana Rogers in the white, and Sierra Kerr in the green. It is all or nothing.
It's a battle royal out there. 30 minutes this final for the women and the men. We just saw an incredible finish to the semi-final number 2 of the men's, where we saw Winter Vincent and Jimmy Hill come from the clouds basically to take the win and a spot in the final. He was sort of the wild card when it came to that heat, where he was behind the 8 ball the whole way, and he found himself down the peak and just started exploding, and he did one air rev that realistically just changed the whole scope of that heat. So an incredible heat to watch. Very exciting to see that next generation. But right now we're into the final of the women's, and it is Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head taking on Gabby Spake from Longy, Oceana Rogers from down south, and Sierra Kerr, who, to be honest, has been taking the world by storm in the last year or so. The ISA and WSL Women's World Junior Champs. So that's an impressive sort of monologue of different kind of, you know, imagine having those two back to back sitting on your mantelpiece just staring at them at night going, yep, not bad. Pretty good.
Sure. Here we
Life's
go.
good.
I believe that is green. No, blue up and right. So that was Gabby Spake. So just under 30 to go.
What have you noticed since you've come back? I'll tell you, the sun.
It's a bit hazy. Yeah.
The sun has gone. They were predicting this afternoon a massive, massive storm in Sydney. And I spoke about it earlier. I saw a news report regarding they were even worried about the Taylor Swift concert. So maybe there has been a subtle change, but what I can tell you is the standard of surfing from both the men and the women has been just on point. It's been incredible.
Yeah, I think there's whispers of Taylor Swift being held at the Stain, right where the bar is.
Oh, just in the round bar at the Stain. That would be pretty funny. I did notice her boyfriend's getting a lot of coverage. What's his name? What's the NFL guy?
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce. Look, crew coming up from that last heat, and yeah, it was such a good heat. All 4 surfers just really sparked up, ready to go. Unfortunately for Kobe, I think he bowed out of the event, and Winter Vincent looking pretty stoked as the sort of the underdog in that heat would have been Jimmy, but wow, he did go ballistic out there. But right now, 30-minute heat, so this gives the athletes a little bit more extra time, a little bit more chill time to find their space, because I feel like it was rapid fire for the last 10 minutes of that semi too, so the ocean has gone a little bit stiller. But I'm sure once all these 4 surfers find their groove and find their position in the lineup, it's going to be an absolute doozy.
Absolutely. So here's Nixie Ryan up and riding on the back end. Nice first turn there. And just unable to find that connection there. But speaking of connection, Oceana Rogers, a dark horse in this heat, who had a couple great connections in the heat before.
Yep, very impressive for someone of the young age, but I mean they're all, still juniors basically when it comes to their age grouping. But I feel like they've also got that maturity of surfers who have had a lot of heats under their belt during the course of their careers, right from their sort of cadet kind of age groups right into the 18s, into the pro juniors, and here we go. This is surfing red up and riding. A little bit caught on that turn. You could just see a little bit mistimed and misplaced that final manoeuvre of 3.5. And now we see...
Blue up and riding. Green, sorry. I think I need to maybe go to Specsavers.
Specsavers. No, it's definitely got a little bit more gloomy out there from what we can see from our screens. But yeah, Sierra just trying to find her feet out there in this final of the women's.
You know what? She put on a movie when we were over in Hawaii at the Volcom House, and they had all this food there. Like they had just do-it-yourself tacos just at the front. They just kept bringing the food out. And then I think after that movie, it was Noah Dean's new movie MASH as well. So yeah, when over at the North Shore, it's not parties or anything. It's just like everywhere. There's just all these movie premieres, and everyone from the surfing community gets together. I think that's really cool.
I think that's the big thing about the North Shore at this time of year. The froth on the bubble. You got pipe. You got sunset. But you also, it allows the next generation, those younger surfers, to go over there and find their feet. You'll see a lot of, we had quite a few guys from the Northern Beaches go over and spend 6 weeks in Hawaii this year, just to sort of get used to the power and the nature of the competitive nature of Hawaii, and they come back more rounded and definitely more confident in their ability.
Absolutely. We saw Ben Zanetta over there, who's coming up in the Pro Junior, I believe, tomorrow. Dane Henry.
Did you drop in on him?
No.
He had some good clips actually, Benny. So,
yeah.
He was in good form.
Sol Grenling coming up tomorrow too.
Yeah. A lot of the guys from the Northern Beaches. Here we go. Surfing red up and right in. Nice turn for Nixie. Already locked in that 3.5. Surfer in green, a 4.5. So Gabby Spake and Oceana Rogers yet to get off to a start. But yeah, I feel like the grounding of a surfer, I think it's critical to sort of take that journey over to the North Shore and put yourself out of your comfort zone in so many ways. Not just the actual power of the wave, but just the atmosphere in the water too. You got to learn. There's a real kind of hierarchy you got to get through, and you got to learn to deal with it. But you spoke earlier about the fact that you surfed Rockies a lot.
Heaps.
What did that do for your surfing itself?
Well, I feel like I'm more, because I love surfing rights all the time. So obviously coming from in Gary Point, you don't really go left very much. and I don't think I went left too much over there, but yeah, I feel like I've found that confidence again in going right. Like it's a bit more. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it, but I feel more confident in like getting getting better turns done and stuff like that. But putting that into a heat situation is obviously a whole nother level as well.
Yep.
But yeah.
I think Hawaii's good too for a number of reasons, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that it is just all surfing based.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you basically get these pros will go there, they just sleep, get up, surf, sleep, get back up, eat. The nutrition over there is really good, and it gives you a real, you know, there's so many distractions if you come from a big city in Australia.
Yeah.
I feel the North Shore sort of separates that and gives the athletes the opportunity to basically just focus in on their development more than what's going on around them. I think we're a little bit mad and a little bit crazy in Australia with how fast the pace we live. And I feel like if you go, as a surfer, if you go to the North Shore, you get the opportunity to sort of slow it down and put it sort of in reverse a bit and just take on, you know, the elements that you're uncomfortable. And that's power and the idea of having to surf, you know, some of the best waves in the world, but also having to sort of bide your time and do your time in those locations.
It's like a proving ground.
Yeah.
So, you know, you haven't made it unless you've, like, been to Hawaii and proved yourself over there. And, like, as we just saw, Kobe just getting bowed out in that last heat. He just got back from Hawaii as well.
That's why he was smiling. Even though he went out, he was still smiling. He's probably been absolutely blown up over there and getting waves and getting really good kind of clips as well. But I feel like, yeah, it's such a breeding ground for developing, you know, athletes from all around the world. So right now we're down to 20 minutes, so we're a third of the way through this heat, and it is the surfer Sierra Kerr out there with that 4.93 and a 4.5. This is the final of the Camplify Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000 event. Someone is going to walk away with 1,000 points.
Here we go, blue Gabby Spake. Just a quick little tap off the top. So first race is Sierra Kerr, 4.93 and a 4.5. Nixie Ryan, 3.9 and a 3.5. Looking for a 5.53 to go to first position. Oceana Rogers needing a 5.36, and we'll wait for that last score of Gabby Spake to come through. But what's the leaderboard look like for the QS at the moment?
Well, I can tell you right now, the surfer leading the heat right now is actually in 8th position, but she's already got a win down at the wave pool. She's already had a 13th at the Koori Pro, so she's right up there, and I think she's re-qualified anyway. But then you have someone like Nixie is just sitting outside of the bubble. 1,000 points is going to really help her. She's in 13th position. Gabby Spake's a little bit further down the line, so it's definitely going to help Gabby. She's in 27th position. And it'd be great to see her break through for a win. And Oceana Rogers, well, she's further down as well. But, like, I just think from a standpoint for the younger generation, the confidence, having a win at a QS level. I mean, Nixie Ryan has basically had multiple wins at this level. So she's been there before. Sierra Kerr, definitely a star of the future. But for the other two surfers, it's kind of a breakthrough performance. Making the final and getting himself into a good spot.
Wow, there we go. Nice wave from Gabby Spake. Just coming unstuck on that last turn, but the first turn looked really good. Her last wave, a 4.0.
I actually think Gabby, this might be her first final at a QS level.
Wow.
And, yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm correct there as we see the surfer in white. Oceana Rogers, she's actually down in 46, so this is her third event of the year and of the season, I should say. So for her, I think it's more about grounding and developing and just being a part of the journey. She's definitely got the talent to actually win this thing for sure. Gabby, look at that, nice, strong. She's been so dynamic with her wave choice on the backhand, but yeah, I think for different people, different scenarios play out when you come to winning a QS. Definitely, if you're looking at it on paper, you'd probably think a Sierra Kerr was definitely favourite out here, but she's no means got this in the bag because these other surfers, these other athletes have been absolutely blowing up out here.
Absolutely, and we saw a couple upsets. Philippa Anderson, to even get to this point is pretty impressive.
That heat with Zali and Philippa going out.
Yeah.
I mean, when you looked at that from a point of view of the seeding, what they've achieved in the past, yeah, that was an upset, but there was no means surprising. It was just, you'd expect them to, the maturity, the amount of years on tour, they're probably going into that, more favoured, but you just can't go past the younger generation are fearless.
Here we go, Red, Nixie Ryan up and riding. Quick first turn there. And another. So nice combination of turns from the Surf and Red. And as you said before, it is kind of looking a bit slow out there, hey?
Definitely.
So that tide filling in again. Here we have the replay.
I know how I felt in the men's semi number 2. We couldn't stop watching because it was just rapid fire for the last 7 or 8 minutes. I felt like there was 12 waves written, but it's definitely been a little bit slower. But that might also come down to what the athletes are trying to take on as well. Because you've got a 30-minute final, you have that little bit of an extension when it comes to the time and the clock, but also maybe the rhythm has changed where the boys were a bit frantic. The women... the men were a bit frantic and the women were are definitely sort of trying to identify what is going to give them that point of difference when it comes to the judges because, they're all surfing that good and look at it right now, there's not much separating first to fourth. So who is going to be that one surfer to jump from the box and to showcase something a little bit more dynamic than everyone else?
Yeah, so lastly, Gabby, a 3.6, so needing a 5.43 to go to second. Oceana Rogers looking for a 5.36. So, yeah, definitely not a lot between first and fourth. And who have we got coming up in the final next? Do you know, Dimmy?
Of the men's, it's going to be Jordy Lawler and the French surfer Justin Briguet taking on Jimmy Hill and Winter Vincent, I'm pretty sure. That is going to be the men's final. What a cracker. But right now we have 15 minutes to go in the women's final here at the Camplify Pro, Port Stephens Pro 2024. I can't believe I'm saying that. And a massive shout out to all our corporate partners who put in much needed funds to make events like this happen. Big shout out to Camplify. We've said it before, if you're going to go on a regional trip, maybe check out their website, get yourself a camper van and just sample some of the most pristine coastline in the world. PRD Real Estate, of course, if you're looking to buy in this region, they are the people to talk to. Port Stephens Council, Destinations New South Wales through its tourism, and they do an amazing job, and they have for a number of years. You always see their signage up at the Surfing New South Wales event, so big shout out to them. URBNSURF, very excited to have them come to Sydney. I'm sure my credit card won't be as excited because I'll be there all the time. And WSL, all the staff at Surfing New South Wales. It's been such an amazing ride. These 2 days have just been intense competition. We're down to the final of the women's, and then we're going to round it out with the final of the men's. But right now, Sarah Kerr out in the lead with a 9.43 two-wave combination. But best wave of the heat so far, Nixie Ryan, a 5.50. So she only needs a 3.93 to go to first. All these scores are the first. Gabby needs a 5.43 and Oceana Rogers needs a 5.36. So
imagine that. Imagine her winning another year in a row because Nixie won Port Stephens last year.
Is this a three-peat? Did she win it the year before as well? I feel like she's been winning these 1000s at will.
Yeah, I know she won Boomerang.
Was it Boomerang the year
She won Boomerang, then she won Port Stephens. I don't know, we'll have to check it.
Let's have a look. The WSL website does not lie. It's like an encyclopedia for any frothing surf fan.
So just under 13 minutes remaining while Timmy's getting the previous results up from the last couple of years. So Sierra Kerr out in front with priority, holding a 4.93 and a 4.5. Nixie only looking for a 3.93. Gabby Spake looking for a 5.43 and Oceana looking for a 5.36. So it's a bit of a slow moving out in the ocean, especially always towards the back end of the heats here, Dimmy. So, and we can't wait to see everyone at the Central Coast Pro 3000 next week at Avoca. Here's Nixie up and down there. Green, good crack off the top.
Wow. Now that has set the cat amongst the pigeons, because I feel like just when it comes down to just the aggressive nature of that turn, just the one turn, I reckon that's going to be probably the best wave of the heat, just due to the fact she exploded through the lip of that wave. So that is definitely, I feel like it's going to better her situation, as we see Gabby having a look up and right in on the backhand. Is this wave going to open up? And
No turn under the lip there.
I feel like it's getting a little bit tricky out there with the ocean.
Yeah, well, Sierra Code should be pretty stoked with that last one, so we'll wait for that score to come on through. So 11.5 to go. Here is the replay. So just ditches the fins on that one. And you can see by the body language, pretty stoked with how that wave went. This is Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Here's a slow-mo.
Oh, what about the pop? And I love the fact that the control on the back end there with the fins out. And she stood up tall. I reckon that she felt that as well.
So Pro Juniors coming up on the weekend too. So Sierra's in the Pro Junior tomorrow as well, alongside
You going down?
Oceana. No, I won't be going down. I'm working.
See.
So
someone's got to work.
Taking a year off the QS this year. Yeah, someone's got to be the bartending hero of Yamba. So, but in any case, if you're not me working this weekend, make sure you head down to Port Stephens and head with Camplify. You know, there's no
100%.
better morning than looking at the camels with the sunrise, as we see Gabby Spake up and riding. Just a quick up and out there.
And what about that score? Last of Sierra Kerr was a 7.5 for that one turn. So judge was rewarding the dynamics of that wave, and I felt easily that was going to be the best wave of the heat. So well done, and she's now got something to build on. She's going to look to really sort of push the point here and offload that 4.93.
So here we go. We've got a couple of other waves approaching here. So Oceana Rogers holding first priority currently. But we'll wait to get those results up for the last couple of years.
Yep. I'm just looking through the results, and she's had multiple wins, I feel like, on the QS. Yep. 22. She won the Great Lakes and she won Port Stephens.
So there you go. And then a couple fifths in there too. So she'd be looking to make her Challenger Series campaign possible this year. You know, you got Sierra Kerr, who's I think already guaranteed.
100%.
So she's won it 3 years in a
She
row.
hasn't won it. If she won today, she would. But right now, Sierra Kerr is out there on an absolute tear. A 7.5 and a 4.93. There is 9 minutes to go. If you're online, thanks for staying with us. It's been wonderful these last couple of days, been a part of the journey to get to this point in the competition. Massive shout out to all the Surfing New South Wales staff, to all the grommets out there who've taken the day off school, to all the parents who are just hanging back. It's a Friday. Why not have a long weekend? To all our international guests, our South Africans, and who have been supporting their crew, and we've got a French surfer in the final of the men. So,
I can't wait to eat when I go over there. Cheaper cheese.
Do you know what is the specialty? Just a baguette with some butter and some fromage.
I want to eat snails.
Oh, really? Oof,
yeah.
Not my kind of trip. But, yeah, beautiful country, one of the best places, and definitely my favourite holiday destination in the world is Biarritz in the south of France. Just that whole coastline is just pristine. So get on down there.
Yeah.
Especially if you like a late dinner. They tend to eat dinner like at 10 or 11 at night. It's madness.
Good. Well, that's what I usually do at the bar anyway when I'm working, because it's just so busy. There's no time in between it. But I'm just looking forward to eating cheaper cheese. You know, cheese at Coles is like $10 now.
Yeah, everything in Australia seems to be going up and up and up. But right now, I can tell you the stocks of this young lady, Sierra Kerr, is going through the roof because she is out there in the lead. A 7.5 and a 4.93. Nixie Ryan in second with a 5.50. She needs a 6.94 to go from second to first. Gabby Spake, the surfer from Longreef on the Northern Beaches, she needs an 8.43 to take the lead in the victory. And the young gun, Oceana Rogers, needs an 8.36. But no matter what happens, I feel like the level of surfing from the women has been extraordinary. Congratulations to all the women who have competed, and we're looking forward to crowning our champion, I should say, in under 7 minutes.
I feel like the ocean's just gone on hold, hasn't it? The tide looks super low compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the day.
Yep. It happens, but there was situations in the quarters.
Look how much beach is there.
I actually said to True Starling, I've never seen so much sand at Barubri. I just don't remember commentating there over the years and just being aware of just how far the athletes are out in the ocean compared to the actual spacing on there. And there they are, a couple of camels. Susan Barrett, you should get on down and grab yourself a camel ride.
100%.
We really, that's what we suggest to everyone, eh?
I'm jealous, seriously.
This place is pretty sick for so many regions. I mean, the reason being the waves are always on tap, it's uncrowded, but just the different kind of things you can do. Like this place, dead sad, it's got the biggest sand dunes I reckon I've ever seen. It's just endless amounts of sand out there.
I wonder how they get camels over to Australia.
Well, maybe they breed them here.
This is true. It's like alpaca farms.
Oh, really?
Well,
yeah, where do they come from?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I know there's a reindeer farm that's like not too far from us. And they just got all these reindeers, and then they got an alpaca farm there too.
I love animals. I love the zoo.
So good.
I've overtold a story that until this year, or last year, when Isabella Nichols won Narrabeen, she was staying at my house, and we went to Taronga Zoo.
No way.
The day after the final, and I had no idea a meerkat was real. I thought it was an ad on television. I'm so stupid.
No way.
Yeah, and I saw the meerkats live. I was like, oh my God, meerkats, they're a real thing.
That's so cool. Well, even, what is it, the red, they're like little foxes, but they're like really small.
Yep, I know the ones you're talking about, and we
They
saw
got big ears.
surfer up and right in and kicking out. But yeah, look at the lack of sort of.
They're sitting so far in as well, and there's just nothing. Maybe within these sets here, but again, like we saw in the Sunset final, like Oceana could be holding priority to the end, and just nothing comes through.
Yep, I feel like if Sierra Kerr gets an opportunity, she's going to offload that 4.93, and it's going to make it a lot tougher. At the moment, both Gabby and Oceana need basically scores in the excellent range to actually win the final. It's been exciting, but these 30-minute finals allow these surfers a little bit more space, a little bit more time to sort of take it all in and try to find the best waves on tap. Next up, we have the men's final. It's going to be an absolute doozy. It's going to be Geordie Lawler taking on the French surfer Justin Draguet, and then we're going to see Jimmy Hill, who's dead set, rose above everything. That last heat, he had to come from the clouds. He basically was in fourth position 5 minutes ago, and he lands some big turns, big airs. He's in the final. Winter Vincent also in the final, and that is going to be such a great final to watch. So don't go anywhere. We've got 3.5 minutes left in the women's final. It is the world junior champion at the moment in the lead, looking for another win on tour. She's already won a QS at URBNSURF, and she's looking to bag another 1,000 points.
I just can't believe Jimmy's 16 years of age in a QS final. Huge.
Show us a birth certificate, please, because he's a man mountain. He is like the equivalent to like the new Wade Carmichael, as Jess was saying before. But yeah, incredible surfing. You can see the boys just then and Winter down there. I wonder what the chat's like. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What's Sydney like? Might go down there and just chill out for a week. When's the next QS? We're a week away. It's the 4th of March. Don't miss a thing if you're out on wetland. Don't forget the 7th and 8th will be back on deck, ready to showcase some of the best surfers in the land. Not only that, probably in the world. I've chatted to a couple of the Challenger guys who aren't at this event, the likes of George Pitter and those kind of guys, and they're actually going down to that event to put a little bit more pressure on everyone else. So not only I got both the men and the women looking for big points, 3,000 points on offer, we're going to see some of the best surfers on the planet actually there as well. So it'll be interesting. Maybe even Ace Buchan might rock up. He normally comes out of retirement every year to have a crack at the Central Coast Pro. And let me tell you, I feel like the waves too. Every time we're at Avoca, there's been good waves.
Absolutely. Hopefully this year, no stingers in the water this year. Would be beautiful. There's Bosco out the front there.
Here we go.
There's the replay of Sierra's wave from earlier this heat, so a bit of a heat replay.
That would have been the money turn if you could have got that shot. It would have been so sick because that was so ramped up and so vert and fully deserving that 7.5. People might go, it's just one turn, but honestly, that one turn is money. And that was the point of difference that we've been speaking about all along, about what the judges want to identify and what they're looking for. We're down to the mad minute, and Priority does sit with the surfer in red, and Nixie has multiple wins at this level, so she's not unaccustomed to having a crack at the lighter stages of these heats. So she's still in a position where she only needs a 6.93, and that's easy obtainable for someone of her class and quality. But right now, we've said it. I feel like the ocean is just seriously tapped out.
There's been nothing for 10 minutes.
It's just tapped out. It's had enough. You guys have been destroying me all day. I'm just going to have a little
breather.
Little siesta, like they do in France at like 2 in the Arvo. Everything shuts down.
Yeah.
Everyone goes home. They have like 2 hours sleep and then boom, back into it.
So there we go. So 15 seconds remaining. Nixie needing a 6.94. Gabby looking for an 8.43. Oceana looking for an 8.36. So really all it was this heat, it was just staying busy, getting what you can.
Yep, and I feel like the point of difference was that one wave. That one turn was enough to turn the tide in the favour of our champion for 2024, Sierra Kerr. Congratulations. And to the other 3 competitors in the women's final, what a run you've had. Gabby, Oceana and Nixie, you are the next generation of stars in my mind, and we congratulate yous. We're going to go into a break very shortly. We're going to thrive to the men's final, and we're going to wrap it up with a 30-minute shootout with the boys, or the men, I should say. They're not boys these days. They're men. We'll be back. Don't miss a thing. We're going to thrive to a break.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 presented by Camplify. This is your 2024 winner, Sierra Kerr, taking out the women's division at a really impressive way too. Nixie Ryan coming in second, Gabby Spake in third, and Oceana Rogers in fourth. So a really impressive final from those three ladies. You can see her getting cheered up the beach there by fellow friends and support crew. Sierra going back-to-back competitions, competing again tomorrow in the Port Stephens Pro Junior. So amazing stuff there for Sierra, Miller Brown, Kira Buckpit tearing her up the beach, Isla Huppets, the future of Australian surfing right there. There's Dad Josh Kerr, super proud. Sierra's second ever QS win. So exciting. Just listening into the conversation, really cool stuff there. So congratulations, Sierra Kerr, 2024 champion.
Look at the girl crew. Like, these are all incredible upcoming surfers in our junior league. We've got Isla Huppets coming up tomorrow, Ruby Berry, Miller Brown,
Kira Buckpit. Yeah, that's the future of Australian surfing right there. Those five ladies are so talented. Love the camaraderie there. Oceana Rogers, Gabby Spake. And
great
then
sportsmanship
Nixie Ryan. Yeah, and Sierra's already confirmed a spot on the Challenger Series too. So this is all just heat practice, heat reps for Sierra. And yeah, looking really impressive. And just another win under her belt. Just another win, another trophy to add to her cabinet, which is filling up pretty fast
yeah,
these
might have
last
to get
few
a bigger
weeks.
cabinet.
I know. She's having a dream run. So now we have the men in the water, Geordie Lawler, Justin Becret, Jimmy Hill and Winter Vincent. So already 4 minutes in to this 30-minute final. Geordie Lawler 4.5 and a 2.33, and Jimmy Hill with just a 3-point ride. So really, four really eclectic surfers in this heat. I'm excited to see who will rise and take the win. But yeah, lots to catch up on. So here we go. Here's the 4.5 of Geordie.
Bang. What a great combination.
Yeah, that was a really cool way
I love
to start
that
a
first
heat.
turn. So that was a 4.5 for that one. First to Jimmy Hill at 3.0. And I just can't believe 16 years old.
I know.
In the QS final.
I know.
Insane, you know? Dylan Moffat's out. Like, you got to be pretty chuffed to even just get here, you know what I mean? So, I'm not sure if you watched the last heat, but we just had a lull for like 10 minutes.
No, I didn't get to see the end of it. I thought I'd come in and...
It was pretty tight between first and fourth. But, yeah, Sierra Kerr getting the win in the end. Nixie in second. So, Nixie's about, I think, 13th on the QS rankings. So, here's Winter Vincent up and riding as we speak. Nice first turn there. And I was saying, don't you think his style's a lot like Reef Hazelwood?
Yeah, he's got a really classic approach to surfing. I think he's really composed and never looks like he's going to fall. I feel like he's the kind of surfer who knows what he has to get done and just does it. Doesn't overcomplicate it for himself. Really beautiful surf wave. Strong first turn there for Winter. Patiently waits for this second one. Carves back around. Identifies there's one last section and yeah, just finishes off so nicely. So Winter Vincent, that's going to be a good opening wave for our surfer in green. I don't even know who's going to win this final. I could not tell you. They're four such different surfers, different competitors from four different beaches too, just on a different country. Yeah, this is really exciting right now.
I was just saying to Dimmy before, I just can't wait to go to France and eat cheaper cheese that isn't $10 at your local grocery shop. So I'll be stoked when I get over there. But
yeah, everything will just, I think, taste better. The bread will taste better. The cheese. I imagine the tomatoes to be really good over there.
I want to try snails.
Yeah, you can have that.
There's actually a good French restaurant on the Gold Coast.
Is there?
Actually, yeah. It's just across the road from Pac Fair.
Oh, up the coast more.
Yeah,
no way. Well, there you go.
Crazy. I ate snails there. It was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
Do they taste like chicken?
It's kind of like a chewier oyster consistency.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm definitely definitely not trying.
So but it was in like a garlicky butter, sauce. It was awesome. It was really yum.
Yeah, the garlicky butter part got me for sure. Here we go. Jimmy Hill. Smaller looking wave. He's such a powerful young surfer. And wow, this wave just was the gift that kept on giving for Jimmy. So 4 really strong turns back to back. Winter Vincent opened up with a 6.33, so solid opening wave for Winter. Red, Geordie Lawler having a look down the line. That wave unfortunately running off for him. 22.5 minutes to go. Justin Becret being
So pretty much a normal
quiet.
heat to go.
Yeah. Red Justin, we haven't seen him take off on a wave yet, so he's being a little bit picky.
There we go. Nice first turn there. But wait till he gets to the inside. This one actually hurt my legs a bit, actually, watching it, because he gets so low into his turns.
Yeah, he's definitely really spring-loaded on his backhand and his forehand too. Again, Geordie just up and out of that one. Jimmy Hill, yeah, he's just impressed me all event. I'm really excited to see what he can do for the rest of the year, if we'll see him in Avoca in Newcastle. I just really can appreciate that power approach that he brings to his surfing. Winter Vincent up and right again, strong first turn. Carves it back for a second. Fumbles a little bit there, but this wave's going to offer him one more. And actually 2. So Winter needed a 0.5. That's a 0.5. Just done. Wow, strong backhand row and lands it. And it looked like Geordie down the line got a wave as well. So yeah, the lull is definitely over. And scores are coming in. Jimmy Hill 5.5 for that last effort. We've got scores for blue, green and red to come in still. So I feel like this is going to be one of those heats where it's just going to go back and forth the entire time. It's not going to be super consistent with one person running away with it. Here we go. We're going to go through some replays. Here's this last one of Winter. He needed a 0.5. He definitely got that strong first turn. Carves back. This is where we saw him almost fall, but regains his composure. I was calling one turn, but he actually got a second in there. So really nice wave for Winter. Just down the point. A bit of a foam climb. This is a nice section here.
Boom.
Belts it for a finish.
That was taped. That was an insane turn. Wow. That'll be a good score. I reckon that might even push him up. I wanted to say first position, but I think it'll go into second, but he won't need a big second score to go into first.
Once Winter's second score locks in, that requirement might be a little bit harder for Justin. We're going to get a replay a bit more front on. So that turn was really impressive right in front of Winter too. So kind of just being like, hey, mate, watch your back. So we've...
I'm pulling at the toes.
Yes, exactly. Geordie Lawler down the beach.
Bang.
Belting a 2-turn combination. So these guys want it. They really want it. Everyone's fighting for it. They've done all the hard yards. They're in the final. It's time to put 110% in. And yeah, I'm loving to see all 4 of these guys doing exactly that.
You know, 1,000 points at stake here. And we've got the money prize as well.
Yeah.
Do you know how much it is?
It's $2,500 for first place.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So really useful coin to help get from each event and eventually hopefully help these guys get the Challenger Series events. So yeah, it just shows how important these QS 1000s are. Still waiting for scores for red. Pretty much every surfer actually, except for Jimmy Hill. He's sitting out there with priority, having a look at this one, scratching in. Actually, this is just done. Flying down the line. Nice turn there. And again. Oh, no. 497 for that first one. Winter Vincent, 453 for that last wave. Geordie Lawler's got a pretty good score to lock in, you'd have to think. Oh, my mind's hurting. There's just so much going on right now.
Wow, I can't believe he fell off that last turn. His surfing is so strong. Speaking of strong surfers, Geordie Lawler racing down the line, takes it to the air, lands it nice and clean. Pretty impressed with what he's just done there. So Winter Vincent currently in the lead, so we'll wait for those scores to drop through. But last of Justin Becret, a 4.97, waiting for his last score to come through.
Yeah, Geordie dropping a 5.93 on that two-term combination now has the air to lock in. He needs a 4.94. In my books, that's a 4.94 for sure. So here we go. Winter Vincent flying down the line, trying to drop a 4.53. Can't pull that one off. Good thing is, it's a 30-minute heat. We're not even halfway. And I feel like there's been about 25 waves caught.
Yep.
So
priority board just changing.
Yeah,
changing.
consistently, yeah. Jimmy Hill sitting out there with first priority still. He's currently looking for a 5.37, but I reckon we'll have a situation change with the last of Geordie Lawlers.
Absolutely. So first priority currently with Jimmy Hill. Justin Becret, second priority. He is the replay. So Justin Becret racing down the line on this one. Strong bottom turn. Throwing a lot of spray. Just couldn't hold it there. So that'll be pretty crucial because, now he's going to be needing a score after Geordie's last wave. So here's the air, takes it, flips it to the beach. Jarvis and Geordie's air game is quite similar.
Yeah. Yeah, really textbook composed airs from, both, like you said, Jarvis and Geordie. Geordie, he just, I don't know, it's just so, he makes it look so easy. Takes to the air again, can't pull that one off. That one would have gone really high. 7.17 for the last of Geordie Lawler.
Wow.
Pushes him up into first place and applies pressure to the rest of the field. So now Winter in second needing a 6.78. Jimmy in third with needing a 7.6. And Justin an 8.13. So, things just got a whole lot harder. But
100%.
16 and a half minutes. I mean, so much time still, Lil.
Here we go, the slow-mo of Geordie Lawler's last wave. So this is the last heat of the day. What a jam-packed 2 days it's been. So here is Jimmy Hill racing down the line here. And just kicking out of that one. I feel like with how low the tide is, it's becoming really difficult to pick what wave's going to work. Here's Justin Becret racing down the line, floats that first section. And again, that just didn't provide.
Yeah, I feel like Jimmy and Justin were like a half beat behind the section just then. If they were just around it, I think we would have seen a lot of damage done on those last two waves. But I love how they're just turning, trying to create opportunity for themselves and really kind of giving it their all still. They haven't heard those big scores from Geordie Lawler come in and gone, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. They're still taking it to it. They still want the lead. And they know it's still within range for both of them. It's kind of turning into like a little left-hand point with that sand break.
Yeah, maybe a backhand snapper.
Yeah, it's
not
like
quite.
running very closely off that sandbank. Looking extremely fun. Pretty good if you're Winter or Geordie surfing Narrabeen consistently. I'm sure Jimmy Hill... Actually, Dimmy was saying some of the French beach breaks are quite similar to this, so Justin with heaps of experience, and I'm sure Jimmy the same. Winter having a look at one out the back. He does have first priority. He's quite far out from his competitors. Needs to get around. Beautiful first carving maneuver there.
Bang.
Gets up there for a second, so love the approach that Winter is taking. I'm pretty sure Geordie Lawler was looking down the line too. Yep, priority has disappeared from his name. So we'll see if we can get caught up with a replay of both of those waves. But I don't think, from what we've been told, that last wave of Geordie goes into his top two. Take me through this Winter one.
Here we go. So nice swooping first turn there and racing for this section. So similar turn to Justin Becret's as we saw before. What's going to be interesting is if it gets a higher score, I think it's a smaller wave than what Justin got before. And similar sort of turn.
Yeah, look, Winter needs a 7.68 on that wave. I'm not sure if it is the score, but I think he's on the right track to finding that score and furthering potentially his distance between Jimmy and Justin. But yeah, 6.78, it's a hard score to get out there today. But all of these guys have such high calibers of surfing. This is a good looking left, but looks like Jimmy Hill too deep. Justin having a look down the end, waiting for this wave to stand up, snaps in the pocket, and again for a second. So really tidy surfing there from Justin. Needed an 813. I feel like to get an 813 today, you know, you've got to take to the air. Geordie with a 717 for his air before. So Justin with 13 minutes to go is definitely going to try and break that wave down into 2. So Geordie still sitting out in the lead. 717 and a 593. Winter Vincent 633 and a 453. 678. Very achievable requirement for someone of Winter's caliber. Justin, that last wave, a 5.5 has pushed him from 4th to 3rd. Now needs a 7.6. The exact same requirement that Jimmy Hill needs. So Jimmy, sitting in 4th, does have first priority. That's where you want to be if you're looking for a score. And here we go, Winter.
Nice turn there, just coming off the back of that one. So 12:20 to go. Geordie Lawler out in front. And it looks like Larson Winters didn't go into his top 2, so still needs a 6.78. Justin Becquet looking for a 7.6, so pushing Jimmy Hill into 4th position, looking for a 7.6 also. So Jimmy Hill currently holding first priority, second priority, Geordie Lawler. But just want to say a massive thank you to all our sponsors at this event again. Camplify, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens Council, Destination New South Wales, Urban Surf, and the WSL. Massive thank you to you guys for supporting this event and making this event happen.
Yeah, it takes... These things don't happen lightly. Even this broadcast doesn't happen overnight. There's a full team of people who try and put this together. So I know that our producer Chris is listening in. So all of us deserve to give Chris a big thank you, because if not, we wouldn't have a broadcast and posted interviews, and Sam Walker-Dean down there running all the filmers as well. Yeah, we're super lucky to be supported by so many great, amazing companies. Surfing Australia helping out as well. So yeah, a lot of people probably go unnoticed in events like this and formats like this, but it takes a village to put on an event. So thank you to everyone who's helped put this on. And see, yeah, someone's about to walk away with 1,000 points and be a lot closer to qualification for the Challenger Series.
A team of superheroes.
A team of superheroes. Yeah, we're definitely fortunate. So 10.5 minutes to go. Maybe we're potentially seeing another lull.
You'd hope not, because that last one in the last heat went for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you would hope not.
Because
you want to see these guys get equal opportunity.
Here we go. That looks like green. Winter Vincent checking that one out. White Jimmy Hill on the back end. Nice first hook there. Just floats that section. And he's got a little runner on the inside here. So whether he can keep sticking with it, whether that's going to be a 7.6, I don't think so.
Yeah, there was a lot of downtime in between turns, so I don't see that being the score, and I think you can tell by his body language he doesn't either. He has the absolute potential to get a 7.6, but this wave, he gets a really nice first snap under the pocket, but it had a weird ridge through it, which kind of forced him to constantly work down the line, looking for a steeper face. But I love that he's staying busy, trying to create opportunities for himself. Really mature approach for someone who is so young. Just 16, he's not even on his P plates yet, guys. So crazy stuff. Justin, strong first turn there. Good looking second section. Needs a 7.6, so really tidy surfing there again from the Frenchman.
Oh, I think that might just better his situation, but I'm not a judge, but that first turn looked pretty critical. Here is green. Winter Vincent, quick up and out. Geordie Lawler utilising priority. Floats that first section. On a screamer here. Love that turn he does.
Wow. Geordie Lawler, we love it. He loves it. Really impressive surfing there from Geordie. You could tell Winter really wanted that wave, but Geordie using priority over Winter, and for good reason too. Started off with a really strong slash. Got a snap in and then laid it back for that last turn. So
it's a race for priority now. Winter got one as well.
Yeah, looks like Justin got second priority.
There we go. So I'll wait for that last score to come through. Geordie Lawler, I reckon that's going to beat a 5-3. 5-9-3, sorry.
I could not agree with you more. It was
Thinking the high sixes.
Yeah, it was really committed surfing on a set wave. So Winter pulls off there. Geordie
nice float.
Floats that first
A lot
section.
of force in that turn, that second turn. And then this one was the money turn. Look, even a little nod to himself out the back. I almost count that as a claim.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Geordie. You could tell that he was like, I want to get another pretty strong backup score and try and make my competitors' lives way harder. And so I think that's why he really pushed so much more on that end turn, just to really say, yeah, let's sign the papers and give me a bigger score. So there it is, 7.67 for that last wave. So Geordie Lawler was 7.67 and a 7.17 has him out a fair way in front of second place Winter Vincent, 6.33 and a 4.53. Now needs an 8.51. Justin Becret, a 5.5 and a 4.97, needs a 9.34. Same for Jimmy Hill, a 5.5 and a 3, needs a 9.34 to take the lead off Red Geordie Lawler. So crazy time, 7 minutes to go. This 30-minute heat just feels like it's just flown by. And Winter, sitting up the point with priority, has the smallest requirement. What are you thinking, Lil?
Well, I just hope another wave comes through. You know, it's gone pretty dark again. I wonder if this storm's going to bring any swell for the Pro Junior tomorrow. But, yeah, under 7 minutes remaining. Last of Geordie Lawler, 7.17. So, pretty impressed with that one. Winter Vincent currently holding first priority, looking for an 8.51 now. So, a near excellent score alongside everyone else needing a 9.34 to go to first position. But nonetheless, Geordie Lawler up again. Wow. And just unable to ride out of that one. But nonetheless, it's been an amazing 2 days of jam-packed action surfing.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, this heat, there's 4 incredible surfers in this heat who have worked really hard to get in the final, but we probably can't go past some of the amazing opening rounds we saw with Cooper Davies, Dylan Moffat, Jarvis Earl. Really impressive stuff from all of those surfers. Again, on the women's side, I felt like Nixie, Sierra, Gabby Spake, they were all standouts. Sage Goldsbury. It's just been an action-packed 2 days filled with plenty of excellent scores, good waves, and great people.
Absolutely. Here's Blue up and riding. Justin Becret looking for an excellent score to go into first position. I don't know about you, Jesse, but I definitely think that's better than a 4.97.
Yeah, I do too. I really loved those 2 backhand Rios. We're going to get a replay probably from this front angle, so really strong first snap. Puts it up there again for a second, so I love how effortless but aggressive those turns were from Justin. Yeah, that's definitely going to better his 4.97. Whether it betters his 5.5, I'm interested because I've been getting my calls wrong. So we'll see if that betters his 5.5, maybe lessens the requirement, pushes him up into second. Winter Vincent now.
Oh, this is a screamer, this one. He needs an 8.51 to go to first position. Oh, I think it'll be close.
Yeah, that was a really good looking wave for Winter. It was one of those ones, you identified it. Yeah, it was going to stand up along the bank. Allowed him to open up 3 times, so we're going to get a replay. He streaks down the line here. Love that first turn, that blackboard looking so good under his feet. Bang. And finishes off with a real nice exclamation mark. I'm not sure it's the 8 he needs.
I'm calling 7.
But I do see it replacing the 4.51.
I'm calling a 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost.
Or like in the high 6 range.
Yeah, I've got my calls so wrong. So I'm just going to stay out of it. Because I've got my calls so wrong.
There
it is
you go.
a 5.
Yeah. Lily, don't do the judging pause because you'll definitely get it wrong. But Jimmy Hill currently holding first priority. Geordie Lawler's second priority, 3.5 to go. And you know what? Jimmy Hill, 16 years old, so much potential for the 2024 QS season. Even for next year, for 2025, like, incredible progressional surfing.
I think as well, moving into the last 2 events of the season, we've got Avoca and Newcastle, and both of those waves have push behind them, especially when it gets bigger. So I feel like we'll see maybe a more comfortable, confident version of Jimmy Hill in those waves that have that extra power behind them. So I'm excited to see what he's like in different conditions, because so far I've only seen him in Phillip Island and Port Stephens. So yeah, he's just someone that excites me as a competitor, and I can't wait to see what he can do for the rest of the year.
Here we go, Geordie Lawler utilising priority again, floats that first section, taps it again, looking for a finish here. There you go. Geordie Lawler, ladies and gentlemen, the most, I think, innovative surfer on the QS series.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's had a lot of results on the QS series. We'll get a replay of this one. So kept just done off this one, floated that first section down the line again for this one. It looked like he buried his nose, but he managed to pull it out. So Geordie looking really strong on his feet at the moment.
Even that first section, I thought he was going to go for an air. He had so much speed, and then just a bit of a wobble on that first turn. So, yeah. But, you know, I even do that from time to time. Like, when you think you're like, okay, I want to go for a grab rail, or like, and then you go to do a cutback, and then you just like got it completely wrong. You're like, oh, that felt really bad.
Yeah, I know. It's such a funny sport, our sport, but we love it. 1 minute and a half to go. Geordie Lawler is still out in front, trying to take the trophy home and 1,000 points, which are so beneficial at this point in the season. It will also give him some really good confidence at moving into Avoca and Newcastle. Winter Vincent still holding down second, needing an 8.51 to first. Justin Becret didn't better his situation. Still needs a 9.34, as well as Jimmy Hill, who's sitting out there with priority. 1 minute to go. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past Jimmy Hill getting a 9.34 in the last minute. He just seems like that kind of surfer where he can just make it happen, but the ocean seems pretty quiet right now, so I'm not sure.
So here we go. Winter Vincent. Last kind of roll of the dice. 40 seconds to go. And you know what, Jesse? I wish for one of the prizes they would give away a Sydney membership worth $10,000 in value. How cool would that be? You'd just see
amazing.
You know, you'd just be saying, well, whoever wins this final, but just surfing the wave pool all the time, you know.
All the time.
Be good for training too. Here's Justin Becret racing down this one. Got another wall on this one. Oh, takes it to the air. Just unable to ride out of that one. 10 seconds.
Yeah, so it's looking like Geordie Lawler is going to take the win here at the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. And there you have it. Woo! Geordie Lawler doing it for Narrabeen, getting a QS win.
The 2024 QS 1000 Camplify Port Stephens Pro winner.
Yeah,
Geordie
champion.
Lawler.
Yeah, really progressive and exciting surfing throughout this entire event. We're going to see some really good sportsmanship there from Winter and Geordie. You know, both guys definitely have surfed with each other a fair bit, coming from that Northern Beaches region. So first and second, thanks to the Northern Beaches. Third place in the women's finals from the Northern Beaches too. So they've had an excellent day of competitive surfing. Congratulations to all the competitors involved too. You know, each and every one of those surfers in the final were really impressive all event, Lil.
Timmy Patterson would be stoked.
Oh, absolutely. Great sportsmanship there. Justin and Geordie, they've had plenty of heats together on the Challenger Series. When the QS was still a prime event, they definitely would have been competing against each other a lot. And here we go. The winner doing a bit of a victory lap. That move to Timmy Patterson's definitely kind of relit a fire for Geordie. You can see he's looking really fast, really electric on those boards, and kind of creative in all aspects of his surfing. He's going to walk up the beach a champion. And we'll see him take home 1,000 points, which definitely help him in the rankings to try and get back on the Challenger Series. We've seen him on it the last few years. He's actually one spot off qualifying about 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jordan.
There he is, Geordie Lawler. Forever humble.
There we go, stoked.
Yeah, just absolutely loving it. Taking home a win. There's the smile.
Frothing.
Doesn't want the chair up, just wants to get off the beach, out of the heat. That's his girlfriend, Serena.
Oh,
moved
they've
out
been
here
together
from
for
America.
2 years.
Yeah.
Bosco. Whole team's down here. Got the shot.
You. Geordie Lawler. Didn't even kind of give them a moment to cheer him up. He was like, nah, I don't want it. I just want to get off this beach. He's surfed 4 heats today to get to that win. So massive day of surfing for these guys. You can see just how low that tide is. And yeah, this is just one of 2 events down here at the Port Stephens Pro region. There's a Pro Junior on tomorrow. Obviously, we won't see Geordie in the Pro Junior tomorrow, but he'll definitely go home a happy guy, and I'm sure will be celebrated by Narrabeen tonight. Congratulations to all of his team too. Matty Cattle, I'm sure you're watching. Taking home a win. Cameraman Sam Walker-Dean, just congratulating him as well. Really exciting weekend of surfing, Lil. What were some of your favourite moments?
Oh, like definitely a bunch of the new up-and-coming junior surfers, you know, making their way into the final. I'm really excited to see what the 2025 season brings for these up-and-coming.
Yeah, well, if it was anything like these last 2 days, I think we're going to have a great season ahead of us. That's it from us today, guys. We are going to sign out. Congratulations, Sierra Kerr and Geordie Lawler, for taking out the 2024 Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. We'll see you guys at the next event.